Chapter 483. Emperor Qitai's head buzzed as blood rushed to his face. He tried his best to control his emotions, but his heart was in a mess, and his legs were trembling. Imperial authority had to be enforced. If one didn't obey the emperor's orders, the emperor would lose his sanctity. The only way to do so would be to use force. At this point, another eunuch reported, "Your Majesty, there's an urgent report from Ying Prefecture." "Send it." Emperor Qitai paused before replying. After all, he was the emperor now. His earlier panic and weakness disappeared in a blink of an eye. "Your Majesty, the men we sent to Ying Prefecture to welcome Pei Qianshi and Yisu have failed. They said that the empress was feeling bored, and that the true monarch had arranged for his wife to accompany her. We don't know where she went." The eunuch spoke hesitantly. The emperor's face turned cold. "And what?" "Your Majesty, the men from Golden Island wanted to control the Canton princess, but were all killed. Yao Jifu died in battle and was pinned to the pier. They said he was a pirate. After that, we received news that the Canton princess had disappeared as well. I'm not sure if someone leaked the news or what happened." The eunuch spoke, his face turning pale. "I understand. You may leave." The emperor's face was as white as snow as he spoke to the eunuch. Seeing the eunuch leave, the emperor grunted as his face turned red. He then looked at Feng Min. "What did the Tao monarch say? Is there a way?" The Tao monarch said that Pei Ziyin might have gone to Qin Prefecture on a whim. "Now, we have to wait until we've defeated the demons. When that time comes, we can use this opportunity to summon him." Feng Min relayed the Tao monarch's words, and the emperor calmed down. After thinking for some time, he ordered, "Since Pei Ziyin has gone to Qin, immediately recognize him as the commander of the army. Send an edict to encourage him. Tell them that the imperial court and I have a deep relationship with the true monarch." Qin Prefecture. As soon as Pei Ziyin arrived at the city, there was a relay station that reported his journey. Mounted scouts flew back like a shooting star, reporting back to him. Finally, the fastest horse came back, 30 miles away from the city. 2 imperial envoys came out to welcome him. "Fire the firecrackers and play the music." At this point, the sound of drums could be heard as the officials welcomed him. The 2 imperial envoys then stepped forward. "Greetings, true monarch. You are all imperial envoys. How could we dare to accept your greetings?" Pei Ziyin was astonished as he helped him up. At this point, the 2 imperial envoys spoke out. "The emperor has issued a decree ordering true sovereign to take charge of the situation. We are all under his command." He continued, "The real edict is still on its way, but the draft written by the Department of Records has already arrived." Li Pan of Chuzhou and Huang Yuanjin of Beiyuan said as they handed over their manuscripts. Pei Ziyin bowed and took a look. He saw that it was a copy of the imperial edict. Every word was warm and gentle. "My beloved subject worries for the world, and I am not happy." When Pei Ziyin read this, his expression didn't change. He then said, "Your Majesty, your subject is terrified. Since that's the case, let's go in. True sovereign, please." The 2 imperial envoys led the way into the city. As soon as he entered the city, he heard the sound of firecrackers going off. The entire city was engulfed in smoke and smoke. Pei Ziyin sat on the carriage and observed the firecrackers. He did not make a sound, but his heart was in turmoil. When they arrived at Qin Prefecture, along the way, the county magistrate and the governor personally welcomed them and sent them off. They knelt down to pay their respects and even presented them with gifts. At this point, the imperial envoys and the commoners knelt down to pay their respects. If it were anyone else, they would have thought that it was a grand sight. However, Pei Ziyin smiled bitterly as a chill ran down his spine. This is the same as the imperial edict. On the surface, it looks like a gift, but if you think about it carefully, it's very chilling. No matter how close the emperor and his subjects are, there's no need to be so courteous and considerate. This in itself is a signal. It looks like the emperor is determined to kill me. As he thought about this, Pei Ziyin looked at the encampment that was getting nearer and nearer. When the 300 officers saw him, They all knelt down and shouted in unison, "We pay our respects to the true sovereign." Following this, the imperial envoys led the officials into the encampment. The central tent was spacious, and in the middle of it was a table with the 4 treasures of the study. One by one, the generals rushed in. Pei Ziyin stood at the front, followed by the 2 imperial envoys. They all knelt down and said, "We pay our respects to the true sovereign." Pei Ziyin rose to his seat and looked around before smiling. "Everyone here is a familiar face. I've seen the situation. The demon army is extremely cruel, and they are killing everywhere. Although you've done a good job, your actions are a little slow. Every day, the demon soldiers are slaughtering the common people. We can't help but be anxious." The generals clasped their hands and said, "We're willing to listen to the true sovereign's orders." Most of them were sincere. No matter what the imperial court thought, the true sovereign had the ability to fight a war. Pei Ziyin nodded his head and said, "I'll issue an order now. The people at the front lines are to be evacuated as soon as possible. I'll give you half a month's time. If you don't manage to do so within half a month, I'll execute the magistrate and the county magistrate. Secondly, all the cavalrymen are to gather before me. If anyone refuses to surrender, they'll be dealt with according to military law." "Yes," Pei Ziyin replied plainly. "The demon soldiers do not have food to eat. There's only a few thousand of them. With me around, what's a few thousand demon soldiers?" This wasn't the way to fight a war. Just the matter of evacuating the common people was a huge project. Only by coordinating with the imperial court could everything be carried out in an orderly manner. However, Pei Ziyun's purpose for this trip was to obtain the demon race's present. Once he killed the present, he would be able to enter the capital city. Why would he think about anything else? Naturally, he was eager for quick success. King Lu's paradise, the land of the underworld, was deep, and there were mountains everywhere. Ever since King Lu's paradise started to change, the area around it started to feel uneasy. Demonic chi started to leak out, and many ghosts started to transform into terrifying evil spirits. Roar! An evil spirit roared out in anger as it tore a weaker, evil spirit apart and started to devour it. Within paradise, it was covered in a bloody mist, and demonic chi was everywhere. Numerous skeletons hung from the branches of the demonic trees, swaying in the wind. The demon soldiers patrolled the forest, looking out into the distance to prevent any evil spirits from invading. All of a sudden, all the demon soldiers in paradise looked up into the sky, only to see a beam of demonic light descending from the skies. It was unusually bright as it landed on the reincarnation platform. "We pay our respects to the demon emperor." The reincarnation platform trembled as the scholar stood up. King Lu landed on the platform and stood beside Xie Chengdong. He revealed a cold smile. "What happened to the authority required to activate the imperial chi the last time?" "Your Majesty, I really don't have the authority." The scholar laughed bitterly. At this point, another beam of blood-red light descended from the skies as several spirits fell into the lake of blood in front of the reincarnation platform. "HM, do you think I will believe you?" King Lu spoke out coldly. "If you don't hand over the authority, don't blame me for being merciless." "Your Majesty, I don't have the authority. You should be able to feel it." The scholar's heart stirred as he could feel King Lu's anxiety. Then where did the other half of the authority go? "Your master is dead, and it should have returned to me." King Lu shouted out as the entire paradise shook as though it was resonating with him. The scholar then thought of the demon emperor and then of Pei Ziyin. He then spoke out, "Your Majesty, it's in deep slumber within the reincarnation platform. I've heard that Pei Ziyin has returned to the battlefield. As long as you kill Pei Ziyin and fulfill the wishes of the previous demon emperor, you can ascend to the throne and obtain all the authority." "Your Majesty, I've said what I wanted to say and shall take my leave." The scholar bowed before he transformed into a beam of light and landed beneath the reincarnation platform. He then turned into a statue and didn't move. Damn it! King Lu was enraged. but he quickly composed himself. He then turned around and asked Xie Chengdong, "What do you think? Is this true or false?" Generally speaking, it should be true. However, there might be some tricks to it. No matter what, we don't have many choices now. Xie Chengdong bowed. Pei Ziyun is indeed powerful. Now that the order to evacuate the citizens has struck us where it hurts. Your Majesty only has half of the authority and can't force the spirits to possess you. Hence, we need blood sacrifices in order to increase the strength of the demon army. However, once the order is issued, there will only be soldiers defending the city. Even if we manage to take over the city, we will only lose a few soldiers. Look, this is what it means to be trapped in a trap. However, there's no despair. The speed at which the citizens move is extremely slow. Even if it's only the citizens, it's difficult for them to leave their homeland. It won't be that easy. I'm sure the ones who are retreating are the citizens, and they haven't retreated too far. Once we break through the first line of defense, we will be able to reach the citizens again. However, the most terrifying thing is the second move. Pei Ziyun has ordered the cavalry to gather together. There are already thousands of them, and their speed is extremely fast. They have their eyes on us and can easily wipe out the troops that we send out. This will force us to maintain our main force and prevent us from moving. Pei Ziyun is truly a master of the art of war. I wonder how he managed to cultivate to such a level. When King Lu heard this, he sighed and felt melancholy. I've always thought of myself as a great strategist. However, when I met Pei Ziyun, I was restricted in every way. Since the heavens gave birth to you and me, why did they give birth to Pei Ziyun? Does the crown prince really have the mandate of heaven? King Lu's eyes turned bloodshot. Up till now, he still refused to address himself as Emperor Qi Tai and only addressed him as crown prince. Your Majesty, the mandate of heaven exists. However, it hasn't been confirmed yet. Xie Chengdong smiled as he spoke. King Lu was suspicious. Why do you say that? Don't tell me there's going to be chaos. Your Majesty, you're the Demon King. Are you willing to share your authority with someone else? Xie Chengdong asked. King Lu frowned. Of course not. Xie Chengdong laughed. Since that's the case, the crown prince and Pei Ziyun might not be on good terms. Although we're separated, I have a feeling that Pei Ziyun might not have a good ending. King Lu thought for some time before nodding his head. That's right. Pei Ziyun is the crown prince's lucky star. However, his strength is too great. He has the power to topple an entire country. The crown prince might not be able to tolerate him. As he spoke, his face sank. We're too far away now. What do we do now? Your Majesty, we have to seize control of the entire Demon King's authority. Only then will we have a future. And to do so, we have to kill Pei Ziyun. We can't win this battle in Jin Prefecture. Xie Chengdong's expression was solemn. King Lu's eyelids twitched as his heart sank. I'd like to hear more. Your Majesty is a man of great talent and strategy. You should be clear that even with the blood sacrifice, the demon army isn't endless. There aren't many demonic spirits that can be possessed. Originally, in order to seize control of the world, it would require 10 to 100 times the number of demons. Now that your Majesty has been exposed, it's practically impossible for you to become the ruler of the world. Seeing King Lu's ashen face, Xie Chengdong spoke blandly. Since that's the case, why don't we jump out? Jump out? King Lu was originally enraged, but when he heard these words, he paused in shock. His body trembled slightly, and his intuition told him that this was his chance. Originally, he only wanted to deal with Pei Ziyun. He didn't expect Xie Chengdong to point out a new path for him. What do you mean? King Lu asked, his voice trembling slightly. Your Majesty, you're no longer the human race's King Lu. You're now the Demon Emperor. Although it's impossible for you to live forever, you're still with the demon race. As long as the demon race thrives, not only will you be able to live forever as a deity, you'll be able to pay a hefty price to reincarnate. If the demon race rules over the world, you'll be able to become a deity with your fleshly body and rule over the world. This game of chess has just begun. King Lu paused. He knew that he didn't have much time left, and was feeling extremely depressed. When he heard this, his eyes lit up. That's right. I'm no longer a human. I'm a demon emperor. I have plenty of time ahead of me. Why should I fight against such a strong enemy? The dynasty has existed for hundreds of years, and many heroes have perished in the underworld, unable to transcend. However, I am the demon emperor and was able to reincarnate as a human. Don't tell me I can't be the next chosen one. King Lu laughed out as he spoke. Xie Dong, however, knew that things weren't that simple. Back when a Tao Lord had appeared, the path of a Tao Lord became increasingly difficult. Once he was reincarnated, he would have to lose his status as a demon emperor. All these things were done to maintain the balance of power. The demon emperor only had one chance to reincarnate. He didn't say anything, but bowed. Congratulations to your majesty for gaining enlightenment. However, the prerequisite for all of this is that Pei Zi Yun must be killed. I understand. As long as I can kill Pei Zi Yun, I will be able to gain full control of the demon emperor. Only then will I be the true demon emperor. In order to achieve this goal, I am willing to sacrifice everything I have, including my 5,000 soldiers. At this point, King Lu was in high spirits. Xie Dong, your plan wasn't bad. Let's lure the snake out of its hole. Xie Dong smiled. Your Majesty, there's another plan we can use. Let's say that Pei Zi Yun has been ordered by the heavens to wipe out the entire demon race. As long as this continues, he will be able to break through his cultivation bottleneck and attain an indestructible body. When that happens, the imperial chi will be destroyed, and the imperial court will no longer be able to do anything to him. Now that the conflict between the imperial court and Pei Zi Yun has escalated, it's only a matter of time. If this rumor spreads, do you think the imperial court will still tolerate Pei Zi Yun? Definitely not. King Lu clapped his hands. Xie Dong, you're truly a peerless scholar. With these two plans, even if Pei Zi Yun has the ability to transcend the heavens, he wouldn't be able to do anything. He then asked hesitantly, what you're saying, is it true? Xie Dong bowed. This is merely a guess. But look, Pei Zi Yun's rate of improvement is extremely fast. In less than 10 years, he'll become a Tao monarch. This is a speed that even a Tao monarch couldn't achieve. There must be a reason for this. Perhaps it's really his destiny to resist the demon emperor. Hence, this isn't entirely a wild guess. The most important thing is, regardless of whether it's true or not, the imperial court must be confused as well. This answer gives the imperial court an answer. Even if the imperial court doesn't believe it, they have no choice but to believe it. When that time comes, the imperial court would rather sacrifice their entire army to ensure Pei Zi Yun's death. You're right. Let's act according to this plan and release the bait. King Lu spoke as his eyes flashed with a bright light. He then muttered, since that's the case, let me take a gamble. He then raised his hand. Reincarnation platform, listen to my command. The reincarnation platform began to vibrate as demonic chi emanated out from it. The blood pool was filled with a mist of blood. Roar! The statues were nourished by the mist of blood as they lined up in rows and came to life. Based on my authority, I don't have to be hesitant. In a short period of time, I can create a demonic army. When that time comes, I can catch Pei Zi Yun off guard. Victory is within my grasp. Your Majesty is wise. Xie Dong bowed. As soon as he finished speaking, King Lu couldn't stay any longer. He transformed into a beam of light and disappeared from paradise. Xie Dong stood up straight and looked into the distance. Pei Zi Yun, although I'm going to die, I'll be able to watch you die under my schemes. That's my wish. Chapter 484. Tiger River Town. From afar, the town could be seen. Green tiles, mud bricks, and cobblestone roads snaked into the town. The houses were so densely packed that it was almost airtight. The shops were all closed, and nobody knew if there was anyone inside. Go! The ground suddenly shook. A group of demon soldiers rode horses towards the town. These horses were all stained with demonic energy. Their eyes were bloodshot, and their teeth were sharp. Scales grew on their bodies, and they were extremely violent. There's a town in front. Kill your way in. There's food inside. One of the demon soldiers spoke as he whipped his horse. The horse galloped and turned into a gust of wind as it charged into the town. Roar! There's no one here. There's no one here either. There's one in this courtyard. The demon soldier was extremely sensitive to humans. His eyes were bloodshot as he pulled an old man out of the courtyard. His body was trembling as he resisted the urge to tear the old man apart. He then shouted, "Where are all of you?" "They're all gone. The imperial court has ordered everyone to evacuate. The mansion is too big, and there are some things that we can't bring with us. Master ordered me to stay behind." The old man's expression was calm, but if I were to die, Master said that he would give my son 20 acres of land. I thought about it and decided to risk my life. Looking at the old man's calm expression, the demon soldier was enraged. He used his claws and pierced through the old man's chest. He then dug out his heart and ate it. Damn it, there's no food again. Roar, roar, roar. The demon soldier managed to eat it. However, not many of the demons were satisfied. The town was empty. Only a few demons refused to listen to the government's orders and refused to move. The demon soldiers and demon horses were hungry. They gathered together and roared in a low voice, filled with impatience and anger. Dong, dong, dong. The ground started shaking. The demon soldier raised his head and looked around cautiously. At this point, the sound of horse hooves could be heard from outside the town. Kill you in. The sound of hooves was as fast as thunder. It came from afar and kicked up a cloud of dust, revealing thousands of cavalrymen. They were all dressed in armor. With the help of Dao techniques, their bodies were glowing. They charged into the long street and did not slow down. Instead, they sped up and shot an arrow towards the demon soldiers. Pu. Under the rain of arrows, several demon soldiers were nailed to the ground. Roar! The demon soldiers were fearless. They followed the demon general's orders and charged forward. Kill! In an instant, the sounds of killing rang out everywhere. The cavalry and the demon soldiers began to fight fiercely. Strictly speaking, the demon soldiers were more tenacious, but as the cavalry charged forward, they killed their way through. There were another 500 of them. Pei Ziyun's expression was calm and collected as he observed the situation. He then said, "There's only 500 demon soldiers left, and they're about to be wiped out." A moment later, someone reported, "Most of them have been annihilated. Only a few are resisting at the stronghold." "Were you trapped?" "They're trapped at the end of the town. There's a demon general inside. Over 100 demon soldiers have occupied the terrain and are resisting stubbornly. However, we just need to wait for a moment. After we lose some people, we can attack." Pei Ziyun frowned. "Lead the way." "Yes." Pei Ziyun sprinted over and saw a fortress. Inside, there was a demon general leading over 100 demon soldiers defending the fortress. Cavalry soldiers were not good at attacking fortresses and were repelled every time they got close. "Let me." Pei Ziyun pulled out his halberd. "True sovereign, how could I dare you to make a move?" A soldier stopped him. Pei Ziyun laughed. "Speed is the most important thing in war. Someone has taken the bait. I have to eat him up as soon as possible." As he said this, he leapt forward. There were 2 demon soldiers blocking the entrance of the fortress. The moment Pei Ziyun leapt forward, several demon soldiers attacked him from all angles. Pooh! The long halberd pierced forward, and a cold light shone from it. The demon soldiers had sharp senses and could sense that something was amiss. They immediately retreated. However, Pei Ziyun's halberd flashed once, and in an instant, fresh blood spurted out. The 2 demon soldiers fell to the ground and were almost sliced in half. Even if they were demon soldiers, they would not be able to survive such a blow. Kill! In the next second, the demon soldiers did not retreat. Instead, they charged forward, flanking Pei Ziyun from the left and right. You're courting death." With a wave of his halberd, blood splattered everywhere. The demon soldiers who were charging towards him did not even have time to react. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they fell to the ground. Following this, Pei Ziyun charged forward. As he did so, the tip of his halberd pierced through the throat of a demon soldier. Blood splattered everywhere, and a wound was left on the demon soldier's neck. Kill! 3 demon soldiers surrounded him, and their spears pierced forward and backward. Pei Ziyin only had to point his spear slightly, and a weak yet terrifying force flowed through the spear. Hua! The 2 demon soldiers were stunned and spat out a mouthful of blood before falling to the ground. Pei Ziyin knew that their internal organs had been destroyed. Without hesitation, he charged into the enemy's formation. Thousands of demon soldiers looked on in disbelief as Pei Ziyin charged into the enemy's formation. He and his halberd did not cover the entire area. Instead, every movement he made, every shadow of his halberd was accompanied by a spray of fresh blood and a life. Wherever he passed, the demon soldiers were reduced in numbers. Is this the true sovereign's martial arts? His skills are as good as the Tao. Pei Ziyin was not in a hurry, and the demon soldiers fell to the ground one by one. Every 3 steps he took, he killed a demon soldier. Tens of demon soldiers were wiped out in no time at all. As he stepped into the inner area of the stronghold, Pei Ziyin's eyes lit up. You're here, true sovereign Pei. I've long heard of your name. Tens of demon soldiers couldn't even touch a single trace of you, and were wiped out by you. Pei Ziyin swept his gaze across the area. There wasn't just 1 demon soldier, but 3 of them. They stared at Pei Ziyin and shouted, "Demon transformation!" Following their angry roars, the demon soldier became twice his size. Just as Pei Ziyin was about to make his move, the demon soldier turned around and slammed into the walls of the stronghold. Dong! The stronghold was made of blue stone. When the demon soldier slammed into the wall, it started to shake as though it was about to collapse. Pei Ziyin, although we're not your match, even if we join forces, we can still injure you. The stronghold shook, and the blue stone crumbled. Pei Ziyin laughed coldly. Tao arts are not something you demon soldiers can comprehend. Pei Ziyin pressed himself against the stone wall. Sand transformation. The stone wall instantly turned into sand, and a hole appeared. The demon soldiers were shocked as they looked at each other. They then shouted out loud and pounced forward like beasts. All of you die. Pei Ziyin laughed as he slashed down with his halberd. Kung, kung, kung. The halberd collided with the halberd 3 times, and the 3 demon soldiers spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Their weapons were knocked away, revealing their weaknesses. No! The demon soldier's halberd slashed across the ground, and a cold light flashed. In an instant, 2 of the demon soldiers were sliced in half, as fresh blood spurted out. One of the demon soldiers had the highest level of martial arts, and was the fastest to react. Although he was struck, he didn't die immediately. He fell to the ground and laughed. You've fallen into our trap. Pei Ziyin, as long as we can hold you back, we can kill you. As he spoke, a dull thud could be heard from afar. The sky started to darken. Pei Ziyin wiped the blood off the corpse and said, Is that so? As for who fell into our trap, there's no need for you to know. When the demon soldier heard this, his eyes widened in disbelief. He then pointed a finger at Pei Ziyin. Pooh! Fresh blood spurted out from his forehead, and a hole appeared on his forehead. His demonic spirit appeared and was about to escape when it disappeared. True Sovereign, it's not good. Our scouts have reported that there are 4 groups of demon soldiers surrounding us. They're less than 50 kilometers away from us. There are at least a few thousand of them. Once we're surrounded, we'll be in grave danger. It'll be hard for us to escape. The moment Pei Ziyin stepped out of the fortress, the lieutenant reported. Pei Ziyin noticed that there were no traces of blood on his body and was shocked. The demon soldiers were extremely ferocious. For a true sovereign to kill more than 10 of them, and yet not a single drop of blood was on his body. The demon soldiers have quick reflexes. Pei Ziyin heard this and cleared his throat. Listen to my command. We're to move west towards Calm Lake Mountain. Yes, the officer acknowledged. At this point, Pei Ziyin raised his head and looked into the distance. The demonic chi was extremely dense and dense. It shot up into the sky and caused the skies to change. Dark clouds covered the sky and covered the entire sky. Pei Zi-yun could clearly feel the killing intent directed at him. He then laughed. Let's go. Following his command, 1,000 cavalrymen rushed out. Although it was drizzling, they moved like the wind towards Calm Lake Mountain. Calm Lake Mountain wasn't far, and was only about 10 kilometers away. When they arrived, they saw that the mountain had already been fortified with fences and stone walls. Inside, there were many armored soldiers. One look, and one could tell that there were at least 5,000 to 6,000 of them. A military officer stepped forward. He was a middle-aged man and had a cold demeanor. He bowed to Pei Zi-yun. General Luo In Tai pays his respects to the true sovereign. The things you've asked for have already been prepared. Very good. Pei Zi-yun acknowledged. The lieutenant's eyes lit up. True sovereign, the demon soldiers are attacking. You've already set up a trap? It's better to be safe than sorry. Pei Zi-yun replied plainly. It's better to join forces than to split up. The biggest problem with the demon soldiers is that the demon soldiers are attacking from all directions. It's too damaging to the citizens. If there's no ambush, we'll just take out a small group of demon soldiers. If there's an ambush, we'll have 7,000 demon soldiers. We've also prepared all sorts of weapons. Not only can we defend against the main force of the demon soldiers, we can also use this as bait to lure the demon soldiers to surround us. We only need to hold on for 3 days to annihilate the demon army. However, I have accumulated 7 days' worth of food and water here, as well as the city walls. I have even made gunpowder and kerosene. Look at this mountain. Although it's not very tall, isn't it easy to defend and hard to attack? Pei Zi-yun pointed as he spoke. Under the pitter-patter of rain, the mountain wasn't very tall, but it was extremely steep and dangerous. The officer smiled and said, So true sovereign had planned this all along. The enemy wanted to lure us out of our lair and kill us all. We'll enter this mountain and delay them. When the time comes, they'll surround us and kill all the demons. As he spoke, someone passed down the order. As soon as the order was passed down, the soldiers' morale was boosted. They were all smiles. Once we win this battle, we can annihilate the demon soldiers and restore peace. Quick, maintain communication with the demon soldiers. If there's any interference, send out pigeons immediately. Communication using Dao arts will be affected by the chi of the demon soldiers. Hence, even if the demon soldiers wanted to communicate with each other, they had to be located 10 miles away from the demon soldiers. Hence, they had to prepare pigeons as well. The Dao officer's spirits were lifted as he continued to communicate with the demon soldiers, preventing them from being isolated. The rest of the soldiers were mobilized as well. Although there were already stone walls in place, they dug trenches and laid traps. There were even some who were adjusting their stone throwers. Pei Zi-yun could see that the demon soldiers were getting closer and closer. Similarly, the demon soldiers were moving nearer and nearer to the demon soldiers. The demon soldiers were also moving nearer and nearer to the demon soldiers. Pei Zi-yun could feel a strong killing intent emanating from the demon soldiers. Although the demon soldiers realized that Pei Zi-yun had retreated to the demon soldiers' base and that there were 7,000 of them instead of 1,500, they still pressed forward. Is the final battle about to begin? That's right. Even if they don't kill me, they'll still be dragged down by me. They might as well fight me now. My original plan was that with the demon soldiers' support, I would definitely win. However, will the demon soldiers really come? Pei Zi-yun thought to this point and did not speak. He then sighed. Chapter 485. Calm Lake, mountain at the foot of the mountain, was a large piece of farmland. In the distance, there were houses that had been moved away. However, right now, the farmland had been occupied by demon soldiers. They surrounded Calm Lake Mountain and erected a stone wall halfway up the mountain, blocking the demon soldiers from advancing. A cold wind blew past. The sky was dark and gloomy, and the sounds of wild beasts could be heard. The demon soldiers didn't attack immediately. King Lu watched from afar and noticed that the mountain was heavily guarded. He then laughed coldly. That day, when Pei Zi-yun led 1,000 riders to attack, I had my suspicions. Based on his intelligence, he might not have done so. Indeed, there's someone behind him. From the looks of it, there's at least 7,000 of them. Besides, the stone walls are heavily fortified, and the security is much tighter than before. It's as if we've met a porcupine and have nowhere to attack. We can only fight. He's using himself as bait to attract our attention. Behind him, there will be a huge army surrounding us. However, based on the movements of the army, if they're here, they should be moving soon. Now that there's no movement, it's obvious that the rumors have spread. The Crown Prince's fear of Pei Ziyun is no less than ours. It's Your Majesty's good fortune. Eunuch Liao bowed down. His eyes were bloodshot as he spoke. What good fortune? They must think that I'm at the end of the road, and that there's no way for the commoners to submit to me. That's why they're acting like this. King Lu laughed coldly. Who would have thought that I'd have to rely on others to survive? When Eunuch Liao heard this, he fell silent. Since that's the case, there's no time to lose. Let's send out our troops. King Lu was resolute. If we delay, we'll attack. Following this command, the sound of drums rang out, one after another, striking the hearts of the demon soldiers. Blood started to seep into their bodies as they roared out once more. Their eyes were bloodshot, as though they were about to devour the demon soldiers. If it weren't for the demon emperor's orders, they would have already charged forward. Only the demon general remained conscious. Charge! King Lu shouted out once more. The demon soldiers turned into a torrent as they charged towards the calm lake mountain. The sounds of battle echoed throughout the mountains. The water in the stream was originally clear, but when thousands of people stepped into it, the water became murky. Awu! When they were close enough, the demon soldiers roared towards the sky. Like lightning, they pounced towards the stone wall on the hillside. One of the captains remained motionless as he shouted, "Archers, get ready." Yes, a group of archers took out their arrows, drew their bows, and looked at the approaching demon soldiers. Throw! Many people didn't understand. They thought that the projectile shot had no power, but in fact, it possessed great destructive power, not inferior to a normal shot. Whoosh! 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 The sky darkened as hundreds of arrows pierced through the air. When they reached a high altitude, they fell back down due to the inertia of the iron arrows and arrow feathers. Pu. The arrows fell with great inertia. The demon soldiers were all wearing leather armor. When the arrows fell, blood splattered everywhere. The rain of arrows hit their vitals. More than 10 of them fell to the ground. Although the rest were demon soldiers, they immediately howled miserably. Some of the arrows didn't penetrate deep into their flesh, but they were still injured and bleeding. Shoot again. The sound of the bowstrings did not stop. Another batch of arrows whizzed out. The hillside was narrow, and the demon soldiers were densely packed. Even if the projectile shot had a low accuracy rate, the demon soldiers would still hit their targets. A demon soldier was unlucky. He fell to the ground, clutching his neck as he rolled on the ground. His mouth was wide open, but he couldn't make a sound. It turned out that a pitch-black arrow had landed on his neck, and he died instantly. Kill! Kill! The demon general roared. Even if they were demon soldiers, they had to obey the laws of life. If they couldn't defend against the flying arrows, even if they weren't hit in their vitals, they would still bleed profusely. If they were lucky, they would lose their ability to fight. If they were lucky, they would still bleed profusely and die. Awu! The demon soldier struggled to climb up. Aim and shoot. The third shot was aimed. The sound of bowstrings could be heard as a rain of arrows pounced down. The power of the arrows was much greater. Dozens of demon soldiers that were charging up fell to the ground. There aren't many left. Charge! The demon general shouted. Cannon rocks and black wood, fire! At this point, the captain shouted again. The soldier nervously and skillfully pushed the cannon rocks and black wood forward. Like a torrential downpour, the rolling rocks and black wood pounced onto the demon soldiers. When the demon soldiers collided with the rocks, they screamed in agony. Blood splattered everywhere. The demon soldiers swept away the rocks and black wood and charged forward again. Kill! Pei Ziyun watched from afar as he smiled to his left and right If there weren't any stone walls, we wouldn't be able to fight them head-on. But now that we're on a hill, even the demon soldiers would suffer heavy casualties, especially the cannon rocks and Blackwood. The effect of rolling down the hill was much better than expected. The more they rolled, the faster they got. Furthermore, they were attacked along the way, unlike the rain of arrows, which only covered a few dozen steps. As he spoke, the demon soldiers were agile and had leather armor on their bodies. However, as the rolling rocks and Blackwood fell, they screamed in agony. The sky was dark and gloomy. In just a few moments, many of the demon soldiers had perished. However, they continued to charge towards Calm Lake Mountain. There were still trees at the bottom of the mountain, but now they were all barren. Roar! At this point, a demon general's body swelled up. His body was covered with yellow and black tattoos. With a loud roar, the stone walls trembled. Fire! Heavy crossbows were already prepared on the stone wall. As soon as the demon general pounced forward, dozens of heavy crossbows shot towards the demon general's body. With a pew-pew-pew sound, even with the demon general's armor, he was still unable to defend. Immediately, 7 or 8 arrows pierced through his body, causing blood to spurt out. The demon general did not stop and heavily slammed into the stone wall, causing a loud sound as he died. A speck of demonic soul flew out, but before it could return, there was a faint ripple and it disappeared. Kill, kill, kill! The demon soldiers continued to charge forward. Their battle cries were like a tidal wave. Cannon rocks and black would rain down like a torrential downpour, drowning the city in waves. Blood, sweat, and the stench of disemboweled organs filled the entire battlefield. The demon soldiers rushed to the stone walls. Some of them did not even need stairs to climb up. At this point, a huge pot of boiling oil poured down. Amidst the burning smoke, screams could be heard. The entire hillside was dyed red. True sovereign, the enemy's bravery has exceeded our expectations. With the falling rocks and kerosene, our army has not suffered many casualties. However, our cannons, rocks, and Blackwood are being depleted very quickly. If we were to engage in close combat, we would have to sacrifice a lot. Looking at the battlefield, UG General Luo Yintai's eyes narrowed as he spoke. There's still no news from the main camp. Pei Ziyun's face was expressionless as he listened. Yes, true sovereign. We've already communicated with the Dao Records Department. However, there's still no response from the main camp. Hurry the main camp. Pei Ziyun opened his eyes and spoke calmly. Yes. Luo Yintai acknowledged and turned to leave. After a short while, he entered the tent. True sovereign, there's no response from the Dao Record Department. Could it be that they've isolated us from the main camp? Pei Ziyun laughed coldly. They stood us up. Yes. The people from the Dao Records Department obeyed immediately. 3 pigeons flew out. They were originally on the mountain and were flying very high up. Since they didn't see anyone shooting them down, they disappeared into thin air. Although the rain wasn't heavy, it was still cloudy and foggy. Initially, they were able to see hundreds of miles of the plains. But now, they couldn't see more than 10 miles. As for the demon soldiers, they continued to charge upwards. The sounds of battle cries rang out incessantly. Main camp, the residents of the city, had all been evacuated. The city had now become a military camp. Soldiers were patrolling the area with swords at their waists. The central camp was even more heavily guarded. A huge flag was raised high up in the sky. There was a simple and crude house, but there was a pigeon cage. At this point, 2 pigeons flew into the cage and chirped loudly. A middle-aged man with sunken cheeks received it and opened the tube on the pigeon's leg. He took one look and laughed coldly. He squeezed his hand, and the pigeon that was still crying for food died instantly. This man turned around and left. He had only taken a few steps when he saw General Qinyong. Qinyong looked much thinner than before. His dark face was filled with wrinkles. He didn't move an inch. After some silence, he asked, "What were you doing just now? What information is this?" "Your Excellency, there's no information," the middle-aged man replied. Qinyong's face turned cold. "You're just a mere 8th-ranked official, and you dare to bully me? Hand it over." "Your Excellency, there's an order from above." Before he could finish, Chen Yong grabbed the middle-aged man and took a look at the tube. He was instantly enraged. "True monarch has attracted the attention of the demon army and ordered us to gather and surround them. This is military intelligence. How dare you destroy it? You're courting death." As he spoke, he slapped the man across the face, sending him flying. Chen Yong wasn't satisfied yet. He was about to draw his blade and kill the man on the spot. At this point, a voice rang out from behind. "General Chun, stay your hand. This is my command." "Who is it?" Chen Yong roared out in anger when he heard this. "It's me." Chen Yong turned around and his body trembled. He felt a chill run down his spine. It was Imperial Envoy Li Pan. Li Pan was dressed in a third-ranked official robe and had a dignified aura about him. Chen Yong felt uneasy as he asked, "Imperial Envoy, what's the meaning of this?" "The true sovereign has received orders from the Emperor to prepare for reinforcements at any time." "Why are you?" "What you want to say is, how would I dare to destroy the intelligence?" Li Pan laughed as he glared at Chen Yong. Chen Yong felt his gaze was as sharp as a knife as he broke out in a cold sweat. Li Pan's expression was gloomy, as though he was tired. He sighed and waved his hand. "You may leave." The middle-aged officer broke out in a cold sweat as he turned around and retreated. "Chen Yong, you are a third-rank general. Over the years, you have contributed greatly to the battlefield. After this, you will be conferred a title of nobility. An earl will not be one less. I hope you won't make a mistake." When Chen Yong heard this, his face darkened as he reached for his blade. Li Pan's face turned cold. "I know you're friends with the true sovereign, but this isn't my intention. This is the intention of the higher-ups. This is a matter of great importance, and I hope you understand this. Don't tell me you dare to disobey." Chen Yong hesitated for a moment. "I don't believe you. I am a third-rank general. I can report this directly to the Imperial Court. I want to see if it's you or the Imperial Court who wants this." As he finished speaking, he turned around to leave. Seeing that Chen Yong was about to leave, Li Pan's expression turned cold. He waved his hand, and the two personal guards behind Chen Yong looked at each other, and one of them drew his blade. Chen Yong was immediately alerted, but everything happened too quickly. All he heard was a pu sound as a long blade pierced through his body. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. "Ah!" Chen Yong screamed as he fell to the ground. Fresh blood spurted everywhere, and he didn't die immediately. He looked at his own personal guard and saw that there were still traces of blood on his blade. "You! How dare you betray your master?" Chen Yong pointed at the two personal guards as he panted. His throat emitted a snoring sound that sounded like bellows. Li Pan laughed coldly. "Chen Yong, since you dare to disobey the Emperor's orders, then we have no choice but to execute you. I'm a third-rank general." "Li Pan, you are jealous of me." Li Pan laughed coldly and didn't want to listen any further. He made a gesture of cutting his throat and turned around to leave. The two personal guards stepped forward. "General Chun, we are indebted to you. We admire you very much. Under normal circumstances, we wouldn't betray you no matter what. However, our master is the Imperial Court, the Emperor. We can only follow his orders." As he spoke, the blade fell and pierced through Chen Yong's heart. Chen Yong's eyes were wide open, and he refused to close them. He died with a grievance. "Go and report to the Imperial Envoy that the general was ambushed by the demon soldiers. Although we fought a bloody battle, we were still no match for them. Let's go." The two personal guards wiped their blades clean and dragged the corpse away. Chapter 486. Within the pigeon cage, the pigeons seemed to be shocked by the bloody scene as they cried out. Seeing that the bodyguards had dragged the corpse away, a shadow appeared. "Ignorant fool." This person was the Imperial Envoy, Huang Yuanzhen. Her eyes were filled with disdain. It wasn't clear whether she was talking about Chen Yong or the two bodyguards. Li Pan didn't leave, but sighed. "In this half of my life, my reputation as an official is still acceptable, and there are even commoners who call me righteous. However, I know that I'm not worthy of such title. Besides being honest, I've committed many sins. When I killed Chen Yong just now, He didn't deserve to be killed, much less these two bodyguards. The merciful cannot lead an army. The situation had no other choice. Huang Yuanzhun wasn't the least bit emotional. King Lu can no longer cause trouble. The most important thing now is to kill Pei Ziyun and get rid of this threat for the dynasty and the dragon veins. At such a critical juncture, Qin Yong has become an unstable factor. If news of his death were to leak out, we would be in grave danger. Hence, it's fine to kill him. Besides, the imperial court will say that he was killed in battle and that he died for his country. Giving him the title of Earl is a good thing. Huang Yuanzhun then stopped talking about Qin Yong and frowned. Pei Ziyun is a cunning and treacherous person. If we don't do anything, he might be able to escape with his army. With such martial arts and divine powers, even tens of thousands of soldiers couldn't kill him. We must not let him escape. We can give him some hope and waste more soldiers. When that happens, he won't be able to escape even if he wants to. Li Pan calmed himself down and muttered to himself. That's great. Huang Yuanzhun nodded her head and spoke to the lieutenant. Send the signal that we're already here, but we're being attacked. Ask the true sovereign to hold on for a while longer. Yes, Your Excellency. The lieutenant acknowledged and went to relay the order. If that's the case, we can sit back and watch King Lu and Pei Ziyan fight to the death. That's true. However, it's better for us to break camp and get closer. If the demon soldiers manage to escape, it would be a problem for us. All right, let's do it that way. Once we succeed, we'll be able to annihilate 2 wolves and tigers for the imperial court in one fell swoop, establishing an unparalleled merit for the world. Although there might be some minor mistakes, for the sake of righteousness, we can't care about that. Li Pan smiled. Huang Yuanzhun nodded gloomily. That's right. But who else in the camp is acting strangely? You have to know that Pei Ziyun has been in charge of the entire camp twice. We have to be careful, lest we ruin our plans. Qin Yong's personality is straightforward and straightforward. Furthermore, he has received many favors from Pei Ziyun. That's why he hesitated. As for the others, since the imperial court has decreed it, who would dare to disobey? Li Pan sighed with emotion. Besides, don't underestimate the rank of the general. Even if there are any unusual movements, they can be dealt with directly by military law. There's no need to cover it up. That's right. Since they refused to obey orders, we killed them. Will His Majesty blame us? You and I are both heroes who have rendered great service to the country. Now that we have a cup of good wine, it is even better. As Huang Yuanzhun spoke, Li Pan paused for a second before laughing out loud. When this is over, let's go to Facing Wind Brothel for a drink. Wouldn't that be great? The two of them couldn't help but look at each other and burst out laughing. Then they walked side by side into the big tent and gave their orders. Men, pass down my order. Break camp immediately and move 50 miles from Calm Lake Mountain. A moment later, with the sound of the bugle, the 70,000 soldiers in the camp broke camp, their flags fluttering. Calm Lake Mountain, night had fallen. Dong, dong, dong. The Black Demon Army was like a tidal wave as they charged towards the camp. Prepare the crossbows, prepare the ballistas, load the catapults, fire. As soon as the order was given, huge rocks rolled down and dust billowed. The Black Demon soldiers fell to the ground with a boom. Their figures fell, and a strong killing intent rose up into the sky. The demon bandits are charging towards us. Prepare the executioners. Prepare the spears. The commanding officer's hoarse voice rang out. Kill. A rain of arrows, rocks, and logs fell onto the black demon horde, causing blood to splash everywhere. However, the demon soldiers charged forward without hesitation. They were already engaged in close combat with the soldiers, and corpses were everywhere. When the last wave of demon soldiers retreated, Luo Yintai was dark and skinny. Luo Yintai was black and skinny. He was at the forefront of the group, and his armor was full of scars. He took a deep breath and poured the contents of his flask into his mouth. A look of satisfaction flashed across his face as he ran forward. True sovereign, we've already held on for a day. Our crossbows and rocks are running out. The demon army's attacks are too ferocious. Should we break out of the encirclement? Pei Ziyan muttered to himself. Before he could speak, an official from the Tao Records Department stepped forward. True Sovereign, the main camp has replied. They said that they've been attacked, but they're already on their way. As long as we hold on for another day, the main camp will be able to catch up and wipe out the demon army. Hold on for another day? Pei Ziyun, who had charged forward several times, had a dozen wounds on his body. Fortunately, the wounds were not deep. His heart sank as he looked at the space within his body. There were 30 more statues in the space. These statues were not only killed by him, but by the soldiers as well. The amount of spiritual energy being converted is increasing. Pei Ziyun thought to himself as he called out, "System." Following the call, a plum blossom appeared in front of him. It grew bigger and became a translucent information interface. It floated in front of him, and numbers appeared. Earth Immortal, 6th level, 95. 3%. The amount of spiritual energy is almost sufficient. Hold on for another day, and I'll be as strong as steel. Even King Lu's army would find it hard to keep me here. In Luo Yintai's eyes, the Supreme was looking at the faint lights below in a daze. After a while, he smiled and said, "Since the camp said so, we will hold on for another day." Demon army camp, the entire area was shrouded in a thick mist of blood. Many generals stood around as King Lu arrived at the foot of the mountain. "Your Majesty, our army's casualties are not small. Of the 10,000 soldiers, we have already lost 3,000. Looking at the situation, the enemy has only lost 1,000. This kind of exchange is too heavy." Several demon generals said, wanting to stop the attack. King Lu listened to them. His face was expressionless as he asked, "Has there been any movement from the main camp?" "Your Majesty, according to the reports we received half a day ago, there's been no movement from the main camp. Even their usual drills have stopped. I don't think there'll be any reinforcements." Eunuch Liao spoke out. "Go." At this point, a horse galloped over and stopped about 100 meters away from them. "The Imperial Court has sent out their troops, and they're about 50 kilometers away," a scout reported. When King Lu heard this, he frowned, continued to scout. At this point, another scout was sent out to observe. The Imperial Court's army had already set up camp on Calm Lake Mountain. Rows and rows of fences were erected, and several cavalries were sent out to guard the camp. The main camp isn't moving forward. They've already set up camp. Hearing the report, all the generals looked at King Lu. King Lu's face was ashen as he pondered. Every single move he made now would affect the life and death of the entire demon army. He paced back and forth as he looked at the corpses of the demons. A gust of wind blew past him, causing him to shiver. He then turned to an officer and asked, "Official Xie, what do you think?" This officer wasn't used to his own body. He looked at the generals around him and laughed. This official thinks that if the Imperial Court sends reinforcements, they'll be within 30 kilometers of us. They'll even send people up the mountain to communicate with us. However, there's no movement at all. It's obvious that they want our army to perish together with Pei Ziyun. That's why they're giving us space to kill. If our army retreats, I'm afraid they'll surround us. Everyone, now you all know what's going on. We're no longer humans. We're part of the demon race, and are rejected by the heavens and earth. Without the demon king, I'm afraid we won't be able to survive. That's why the most important thing now is to appoint a new demon king. And to do that, we have to kill Pei Ziyun. As for the heavy losses we suffered earlier, it's actually because of the terrain of the mountain, as well as the fact that the ballistae are being burnt. However, upon closer inspection, the ballistae are running low. It's obvious that they're running out. Once they're used up, we'll have to fight them head-on. 1,000 of our demon soldiers can be exchanged for 3 times the number of humans. When that happens, everything will be different. Now that we have nowhere to retreat, we can only continue to kill our way up. This is the world of the living. No matter how strong Pei Ziyun is, he's just a single person. We can kill him. Everyone, please do your best for the future of the demon race. All the demons fell silent before replying. Your Majesty, please give your orders. Good. King Lu's eyes turned cold. All troops, listen to my command. Activate the blood mist and continue to attack the mountain. Roar. The demon soldiers obeyed the command as the blood mist started to spread around their bodies. It was like a stimulant that stimulated their bodies and souls. The demon army is attacking the mountain again. Luo Intai's body was riddled with wounds, and his eyes were bloodshot. At this point, he shouted out to the resting soldiers, "The demon race wants to defeat us? That's impossible. We have the Imperial Court. Just now, we received news from the main camp that they're going to send reinforcements. We shall be victorious. Long live victory! Long live victory!" The soldiers were more or less injured, and the stone walls were starting to crumble. The demon army surged forward once more. For the Imperial Court, the soldiers struggled with their fatigued bodies. Kill! Fire! The last batch of ballistae fell to the ground. Screams of pain could be heard as the demon soldiers fell to the ground. However, the good times didn't last long. Without another batch of ballistae falling to the ground, the morale of the demon soldiers was greatly boosted. Pierce! Several long spears pierced into the body of a demon soldier. The demon soldier screamed out in pain as he leapt towards another soldier. The long spears pierced through his body, but the demon soldier didn't seem to care at all as he fell to the ground. Roar! A demon general charged forward, killing his way up to the stone wall. The surrounding soldiers then leapt towards him. The demon general raised his mace and swept it across the soldiers, sending them flying. Their bodies were dented, and it was obvious that they wouldn't be able to survive. In just a few moments, the demon general had slaughtered his way through the wall. More and more demon soldiers shouted out and charged towards the top of the wall. Heavy crossbows! Luo Intai shouted out in anger, but the heavy crossbows didn't respond. He turned around and saw that the soldiers had been pierced through by the long spears. Fresh blood flowed from their wounds as they stood there. Quick, change to someone else. Luo Intai leapt forward and slashed his blade towards the demon general. The demon general had killed several people and couldn't even catch his breath. He raised his mace and slammed it against the demon general. Pong! The weapons clashed against each other, and the demon general was shaken. He took a step back. At this point, several crossbows shot out at the demon general. 3 to 4 arrows pierced through the demon general's body, but he wasn't dead yet. Go to hell! Pei Ziyun leapt several feet and slashed down with his sword. The demon general was still smiling, but his head had already fallen to the ground. Under the night sky, the stars could not be seen clearly due to the thick fog. Torches burned on the stone walls, and corpses fell to the ground one after another. Blood flowed continuously, forming a river of blood. Chapter 487. Calm Lake Mountain. Dawn. The sounds of battle rang out incessantly as the sun rose, painting the horizon red. Roar! A loud roar could be heard as the stone walls were breached. The demon soldiers and demon generals swarmed in. Kill! Dozens of wounded soldiers knew that the final moment had arrived as they charged forward, brandishing their swords. All of you are delicious food. All of you shall die. The demon general laughed sinisterly as he reached out with his claws and grabbed the officer's heart. Blood spurted out as he threw it into his mouth. Pooh! Without the protection of the stone walls, the remaining armored soldiers were killed within seconds. The demon soldiers pounced forward and devoured greedily. Boom! At this point, an explosion could be heard as the stone walls collapsed. Between the cracks, blood flowed continuously. It was hard to tell if the blood belonged to the armored soldiers or the demon soldiers' arms, thighs, and heads. Here they come again. Let's see how many more you have left. This wasn't the first time. The demon general was prepared for this as he rolled on the ground. He was only slightly injured. When he stood up, there was still blood and internal organs stuck to his body. However, he laughed sinisterly. Continue forward. Kill, kill, kill. The demon soldiers shouted and continued to push forward. The armored soldiers continued to retreat and continued to fight against the undamaged stone walls. This was the last line of defense. There were only about 300 armored soldiers left. The remaining 7,000 soldiers had died for their country. Their bodies were riddled with sword wounds and arrow holes. Their bodies were covered in blood as they raised their swords in preparation for the final battle. Luo Yintai's hair was disheveled and his arms were bandaged. His body was riddled with wounds. He looked at the demon soldiers below and shouted, "How many were killed?" "General, I saw that more than 300 were killed. The demon soldiers are getting more and more cunning." A lieutenant spoke with a pale face. "It's been 2 days. Why hasn't the main camp arrived? Could something have happened? Or is the main camp blocked by the demon soldiers and unable to come over?" Having lost the advantage of weapons, the demon soldiers were too strong. Up till now, the soldiers had sacrificed their lives for this outcome. What did the main camp say? Luo Yintai glared at one of the Dao officials. Many of the Dao Records Department's Dao officials had perished as well. This Dao official's face turned pale as he gritted his teeth. "The main camp asked us to hold on for another day. Just one more day, and we would be able to surround them and annihilate the demon soldiers." "Hey!" Without waiting for Luo Yintai to speak, the Daoist official spat angrily. His face was filled with hatred. "The encampment is only a day's journey away from us. We've been besieging it for 2 days now and have lost so many people. Yet we're still not there. You're saying that we'll persevere. You're just trying to fool us. It must be a treacherous official who wants to kill us. Even if I die, I will complain to the great ancestor. Where is perfected immortal?" Luo Yintai didn't seem to hear him as he shouted out to his personal guards. Before long, an armored guard stepped forward. "General, the true sovereign has killed hundreds of demon soldiers and tens of demon generals. He's exhausted and is meditating on the peak of the mountain, recovering his energy. He ordered us to stand guard and not disturb him. When the true sovereign recovers, he will come down to kill the demon soldiers." There was still a glimmer of hope on the bodyguard's face as he murmured in a low voice to comfort himself. Luo Yintai didn't speak. After some time, he sighed and walked around. The true sovereign alone killed 500 demon soldiers and 50 demon generals. He's truly brave. If it weren't for the true sovereign, we would have fallen right now. As Luo Yintai spoke, he thought to himself, "I was worried as well. The true sovereign's martial arts are not a blessing for the imperial court. But now that we're surrounded, I'm hoping that the true sovereign is strong." How contradictory. Just as he was thinking about this, someone shouted out, "General, the demon soldiers are attacking us again." Luo Yintai looked over and saw that the demon soldiers had thinned out. They were charging towards them once more. A demon general was holding a human head in his hand as he charged towards them. Fresh blood was dripping from the head, causing everyone to tremble in fear. "Fresh blood, I offer you your lives. Kill." Seeing the black wave of demons charging towards them, even Luo Yintai felt a sense of despair. It could be said that the only difference between humans and demons was that the demons had a much faster recovery rate. He then pulled out his blade. "My sons, it's time to die for our country. Kill." All the soldiers knew that there was no point in surrendering. With a loud boom, they shouted out and charged towards the demons. Wherever the walls met, blood splashed everywhere. Very soon, they were swallowed up by the black wave, and the entire defensive line was on the verge of collapsing. Luo Yintai was fully clothed and placed his hands into his pockets. With a loud roar, he charged into the enemy's formation. Although it was a simple action, the moment he appeared, blood splattered everywhere. After killing 2 demon soldiers, Luo Yintai's hands trembled as he felt a sense of exhaustion. It wasn't just him, all the human soldiers felt the same way. The demon soldiers attacked without rest. Even if they had food to replenish their energy, everyone was exhausted. Luo Yintai wanted to laugh, but the sound of wind breaking could be heard. In a flash, Luo Yintai's body flashed, and his blade slashed towards the demon soldier. The demon soldier screamed out in pain, but the wound was not deep. It was obvious that his strength was not enough to kill him. Kill him, he can't take it anymore. The surrounding demon soldiers paused and surrounded him without hesitation. Luo Yintai dodged to the side and was struck by a blade. He mustered his remaining strength, and in a flash, he had killed another demon soldier. Shoot! With a low shout, 3 arrows pierced through the air. Luo Yintai only managed to deflect 1 arrow with his blade before the other 2 arrows pierced through him. His entire body trembled as he felt a chill and numbness in his abdomen. His eyes dimmed, and he fell to the ground. "General! General!" his soldiers shouted out, and from afar they could hear the screams of the demon soldiers. At this point, the sky was turning bright, and the entire wilderness was clear. 50 kilometers away, the camp was just a small dot, but it could be seen clearly. When Luo Yintai saw it, he was overjoyed. "The camp is here. The camp is here. My sons, you're saved." Before he could finish speaking, he was already dead with a smile on his face. At this point, the demon soldiers and demon generals had already arrived in front of Pei Ziyin. They clashed, and fresh blood splattered everywhere. The Dao official was behind him and used his last bit of energy to pull out his blade. The demon general laughed coldly and slashed his blade at the Dao official's neck. His head flew up and landed far away. Pooh! Fresh blood splattered all over the ground. The demon soldiers had killed the last Dao official and soldier. One of the soldiers was still alive and said softly, "The camp is here. The imperial court will avenge us, and the true sovereign will avenge us." At the next moment, one of the demon soldiers stretched out his claws and pierced through the soldier's chest. Fresh blood spurted out. Fresh blood flowed continuously, and corpses were scattered all over the ground. "Quick! Pei Ziyin isn't here. Search quickly, search quickly." The demon general scanned the area and did not see Pei Ziyin anywhere. Following his orders, the demon soldiers spread out, searching everywhere. On top of a mountain, for some unknown reason, there was a depression in the ground, which had turned into a pond. It was 3 to 4 meters long and 2 to 3 meters wide. The water was clear, and white sand could be seen. There were a few small fish swimming at the bottom of the pond and occasionally pecking at the seaweed on the rocks. Spring water flowed out of the pond, forming a small stream. Dong! Pei Ziyin washed away the bloodstains in the pond. There were traces of dried blood on the surface of his sword. As he washed the blood, it flowed into the pond, and the fish all ran away in fear. After a while, Pei Ziyin washed himself clean and changed into a simple Taoist robe. He wore a pair of wooden clogs, and his sleeves hung loosely. Stepping onto a rock, he gazed into the distance. Under the sunlight, corpses were strewn all over the place. It was a complete mess. Broken limbs intertwined with each other, stretching far into the distance. All 7,000 soldiers had died in battle, and there were only about 2,000 demon soldiers left. They were scattered all over the mountain slopes, searching. Pei Ziyin descended calmly and saw Luo Yintai. At this point, Luo Yintai was frozen in place. He smiled and pointed to a direction. Looking in the direction he pointed, he saw that the dark clouds had dispersed, and the army camp could be seen clearly. How pitiful! Pei Ziyin lowered his head. Looking at his expression, Luo Yintai did not realize that the army camp was already here and thought that reinforcements had finally arrived. "I've found Pei Ziyin." At this point, a sharp-eyed demon soldier shouted. The demon soldiers quickly gathered around Pei Ziyin and stared at him. At this point, no one dared to approach him. Instinctively, the demon race felt fear. After some time, the crowd parted and a man walked in. "Pei Ziyin, I've won. You've been fighting for 3 days and 3 nights. How many Dao arts do you have left?" King Lu walked 100 steps away and looked at Pei Ziyin. "It wasn't in vain that I sacrificed so many demon soldiers." "Is that so?" Pei Ziyin laughed, but there was no warmth in his smile. Main Camp Imperial Envoy Li Pan listened to the Taoist official's report and stood up. "The soldiers who were trapped have been killed. Yes, the Taoist officials are always at the back. And just now, all the life lamps of the Taoist officials we sent out were extinguished. There's only one possibility. They've all died in battle. The Taoist officials have all died in battle. I'm sure the thousands of elite soldiers have all perished as well. Perhaps even the true sovereigns have perished as well." The Taoist official spoke. His voice was filled with sorrow. Ha! Hearing these words, Li Pan threw his head back and laughed out loud. This caused the Taoist official to be stumped, as he suspected that the imperial envoy had gone mad. He looked up and felt a chill run down his spine. Looks like it's time for us to attack. Huang Yuanjin stood up. Brotherly, if we don't act now, when will we? The both of them looked at each other and smiled. They already had a plan, and now they just had to execute it. Men, now that we've got the chance to attack, prepare to attack. The imperial envoy gave the order, and the drums of the camp started beating. Flags fluttered in the wind, as the two imperial envoys were dressed in light armor and had their robes draped over their shoulders. They led their troops and charged towards Calm Lake Mountain. Calm Lake Mountain, Pei Ziyin laughed. Is that so? Do you think you've won? He pointed his finger and called out, System. As soon as he called out, a plum blossom appeared before his eyes. It grew bigger and became a translucent information interface. It floated in front of his eyes as a series of numbers appeared. Earth Immortal, 6th level, 115, 7%. With another tap, spiritual energy flowed into him. Several demon generals took a step back. Not good. Everyone look. Under the sunlight, Pei Ziyun's head glowed with a metallic sheen. Within a few breaths, the skin on his upper body was like metal. Seeing this, King Lu sucked in a breath of cold air. That's not right. He's obviously at the 7th level of the Earth Immortal stage. Could it be that you're using us to break through? No, that's not possible. Kill him. Hurry up and kill him. King Lu shouted out. One of the generals stood up. Although he was wearing armor, he raised his spiked mace and swung it at Pei Ziyun. As he swung his spiked mace, the shadow of a snake could be seen, as though it was about to swallow the heavens and earth. Pei Ziyun's expression didn't change as he raised his hand to block the attack. A loud dang sound could be heard as sparks flew. It was as though the attack had landed on an iron pillar. Seeing this, King Lu didn't bother watching any longer as he turned around and retreated. Chapter 488. Calm Lake Mountain. The sun rose above the clouds, painting the mountain with a layer of gold. Pei Ziyun looked at King Lu's retreating back, as well as the row of demon soldiers below him. All sorts of memories from the past flooded into his mind. Although he had some achievements in his previous life, he died in a car accident. Although the original owner had powerful weapons, he was trapped in many ways and died a useless death. Only now could he break through everything. So, although it feels like I've been through so much, it's only been 6 years. Pei Ziyun's vision blurred as he closed his eyes. The emotions he had been suppressing for a long time exploded out of him. Although he had thousands of words to say, he only managed to say one sentence. The Tao monarch is gone. The great ancestor is dead. From now on, this is my world. With a wave of his hand, a halberd appeared in his hands. He then stepped forward. Dong, dong, dong. Actually, King Lu's decision to retreat was the right thing to do. As King Lu retreated, the sound of drums could be heard. The demon soldiers cheered loudly, their spirits lifted. Kill! A demon general let out a loud roar and led the demon soldiers to charge forward. Their speed instantly reached the limit. Damn it! Pei Ziyun shouted out as the demon soldiers stopped in their tracks. Only the demon general wasn't affected. However, this created a situation where he was alone. Die! With a wave of his halberd, a cold light flashed. The demon general's entire body shook violently as he tried to dodge to the side at an unimaginable speed. Too late. Pooh! Although he managed to avoid being hit, the cold light still pierced through his armor, causing blood to spurt out from his mouth. The next moment, the demon general fell to the ground dead. A demonic spirit flashed as it tried to escape, but it disappeared without a trace. In the next moment, he waved his right hand as the tip of his halberd shone with a golden light. The demon soldiers that had stopped in their tracks were split in half. Shoot! The sound of arrows piercing through the air could be heard as they flew towards him like a rain of locusts. Ding ding! Pei Ziyun didn't even bother to block the arrows as they landed on his body. However, They only pierced through his clothes and caused sparks to fly off his skin. It was as if they had hit an iron pillar. The halberd flashed once more as cries of agony rang out. The demon soldiers, who were already exhausted, couldn't even withstand a single round of attacks as they were killed. Kill! Several demon generals charged towards him. Their speed was as fast as lightning. Pei Ziyun raised his halberd and shouted, "Intimidate!" This time it was a mental attack. With a hong sound, even though it was a fiend general, it still fainted for a moment. However, this moment was enough. An arc of light shot out, carrying with it wind and lightning. Wind-lightning chop. Whether it was a person's body or armor, they were like paper when they encountered this. With a series of ripping sounds, the 4 demonic beast generals were cut into 8 pieces, and they coughed out a thick mist of blood. Their momentum did not decrease, and they killed another batch of demonic beast soldiers behind them. The demon general and demon soldier, who only had half a body left, had yet to die. They wailed pitifully. Die! Amidst the angry roar, a demon general dressed in black armor with gold inlaid pounced forward. His resolute face was expressionless as he raised his spear and stabbed forward. It was an extremely clever move. This person must have been an expert in the army. It's even more powerful after transforming into a demon. It's just that there's no difference when you meet me now. Pei Ziyun's halberd slashed out, and a loud clang could be heard as he blocked the enemy's spear. However, a terrifying force traveled up the spear, causing the demon general's entire body to tremble. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood as he fell backwards. No, impossible. The demon general revealed a look of disbelief and despair. All of a sudden, he felt a sharp pain in his waist. It turned out that he had been sliced in half, and a pillar of blood shot up into the sky. On the battlefield, everyone had underestimated Pei Ziyun. The Tao monarch had also undergone the cast iron bronze imbuement. However, in terms of mastery of Tao arts, he might not be able to surpass Pei Ziyun, much less reach Pei Ziyun's level of martial arts. Pei Ziyun's martial arts had already reached the limits of what a human could achieve in this world. When combined with Tao arts and the cast iron bronze imbuement, it wasn't a simple addition, but a multiplier. King Lu had already reached the safe zone. When he saw the commotion, he revealed a fierce look. "I don't believe that you've really become a cast iron bronze imbuement. All of you, listen to my command. Block the path for a while. When you lose your morale, I shall kill you myself." As soon as he finished speaking, he conjured a series of hand seals, causing the reincarnation platform to tremble. Waves of demonic energy emanated from it, and the blood mist from the pool permeated the entire battlefield. The demon soldiers were nourished by the blood mist, and their morale and stamina were greatly boosted. The horn of war rang out, and the entire demon army began to charge forward. "Kill!" Thousands of demon soldiers shouted out as they charged forward. "Go to hell!" The halberd spat out energy from his body, and within a radius of 10 feet, all the demon soldiers and generals who charged forward were killed instantly. They didn't even have time to unleash a second attack. Soldiers who fight with righteous indignation will win. It's a pity that the disparity in strength is too great. Even the most ferocious battle will be useless. To Pei Ziyun, the demon soldiers who were charging forward were just like ants that were sent to their deaths. Within moments, the corpses of the demon soldiers piled up and started to charge towards King Lu. Along the way, the halberd danced in the air like a gigantic dragon. Wherever it passed, the demon soldiers and generals died. Once there were too many of them, Pei Ziyun didn't hesitate as he raised his halberd. Deterrence, wind and thunder slash. A wave of energy rippled out, and the moment the demon soldiers came into contact with the energy ripple, their bodies trembled. Following that, a ray of light shot through the air with the power of wind and thunder. More than 10 people around him had a line of blood appear on their abdomen as they fell to the ground. In an instant, Pei Ziyun had cleared out a radius of 30 feet around him. At this point, he had already reached the foot of the mountain. He then leapt onto a horse and sped towards King Lu. The horse charged forward, and the halberd flashed as blood splattered everywhere. Several demon generals surrounded Pei Ziyun and attacked him from all sides. Sparks flew everywhere, and with another flash, they were all dismembered. Even if the demon soldiers and generals had a secret technique, they couldn't maintain their morale at this point. They were on the verge of collapsing and screamed as they turned around to flee. Pei Ziyun urged his horse and charged towards King Lu at an extremely fast speed. Seeing that the situation was dire, King Lu shouted out, "Draw closer to the main camp." Hundreds of riders surrounded King Lu as they made their way towards the main camp. Li Pan and Huang Yuanjun were leading the army as they approached. When they saw this, they were stumped. What's going on? A general chasing after 1,000 riders? At this point, someone from the records department rushed forward and panted heavily. "My two imperial envoys. The one running in front is King Lu, and the one chasing after him is a true sovereign." "What?" Both of them were taken aback as they turned around and asked, "Are you sure?" "Yes. Although King Lu has been stripped of his title, he is after all the emperor's son. One look and you can tell that he's a true sovereign. True sovereign isn't an ordinary person either, and can tell that he's a true sovereign as well." As soon as these words entered their ears, the two imperial envoys shuddered. Li Pan mumbled, "True sovereign? Is he really that powerful?" Huang Yuanjun was the first to realize what was going on. She took a look and sucked in a breath of cold air. She then hurriedly said, "Let's go and meet him. We can't let the true sovereign kill King Lu." Li Pan came to his senses as well as he patted his horse. He didn't wait for the rest of the army behind him as he led the imperial envoys forward. Yes. We can't let the true sovereign kill King Lu." Pei Ziyun clapped his hands together as a gust of wind appeared beneath him. His horse felt as though it was being carried by the wind as it galloped at full speed. It seemed as though he was about to catch up to King Lu. The demon riders who were lagging behind were all killed by him. At this point, there was a loud shout as the 10 demon generals charged towards Pei Ziyun. They were prepared to fight to the death. "Your courage is commendable, but it's useless." Flash. The demon generals were either unable to move or unable to see. A cold light flashed past King Lu's eyes. All he could see was that the 10 demon generals behind him had all fallen to the ground. King Lu could no longer maintain his composure as he ran towards the main camp and shouted, "I am King Lu, the son of the founding emperor. I surrender to my elder brother." This shout was heard by everyone in the main camp. Everyone's expressions were extremely interesting. They didn't expect King Lu to react in such a way. The two imperial envoys looked at each other before shouting, "Quick, stop him." Seeing this, Pei Ziyun couldn't help but laugh. King Lu lives up to his name. Such decisiveness, such thick skin. As he finished speaking, he increased his speed towards King Lu. King Lu's legs were trembling as he shouted, "Xiet Dong Chung, why aren't you protecting me?" A sigh could be heard as the last 4 riders turned around to face King Lu. Kung. After 4 strikes, the 4 riders spat out a mouthful of blood as they shouted, "No!" Wind and thunder slash. A ray of light flashed through the air as it sliced through the air. 3 of the demon generals screamed out in pain as they were sliced in half at the waist. Only one of them managed to raise his long spear to block the attack. There was a pu sound as a red line sliced through the air. Xiedong Chung let out a long sigh as he stood in front of Pei Ziyun, who would have thought that I wouldn't even be able to block a few moves from you. Thinking back to when we first met in Ing Prefecture, if only I could kill you with all my might. How good would that be? At this point, the imperial envoys were nearing. Pei Ziyun's eyes gleamed as he laughed. It's a pity that even if there's a medicine for regret, it's not something you can have. Don't waste time, Dai. Lightning flashed, and a cold light flashed. Xiedong Chung groaned as he was split into 2 halves. A wisp of his primordial spirit tried to escape, but it too disappeared in a flash. Without anyone blocking his path, Pei Ziyun urged his horse forward and was nearing King Lu. King Lu panicked as he shouted out to the imperial envoys, "I am the son of the founding ancestor. Why aren't you protecting me?" Li Pan and Huang Yuanzhen hurriedly shouted out, "True sovereign, please wait. The emperor wishes to spare King Lu's life." Seeing that Pei Ziyun wasn't paying attention to them, Huang Yuanzhen shouted out, "Pei Ziyun, are you going to defy the emperor's orders?" At this point, Pei Ziyun laughed out as he raised his halberd. A cold light flashed, and a scream was heard. A line of blood appeared on King Lu's abdomen as his upper body fell to the ground. His face was filled with disbelief as the shadow of a dragon flashed before disappearing. Li Pan and Huang Yuanzhen were only a few feet away when they saw this. They were enraged as they pointed at Pei Ziyun. "You traitor!" Before they could finish speaking, they saw Pei Ziyun laugh out as he raised his halberd once more. Both of them felt their hair stand on end. Just as they were about to react, another cold light flashed past them. The two imperial envoys had looks of disbelief on their faces as they fell to the ground as well. The entire camp behind them was in an uproar, as they were still half a mile away from Pei Ziyun. After killing King Lu and the imperial envoys, Pei Ziyun looked at the capital city once more before laughing out loud. The camp was in a daze. The tens of thousands of people didn't make any noise. After a while, a eunuch with a pale face screamed, Quickly report this information to His Majesty." Chapter 489. Hills. The sound of thunder could be heard as the rain started to fall. There was no one else in the forest, only Pei Ziyun. He released his horse and rode through the forest. He circled a small hill and saw an old temple. The door to the temple was still standing, but the walls had collapsed. When Pei Ziyun reached the altar, he saw that there were several wooden fences stacked together. He didn't even need to use a match. With a wave of his hand, a bonfire was lit. Cough, cough. As soon as he moved, he felt a sharp pain in his chest, and his internal organs were affected. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, which fell to the ground and formed a black blood clot. The imperial qi has taken a huge toll on me. King Lu's destiny. And even after transforming into a demon, I didn't expect the backlash to be so severe. The heavens are truly biased. As he spoke, Pei Ziyun felt an itch in his throat. He coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. Only then did his breathing become smoother. Just as he was thinking about this, he felt his body sinking. A powerful suction force was pulling him over. King Lu's paradise, reincarnation, platform boom. The blessed land was shaking. Cracks appeared on the ground, and the demonic aura dispersed. The faces on the demonic trees were filled with fear, and the skeletons swaying between the branches were bumping into each other uneasily. The palace similarly collapsed. Waves of thunder sounded in the sky, and the blood pond was boiling. Layers of dark clouds condensed in the sky. Lightning shuttled back and forth, making people's hearts tremble. Ka! The sound of thunder exploded in the underworld earth, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Under the influence of this, cracks appeared on the reincarnation platform. Following the sound of thunder, the cracks grew longer and longer, and the speed at which it collapsed also increased. Heavenly tribulation, it's heavenly tribulation. King Lu has failed as well. It seems like he has been swallowed by the source of the world. The lonely scholar seemed to be crying and laughing at the same time. He seemed to have lost his soul, and two streaks of bloody tears flowed down his cheeks. Suddenly, he waved his hand and forcefully activated the reincarnation platform. I was once authorized, and I can control it now. For the demon race, what is my life worth? The scholar placed his hand on the reincarnation platform. Go! The reincarnation platform rumbled, producing a powerful suction force. It sucked the blood from the lake and turned it into mist, bathing the tens of thousands of statues. Go, hide in this world. Perhaps after a few generations, you will forget about the demon race. But it doesn't matter. Wait for our demon race to produce another demon emperor. Then you will all awaken and rise to power. We've swept through many worlds. It's not like we haven't encountered such a situation before, but we will definitely emerge victorious. As the blood mist poured into the statues, the demonic spirits awakened one by one. At this moment, their eyes were clear as they looked at the scholar. They bowed to the scholar and turned into light spots that flew away. Come, let me see the wrath of this world. Our demon race will rise in the end. The scholar had already turned into a statue. He used the last of his strength to welcome the lightning and shouted, "Come." A bolt of lightning exploded, but it wasn't a bolt of lightning that fell. Instead, it was a silhouette. It was a young man, surrounded by a golden glow. It was Pei Ziyun. Boom! Pei Ziyun's body was covered with a layer of brass, as though he was carrying a heavy burden. Although his body was light and graceful, every step he took left a deep imprint on the ground. In the skies, a demonic dragon was circling in midair. Clouds and air pressure weighed down on Pei Ziyun, and lightning could be seen flashing across the skies. Zizi. At this stage, the great Su dynasty's imperial envoy and the rebel king have joined forces to deal with me? Pei Ziyun could see clearly that the two balls of imperial qi were supporting the demonic dragon. He then grunted coldly. Rebel, go to hell. The flood dragon clawed down at Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun's body shone with a metallic glow as he punched out. Boom! The air rumbled as lightning flashed. Following the roar of the dragon, the flood dragon was enraged and slammed down viciously. It coiled around Pei Ziyun's body, as though it was both real and illusory. The trees and shrubs around him were blown away by the wind, as green smoke rose from them. Pei Ziyun's body shone with a metallic glow. He was only relying on his cast iron bronze to defend himself. Every time the imperial qi clawed at him, sparks flew everywhere. Boom! Pei Ziyun's fist landed on the flood dragon, causing it to disperse slightly. However, it was enraged and bit down on him. Pei Ziyun's Taoist robe was torn apart, and his metallic skin was torn apart. Claw marks and teeth marks appeared on his skin. Go to hell. Pei Ziyun punched out again and again. His cast iron bronze body was able to hit the imperial qi in midair, causing waves of wind to blow up. You've already lost your country, and you still want to wreak havoc? Go to hell. After an unknown period of time, Pei Ziyun reached out and grabbed hold of the flood dragon. He then tore it apart viciously. The flood dragon had long lost its luster and could no longer hold on. With a loud wail, it was torn apart. The dragon's head was still roaring, "I am the dragon of the Su dynasty. You dare to kill me and the imperial envoy? You have already committed a crime against the Su dynasty and against the heavens." It's still making a ruckus. Pei Ziyun's body was riddled with wounds. With a wave of his hand, his wounds healed. At the same time, a plum blossom appeared, and the flood dragon disappeared. Following the disappearance of the flood dragon, the entire paradise started shaking. Pei Ziyun looked around and saw the reincarnation platform. The reincarnation platform was about 12 meters tall, and its pillars were extremely majestic. He then leaped up and landed in front of the reincarnation platform. He saw a statue of a scholar. Just as he was about to take a closer look, he felt a strange force trying to penetrate into his body. A voice rang out. At first, it was very soft, but gradually became clearer and louder. It sounded like thunder, demon race, demon race, demon race. It was as if the entire space was filled with this voice. After a few seconds, Pei Ziyun shouted, "System." Following his call, a plum blossom appeared in front of him. It grew bigger and bigger until it became a translucent information interface. It floated in front of him, and a string of words appeared before his eyes. Mission: kill King Lu and take over the reincarnation platform. Completed. Are you sure? Yes. Pei Ziyun was sure. All of a sudden, a plum blossom opened up. At first, it was only the size of a palm, but it grew bigger and bigger, almost enveloping the entire reincarnation platform. Following this, the reincarnation platform started to shake as if it was struggling to break free. No, the reincarnation platform lit up with a blinding light. In the next moment, a three-faced giant appeared. At the next moment, all sorts of divine powers were unleashed. However, the resistance was futile. The light from the plum blossom caused it to break apart, just like the last time. As it broke apart, The reincarnation platform became smaller and smaller, until it was only the size of a palm. The plum blossom swallowed it whole and floated in midair. The plum blossom was originally only a short branch, but it started to grow longer. It was 3 feet long and looked extremely energetic. Is this an evolution? Pei Ziyin stared at it in shock. All of a sudden, the plum blossom shrunk back into the space between his eyebrows. It then turned into a translucent information interface and floated in front of him. Mission of this world completed. Leave this world within 3 years and enter the next world. Countdown begins. Wait, this was completely out of his expectations. Just as Pei Ziyun shouted out, his vision turned dark and bright again. He had already entered the dimension. As soon as he entered the dimension, he saw that the dimension had expanded once again. A huge hall had already taken shape in the center of the dimension. There were many beasts carved onto the pillars, as well as all sorts of plants. In the middle of the hall, there was a throne with a crown on it. It was extremely majestic. The statues were lined up in a row, surrounding the entire hall. Soon, there were hundreds more statues. At this point, the entire dimension and the hall started to shake. A demonic dragon roared, and King Lu's face could be seen. I am the son of King Su. You dare to kill me and imprison me? Traitor! 2 balls of imperial qi appeared as well, as they berated him. A huge amount of pressure pressed down on him. Pei Ziyun felt as if he couldn't breathe properly, as if his chest was being blocked. Before he could finish speaking, a blade of wind sliced through the air. The demonic dragon's blood splattered all over the place, before dissolving into spiritual qi. The demonic dragon's wound started to heal, but the blade of wind continued to fly out. The demonic qi continued to be absorbed, as more and more pillars appeared around palace. Cough, cough. Pei Ziyun took in a deep breath, as spiritual qi continued to flow into his body. A cooling sensation spread throughout his body, nourishing him. Pei Ziyun regained his senses and shouted, "System!" As he called out, a plum blossom appeared in front of him. It grew bigger and became a translucent information interface. It floated in front of him as the numbers appeared before him. Earth Immortal, 7th level 15, 9% who? The backlash from Imperial Qi was so strong that it exceeded my expectations. I can't even withstand the backlash from the 7th level. I have to level up once more. However, I've sacrificed 7,000 soldiers, killed hundreds of demon generals, and even killed King Lu. I've accumulated a large amount of resources, and it's only a matter of time before I level up. Just as he was thinking about this, he felt a warning in his heart. His body trembled as he returned to the dilapidated temple. When he woke up, he shouted, "Who's there?" As Pei Ziyun spoke, his body flickered as he flew out of the temple like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. He then dashed toward the direction. This place was covered with trees and bushes. There were even vines and thorns all over the place. There were even several snake berries on the ground, which were bright red. Pei Ziyun pounced forward and could only see a corner of his robe. The next moment, he disappeared. The bushes were in front of him, and Pei Ziyun sliced them apart with his sword. No one. How is that possible? Pei Ziyun looked around and could only see a patch of bushes. There was no one there. Is there anyone who can hide from me? When he looked around again, he noticed that the bushes had covered half of his vision. The ground was covered with thorns and vines. The bright red snakeberries were still in good condition, and there was no trace of them at all. Something's not right. Pei Ziyun looked around and stretched out his finger to touch the thorns of the vines. He noticed that there was a thread of velvet on the thorns of the vines. If he didn't look closely, he wouldn't be able to see it clearly. Pei Ziyun stretched out his finger to feel it, and his expression changed. This qi is unfathomably deep and extremely pure. What's this? Pei Ziyun frowned. His heart was filled with shock. He then thought to himself, among the Taoist sects, there aren't many Earth Immortals left. With Chung Yuanzi as the leader, there shouldn't be any other Taoist who can surpass me. Even if there is, it would only be the Earth Immortals. Which Taoist has this chi? Could it be a Tao monarch? However, this chi doesn't seem right. It's too faint. As he thought of this, he frowned. He paced several steps before his eyes revealed a cold look. Since that's the case, I shall not hold back. Chapter 490. Imperial Palace. Warm chamber under the clear blue skies. The golden tiles shone resplendently. The white marble floor shone with a warm glow. From afar, the palace seemed to be shrouded by a layer of mist, making it hard to see clearly. At the end of the corridor, a eunuch walked in hurriedly, holding on to an urgent report. Along the corridor, there were many palace maids standing in front of the doors. There were 8 eunuchs standing in front of the warm chamber. Behind the folding screen, there were 2 eunuchs standing in front of it. The eunuch walked in and kowtowed without saying a word. The sound of paper rustling could be heard as Emperor Chitai wrote down the report. "What's the matter? I shall speak to you after I'm done." The eunuch bowed and stood in front of the report. After Emperor Chitai finished writing, he stretched his back and looked up. The eunuch then spoke. "Your Majesty, it's an urgent report from Jin Prefecture." "Let me take a look." Emperor Chitai paused as he hurriedly spoke. The eunuch then handed the report over to the emperor. When the emperor saw the report, his entire body trembled as he swayed. The eunuch hurriedly supported him and steadied him. Emperor Chitai's face was pale as sweat dripped down his forehead. He mumbled, "How could this be? How could this be, Your Majesty?" The eunuch asked worriedly. Emperor Chitai gasped for air before waving his hands. "I'm fine. I lost control of myself for a moment. Just tell me to rest." Summon Feng Min. Emperor Chitai sat down on his bed and spoke out weakly. After some time, Feng Min rushed over and bowed to the emperor. However, he was interrupted by Emperor Chitai. "Minister Feng, you may arise. I've just received an urgent report. Pei Ziyun has killed King Lu and the imperial envoy. He's rushing towards the capital city." "Minister Feng, do you have a plan? I know that the arrow is knocked on the bow and has to be released. However, I still feel a little anxious. Where are the Tao monarch and the people from the Tao sect?" The emperor thought about how Pei Ziyun was riding a horse at top speed, traveling 300 miles in a day to reach the capital city. He had hoped that Pei Ziyun would come, but at this moment, he could not help but feel a chill in his heart. As he spoke, he coughed repeatedly, and his face turned a sickly red. "Your Majesty." Feng Min knew that right now, the emperor's heart was in chaos. However, at this point, she had to calm the emperor's heart no matter what. He then took a few steps forward and bowed. "Your Majesty, the Tao monarch has predicted that Pei Ziyun will not give up without a fight. At this moment, he is leading a group of Taoists to kill Pei Ziyun at the Immortals Crossing in order to break his spirit and obtain first-hand information. At this point in time, the Imperial City has 7,000 Imperial Guards, the Tao Records Department, and 11 other sections. In addition to that, there's the Seven Dragons soul-severing spell that's specially designed to deal with Taoists. There's also the Tao Monarch standing on our side. Not to mention the fact that Pei Ziyun hasn't reached the level of cast iron or bronze. Even if he had heaven-defying luck and managed to step into the level of cast iron and bronze by a fluke, he would still be unable to escape from this trap. The only way out would be death. When Emperor Chitai heard Feng Min's words, he felt that his side had a greater chance of winning. His emotions gradually calmed down and he laughed. "I panicked just now. AI, to remain calm even if Mount Tai collapses in front of you. Is it easier said than done? The matter of Pei Ziyun killing the imperial envoy happened in front of everyone's eyes. How should we deal with it? This matter is not something that I can speak of. However, it involves a Taoist, and I dare not hide anything. In my opinion, we should issue a gag order to the entire camp. Once the truth is revealed, we can then announce the punishment to the world." Feng Min kowtowed as he spoke. Emperor Chitai immediately understood and replied, "Your Excellency is right. Official road since the founding of the empire, They had built official roads. This was one of the newly built roads. It was straight and wide, with wheat fields on both sides. This year, other than the war-torn areas, the weather was pretty good. There was plenty of rain, and the winter wheat was green and lush. When the wind blew, the green sprouts would sway. It looked like there would be a good harvest this May. Not long after the sun rose, there were many horses and carriages on the road. At this point, a horse galloped towards them. Seeing this horse, many people moved aside to make way for it. Some even shouted, "Why aren't you moving? This is an official horse from the relay station. It looks like there's something urgent going on." It's an urgent matter. If it blocks the road, it doesn't matter if it dies. Pei Ziyin could hear them talking, but he ignored them. After killing the imperial envoy, he continued on his way to the relay station. Each time, he would change to a new horse. The only difference was that his speed was extremely fast. Every day, he had to use his Tao arts to increase his life force. He had to run as fast as he could and was sweating profusely. This was the only way he could reach the capital city so quickly. At this point, Pei Ziyin had a solemn expression on his face. It was hard to tell if he was happy or angry. As expected, the relay station treated me like an imperial envoy and a true sovereign. They didn't receive any other orders. Kiki, the imperial court, I understand. Pei Ziyin shook his head and sighed. Ever since the emperor sent out 5 golden tokens to urge him to enter the capital city, he knew that his relationship with the emperor was over. Thinking back to when the emperor was trapped in the crown prince's palace, he had to help the crown prince out of his predicament and ascend to the throne. Now that the rabbit was dead, the hound was cooked. What was even more hateful was that some Taoists from the Tao sect were stirring up trouble, trying to kill him. Whatever, he had to deal with these flies and dogs. System. A plum blossom appeared in front of his eyes. It grew bigger and bigger until it became a translucent information interface. It floated in front of him, and numbers appeared before his eyes. Earth Immortal. Level 7, 91, 5%. Soon, he would be able to advance to the Earth Immortal Level 8 at any time. When that time comes, all schemes and plots would be useless in front of absolute power. Go! Pei Ziyin galloped toward a river. This was a crossing. At this point, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. After a while, the dizziness slowly disappeared. Pei Ziyin looked around him and noticed a shed built at the mouth of the river. Outside the shed, there was a stone tablet with the words, Immortals Crossing. So he had arrived at the Immortals Crossing so quickly. It looked like he wasn't far from the capital city. Legend has it that immortals would ride the wind and cross the river. Hence, it was named the Immortals Crossing. The owner of the shed was a young man. He was weeding the weeds. When he heard movement, he raised his head and looked over. Pei Ziyin looked over, and his eyes lit up. The young man was dressed in a white robe. He looked simple and extraordinary. This was the first time he had seen someone like him. The both of them stared at each other for some time. Pei Ziyin knew that he had met his match. The young man stood up straight and gestured with his hand, "I am Zhu Chun." This name was foreign to him. Pei Ziyin muttered to himself before asking, "Tao Monarch." Zhu Chun's name had actually disappeared from history. However, Dark Altar sect still had some records of him. It was said that the direct descendants of Zhu Chun had disappeared. However, there were still 7 branches that were indirectly related to him. This name of mine has disappeared from the world for a long time. I didn't expect you to recognize me. The Tao Monarch extended his hand. I haven't tasted good wine in 1,000 years. A few days ago, Feng Min brought me out to drink. Who would have thought that the food and wine in this world would still taste the same as it did 1,000 years ago? These words caused Pei Ziyin to laugh. Tao Monarch's words are a little pretentious. Although my name doesn't exist, there are still Tao Monarchs in my monastery. The title of Tao Monarch was bestowed upon me by the Emperor of the world. He first conferred the title of Tao Master, then True Sovereign, and finally Tao Monarch. AI, let's not talk about this. Let me treat you to a drink. Since the Tao Monarch is treating me to a drink, how can I refuse? Pei Ziyin laughed as he sat down. The Tao Monarch personally poured a cup of wine for Pei Ziyin and asked, Are you really going to the capital city? I'm going to the capital city. However, if there are too many people, I won't go. I'll go after some time. Pei Ziyun replied. There are already many people in the capital city. How can there be too many people? The Tao monarch laughed. Pei Ziyun drank the wine and praised. Good wine. Haha, Tao monarch is right. It's just that if there are too many people, I'll avoid. If there are too few, I'll enter. What do you think, Tao monarch? As he spoke, he poured the remaining wine onto the ground, causing it to smoke. Pei Ziyun stared at the Tao monarch as he leaned back. Now that we've drunk the wine, can we make a move? The Tao monarch glanced at him and laughed. Since you've drunk the wine, you're a guest. How can you, master, make a move? As he finished speaking, he slowly retreated. Pei Ziyun did not stop him and allowed him to leave. A gust of wind blew, causing the curtains around the shed to rustle. A few Taoists slowly approached Pei Ziyun. At a glance, he realized that they were the sect leaders of Yingling Temple, Fairy Palace, Flat Sky Temple, Xian Fa Sect, and Donghua Sect. Pei Ziyun coldly glanced at these sect leaders and said coldly, "So it's not just the Tao monarch who is treating me to a drink. All the sect leaders are here to welcome me as well. I'm honored." The sect leader of Flat Sky Temple said coldly, "True Sovereign Pei, you're extremely talented. Everyone here can see that you've become an Earth immortal at the age of 20. You've even passed the lightning tribulation. How enviable. Today, all the Tao brothers are here to let you make a choice. One option is for you to cripple your own cultivation and hand over the secret of becoming an Earth immortal in such a short period of time. We promise not to harm you, but to protect you and your family. Furthermore, you have the title of True Sovereign. Even if your lifespan is up, you won't be able to live peacefully. The other path is for you to become enemies with the entire Tao sect and the entire world. I believe that you have no chance of winning on this path. Only death awaits you. Furthermore, you drank the poisonous wine that we concocted. Do you even have any magical powers?" Pei Ziyun let out a laugh and sighed. "The Tao monarch invited me to a cup of wine because you were the one who united the Tao sect. In the future, there will be some ties between the Tao sect and the Tao sect. You're all daydreaming. Let's not talk about whether I have the secret of becoming an Earth immortal. Even if I do, I won't hand it over to you demons and monsters. What's even funnier is that you represent the entire Tao sect and the entire world. What right do you have?" Pei Ziyun laughed coldly. The sect leader of Donghua Sect's gaze turned cold. "Fellow Tao brothers, there's no need to waste your breath on him. He's obviously refusing a toast, only to be forced to drink a forfeit. We can only kill him on the spot to show off our Tao sect strength. Hold on. Fellow Tao brothers, listen to me." The sect leader of Xian Fa Sect stepped forward and spoke slowly. He bowed to Pei Ziyun. "True Sovereign, I'm sure you know the current state of Tao sect. Our Tao sect is in a weakened state. Now that you've passed the heavenly tribulations and reached the 6th level of the Earth immortal realm, in the near future, you'll become a Tao monarch as well. At this point in time, Tao sect cannot afford to have another Tao monarch. Based on what we know, with Free Cloud sect's current strength, how could they possibly produce an Earth immortal? Hence, we hope that True Sovereign can take pity on Tao sect and share the secret of becoming an Earth immortal. When that time comes, Tao sect's resurgence will be just around the corner. I hope that True Sovereign will reconsider." "Are you done?" Pei Ziyun laughed. He had seen shameless people before, but he had never seen such a shameless person who could talk about robbing others in such a dignified manner. "I've already said that there's no need to waste your breath on this bastard." "Humph." The sect leader of Donghua Sect laughed coldly. "Since True Sovereign has chosen to become enemies with the entire Tao sect and the entire world, then the few of us will have to do justice on behalf of the heavens and experience True Sovereign skills." The sect leader of Ping Tian Temple said. As soon as he finished speaking, the various sect leaders stood in 4 directions, surrounding Pei Ziyun. Although they knew that Pei Ziyun was only in his 20s and had drunk the cultivation dispersing wine, none of them dared to belittle him. They all knew that to be able to rise so quickly in such a short period of time and reach the level of a Tao monarch, he must have some extraordinary methods. In an instant, the entire place fell silent. Only the sound of the wind could be heard. Chapter 491. The immortals crossing the surroundings were silent. What awaited them was a thunderous attack. Flattening heaven's seal. The sect leader of Flat Sky Temple pinched his fingers together, and a beam of light appeared, transforming into a huge seal that pressed down. Responding to the heavens, always successful. The sect leader of Ingtian Temple unsheathed his sword, and the sword light fell. It seemed to carry some sort of heavenly will as it descended. The plain lady draws the Milky Way with one hand. The sect leader of Fairy Lady Palace's robes fluttered in the wind. It was as if the Milky Way had crossed the sky, and Pei Ziyun was at its end. The sect leaders of Xian Fa sect and Donghua sect also attacked. Lightning flashed. This was the power of an earth immortal. One move, wind and thunder respond. These sect leaders had been preparing for a long time. This was their killing move. Flattening heaven's seal, responding to the heaven's sword, Milky Way hand. Pei Ziyin did not expect such moves to exist. He sighed and said, "They are indeed profound. But have you ever thought about why the Tao Lord retreated? If the 5 of them had not entered the 7th level, it would have been difficult to say who would win. They might even have retreated." However, at this moment, Pei Ziyun's expression did not change. He allowed the attacks to land on him. Bang, 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 bang. A series of metal clanging sounds rang out. All the sect leaders' attacks landed on Pei Ziyun, but seemed to have no effect. Cast iron and fill copper? The 5 sect leaders swallowed with difficulty. So you're not so ignorant. Are you done? It's my turn now. As soon as he finished speaking, Pei Ziyun opened his eyes. Let me show you the power of a technique that can be used on 100 people, condensed into 7 steps. One wrong move means 1,000 mountains and 10,000 rivers. If I want to kill you, I only need 1 second. Intimidate. Buzz. Golden light flashed in his eyes. With this shout, everyone felt their vision darken. The sky darkened, and endless black clouds appeared. The 5 of them felt the world collapse, and with a boom, their minds were crushed. No, the 5 of them knew that things were not good. Their pupils dilated, and they were shocked to the extreme. They gathered their spiritual energy and tried to break free. Pei Ziyun took a step forward and appeared beside the sect leader of Flat Sky Temple. He used the same technique and landed lightly. Bang! The Pingtian Temple's sect master's body exploded into several pieces as if he had been dismembered by 5 horses. The thick smell of blood spread across the entire area. Turning around, Pei Ziyun's left hand clenched into a fist, leaving only his index and middle fingers. Pooh! Suddenly, a cold light shone from his finger, and a head flew out. A scarlet pillar of blood soared into the sky. Pei Ziyun turned a 3rd time and pressed his palm against the sect leader's chest. At this moment, the sect leader was able to move a little. She barely managed to block the attack. With a loud thud, the sect leader's body fell several feet back. Her face turned pale, and she spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. She slowly fell to the ground. The 3 of them were defeated within the span of a single breath. Xian Fa Min recovered from his shock and shouted, "No, this isn't Tao arts. What kind of demonic arts are you using?" As expected of the headmaster. It's a pity that he realized it too late. Pei Ziyin shook his head and sighed. These 5 were all earth immortals. Although their cultivation levels weren't high, they shouldn't have been crushed like this. It was just that he had the statues of the demonic dragon and the giant in his own space. Under the influence of this sudden attack, the 5 of them were all intimidated. Although this deterrence only lasted for a moment, it was enough for an expert like Pei Ziyin. It could be said that everyone knew the art of war. This was a thunderous attack. In fact, Pei Ziyin used all his strength in an instant. Boom! The 2 fists collided, and a muffled sound was heard. Thunder crackled, and the sect leader of Xian Fa Min's body shook. Bright red blood flowed out of his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. He died instantly. Impossible, impossible. For the first time, the sect leader of Donghua sect was at a loss of what to do. On the opposite side, a young man smiled, but a thick, murderous aura swept over. Next, it's your turn, Dai. Facing the enemy, Pei Ziyun was merciless and attacked heavily. Boom! The sect leader of Donghua sect was immediately injured. He felt something sweet in his throat and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, but he didn't die. However, in the next instant, a sword slashed across. Pooh! His laryngeal bone was broken, and his neck was cut in half. The headmaster of the Donghua sect fell down. His eyes were wide open, and they were filled with intense unwillingness and despair. No! The sect leader of Goddess Palace had just caught her breath when she realized that 4 of her fellow Taoists had died. Knowing that she was doomed, she laughed bitterly. The Tao Lord has been dead for 1,000 years. I originally thought that the rumors were exaggerated. I thought that if the 5 of us joined forces, we would definitely win. I didn't expect him to be so powerful, so close to the Tao Lord. I hate it. I hate the heavens for being unfair. Which one of us didn't put in our blood, sweat, and tears? We cultivated for decades, yet we wasted our lives. You are only in your 20s, yet you have reached this realm. The heavens are unfair. As she spoke, she spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The sect leader of Goddess Palace's eyes were blurred. Her pupils dilated, and she reached out as if she wanted to grab something in the air. Great Tao, great! Before she could finish her sentence, she was already dead. Pei Ziyin didn't speak. He gently wiped away a trace of blood from his lips. From today onwards, Tao sect has lost 5 Tao masters. In the whole world, only the Tao Lord and Dragon Qi can be a match for him. Pei Ziyun said expressionlessly. A bitter feeling crept into his heart. This feeling was sympathy. No, he didn't sympathize with these people at all. Perhaps it was because all things grieved for their own kind. After becoming a Tao Lord, the heavens hated him, and the spiritual veins dried up. Rather than saying that these people had gone astray, it would be more accurate to say that they were at their wits' end. No matter how talented and intelligent they were, without the right timing and spiritual qi, how could they become a Tao Lord? If he didn't have the central dragon vein and the space to transform demonic qi, how could things be so smooth? Pei Ziyin glanced to his right and leaped onto the ferry. The boat rose without any wind and crossed the river. With a shake of his body, he disappeared on the other side of the river. After a while, the Tao Lord appeared. He looked different from before. His expression was solemn as he looked at the sky. The sparse raindrops fell again. The surface of the river was bubbling in the wind and rain, gathering and dispersing at times. The Tao Lord looked at it for a long time and let out a long sigh. After a long time, he laughed. I've read history books. The emperors of each generation grow old day by day. When they see the crown prince in his prime, how can they not be suspicious? There are many cases of infanticide. Father and son are suspicious of each other, much less master and disciple. When I advanced by leaps and bounds, Master lived in seclusion in the mountains. He did not want me to visit him. I was still suspicious then. Although the great Tao is magnanimous, as a Tao Lord, I watched a junior like you grow so quickly. Little by little, you took away the power that belonged to me. I finally understood how the Emperor and Master felt back then. In the beginning of time, who taught Tao? The top and bottom were not formed. How could they be tested? Who could reach the peak of darkness? Feng, he was like a statue. How could he know? This was sung by a wise man, passed down through the ages. However, if one really thought that the immortal Tao Lord or Tao ancestor would teach Tao, they're just mortals' golden poles. If one could live forever, why would there be a crown prince? Who would teach Tao? Those who teach Tao, unless they are stupid, are those whose bodies decay. The Tao Lord felt emotional. After a long time, he took out a talisman. A moment later, Feng Min's voice could be heard from the other side. Amidst the light, the Tao Lord stood with his hands behind his back. He stared into the distance and did not speak for a long time. After a long time, he said, Immortals Crossing. Do you know why it was named that? Legend has it that immortals rode on the wind and crossed the river. Hence, it was named Immortals Crossing. Feng Min did not understand but replied, "After 1,000 years, even the records of the Tao Records Department are no longer complete." The Tao Lord listened quietly and let out a long sigh. "Actually, many years ago, when I was ambushed, I had to fight my way out of the encirclement and escape to this place. I was already exhausted, and I did not expect to meet an old friend. In the end, I was unable to cross the river." When the Tao Lord said, "old friend," his face was expressionless. Feng Min could not help but shiver as she heard the Tao Lord say, "Immortals Crossing, Immortals Crossing. How interesting." As he spoke, he glanced at her. "Let's cut to the chase. True Lord, Pei drank my cultivation-dispersing wine and killed the sect leaders of the 5 sections. He was indeed a 7th-level Earth immortal. Tell me, if there are too many people in the palace, then don't go. If there are too few people, then go. The imperial court should be prepared." As Feng Min listened, her face turned pale. The meaning behind these words was clear. If you gather your troops, then I won't come. It's impossible to have hundreds of thousands of troops surrounding the palace every single day. Feng Min did not dare to delay any further. Seeing that the spiritual light had been extinguished, she turned around and shouted, "Men, prepare a horse. I'm going to the palace." A Taoist scrambled over and hurriedly said, "There are horses, but it's too late now. I haven't informed the palace yet. I'm afraid the palace will be locked down soon. Who wants to listen to your nonsense? Hurry up and hand over the token that the emperor gave me." Feng Min's voice had changed. "Hurry, hurry, hurry." The Taoist didn't dare to speak any further. He pulled 2 horses over and handed over the token. Feng Min didn't say anything as she mounted the horse and held the token in her hand. With a shake of the rope, she dashed out of the door. "Imperial Palace, Black Tortoise Hall. Your Majesty, I believe that the true sovereign would not dare to come to the Imperial City. Your Majesty should capture the Canton Princess and Yi Su as soon as possible. This is the only way to lure the snake out of its hole and lure the true sovereign into the trap." An official bowed to the emperor as he spoke. At this point, the eunuch who was waiting outside the palace entered. "Your Majesty, the Tao Records Department's Feng Min requests an audience." At this point, the emperor had a tired look on his face, as though he hadn't rested well for days. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Feng Min hurried in and kowtowed to the emperor. "No need for formalities. Please rise. Your Majesty, the Tao monarch has sent news that the 5 sect leaders ambushed the true sovereign at the Immortals Ferry. They were all killed by the true sovereign." Feng Min stood up and said, "The Tao monarch said that the true sovereign has reached the 7th level of the Earth immortal stage." The entire palace fell silent. The emperor's face turned pale as his hands trembled. "Continue speaking." The emperor glared at Feng Min. "Yes, Your Majesty. According to the Tao monarch, the true sovereign said that if there are too many people, he wouldn't come." Before he could finish speaking, the official bowed and said, "Indeed, he was right. Pei Ziyun would not dare to come to the capital city. The only thing we can do now is to find the Canton Princess." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone looked at him as though he was an idiot. Emperor Chitai was in no mood to reprimand this imperial censor. He stood up and paced around, mumbling to himself, "If there are too many people, he won't come. If there are too many people, he won't come." The meaning of these words was obvious. If the emperor were to mobilize the army, Pei Ziyun wouldn't come. But how could one be a thief for 1,000 days? It was not a small expense to have such a large army stationed in the capital city. This was an unstable factor. Didn't you see the abolition of the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms? Emperor Chitai paced around a few more times before laughing out. "The true sovereign is indeed courageous. I have 7,000 imperial guards and the 7 dragons' spiritual array. Why should I be afraid? I shall wait for him in the imperial city." Chapter 492. Capital City. It was June, and the wind was warm. The leaves of the banyan trees were lush. It was the beginning of summer. In the north, the weather was still chilly. Most of the commoners wore robes. Pei Zi-yun was dressed in white and didn't even wear his Taoist robe. At this point, he appeared in the outskirts of the capital city. The capital city was rebuilt, and the roads and waterways were built. Boats and ships could be docked in the city. From the outside, the city walls were tall and majestic. Pei Zi-yun stared at them for a moment and sighed. He didn't expect that he would be able to return in such a manner. Life really was like a game of chess. As he stepped into the city, he saw rows upon rows of shops in the capital city. Not only did it not decline, it was bustling with activity. Pei Zi-yun was slightly taken aback. He listened carefully and realized that the commoners were celebrating King Lu's victory over the imperial court. They were celebrating the coming of a new era. That's right, the world had been in chaos for many years. It wasn't easy for the first emperor to put an end to the chaos. However, Jibei Ho and King Lu rebelled. Everyone thought that they were going to suffer a calamity and didn't expect the imperial court to quell the rebellion so quickly. The commoners' demands were simple. They wanted to eat their fill and wear warm clothes. During festivals, they wanted to have new clothes to wear. In this festive atmosphere, many merchants were offering discounts and promotions. In order to celebrate the imperial court quelling the rebellion, we are offering discounts on all drinks. Only 30% off. A waiter shouted from the entrance. To celebrate the imperial court quelling the rebellion, we are offering our signature dish, chestnut roasted chicken, 50% off. Another tavern was offering discounts. Freshly baked sesame cakes. Normally, they cost 2 copper coins each. Today, they are on sale for 1 copper coin. Dear guests, today our Red Flower Brothel has a new batch of beautiful ladies. All drinks are 50% off. Don't miss this opportunity. Pei Zi-yun looked on as he followed the bustling crowd onto a bridge. He stopped in his tracks and looked back. He couldn't help but feel a deep sense of melancholy as he let out a bitter smile. The imperial court was fraught with danger. Compared to this place, it felt like a lifetime ago. Pei Zi-yun looked around and saw a wine shop in front of him. It was 3 stories high, and he walked in. Seeing that it was extremely rowdy downstairs, he frowned. The waiter welcomed him and smiled. Young master, it's much more lively downstairs. There's a private room upstairs where you can admire the scenery. Before he could finish speaking, Pei Zi-yun laughed. I'll be downstairs. Just serve me some food and wine. Before he could finish, he heard someone say, the world is at peace. The common people greet us with food from the jug. This is truly a magnificent sight. I'm lucky to see it. My life has not been in vain. Pei Zi-yun turned around and saw an old man stroking his beard as he looked at the bustling streets. When he saw who it was, Pei Zi-yun paused for a moment before bowing. So it's an esteemed teacher. This student pays his respects. Although this old man was dressed in plain clothes, he was the chief examiner when Pei Zi-yun took the top scores examinations. Students from all over the world could be hundreds or thousands of miles away or tens of thousands of miles away. Their languages were different, their names were different. Once they took the examinations, they would refer to the chief examiner as their teacher. Hu Yingjin named the main character top scorer, who was her teacher. The two of them did not go upstairs, but found a table downstairs and sat down. They ordered a plate of peanuts, several pieces of tofu, and a pot of wine. The waiter secretly cursed. He looks like a young master, but turns out he's a poor scholar. The two of them ignored him and sat down to toast each other. It was noon, and the sun was high up in the sky. Crowds of people were walking around, and the sound of zither could be heard coming from upstairs. A woman's voice could be heard singing. This song is called Song of Peace. Although it's a little vulgar, it's perfect for the current situation. Hu Yingjin did not seem to be a high-ranking official and looked like an ordinary old man. After downing a cup of wine, her pale face regained some color. Seeing Pei Zi-yun deep in thought, she then said, I've seen top scorer's poems. They are elegant and refined. There's nothing he doesn't know about. Top scorer, what a familiar name. Pei Zi-yun thought to himself. He then laughed. This student is untalented, but there's a poem in my heart. As he finished, he raised his chopsticks and started singing, Each word was clear and melodious. Crimson-red chickens announce the dawn, and the imperial robes enter the jade cloud coat. The 9 heavens open the hall of works, and the 10,000 countries pay their respects. The sun is just about to rise, and the smoke is about to rise. When the court is over, the 5-colored imperial edict shall be issued, and the sound of the wind pawn shall be heard. When Huingjin heard this, she was in a daze. Pei Ziyun's suspicions were right. He didn't meet him by chance. A few years ago, he was already a 3rd-rank official and was now a 2nd-rank official. Although he had a cold personality, when he heard that Pei Ziyun had abandoned his post, he was disappointed. How would he have known that he would have such accomplishments? Now that she heard Pei Ziyun's words, each and every word he wrote was like a gem. Thinking about the grievances he had suffered, she couldn't help but feel pity for him. However, she was here on a mission. Compared to the world, what did personal gains and losses count for? She then said, "The 9 heavens open the hall of works, and the 10,000 countries pay their respects." What good poem! This is a time of peace and prosperity. With top scorer's poem, it's time to celebrate. Come, let's drink this cup of wine. As he finished, he raised his cup and drank. Since you've acknowledged me as your teacher, let me ask you something. What is your purpose in coming to the capital city? Seeing Pei Ziyun drink his cup in one gulp, Huingjin's eyes shone brightly, as if she was thinking of what to say. Finally, she decided to ask him directly. I'll let you know that my purpose in coming to the capital city is to seek retribution for the emperor. Pei Ziyun's face was calm, as if he was talking about something normal. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding guests were stunned. The entire place was dead silent. Some of the guests who were quick to react had already left, afraid of being implicated. Huingjin had come here with a mission. The moment Pei Ziyun entered the capital city, he knew that there were many things he wanted to talk about. He just didn't expect Pei Ziyun to speak so openly, without hiding anything. Huingjin's heart sank as she paused. She was furious as she shouted, "To think that you're a scholar. You've been indebted to the imperial court for so long. Even if you've been wronged, as an official, you shouldn't be angry. I came here to advise you, so that you won't end up like this. I didn't expect you to be so crazy and ruthless. You dare to say such disgraceful words. If you're still my student, you should immediately apologize and listen to the imperial court's punishment. Maybe on account of your merits and the imperial court's grace, you can be pardoned." Indebted, Pei Ziyun laughed as he stood up and left. He didn't want to argue at all. Huingjin's face was ashen, and her hands were trembling. Seeing Pei Ziyun leave, she felt dizzy and shouted, "Are you trying to kill the emperor? If that's the case, I'll kill myself here. Otherwise, the world will say that I've taught a traitor." "Why do you have to do this?" Pei Ziyun's back was facing Huingjin. "You know what's going on. Can I retreat now? Why should I retreat?" Fine. Since that's the case, you dare to kill the emperor. What's the use of killing a teacher?" The old man said stubbornly. Pei Ziyun shook his head and ignored him as he walked out of the restaurant. Huingjin felt a surge of blood coursing through her veins as she stood up. Without thinking, she slammed into a pillar of the restaurant. Pong! A loud sound could be heard as Huingjin was lying on the ground. Blood flowed out of her orifices as she breathed out more than she breathed in. Pei Ziyun stopped in his tracks and sighed. There are so many righteous people in this world. What's there to complain about? Have a safe journey. There are many who will follow you. As he finished speaking, he left. A few people who were pretending to be customers in the restaurant came to their senses. One of them touched his nose and shook his head. "Lord who is old, and he's ready to die after this collision. He can't take it anymore. Alas, dying for his country. This is the style of an ancient minister." Another person spoke in disdain. "It's all because of this person. Your words are too much. True sovereign is so talented. Even if it wasn't Huingjin, someone else would have chosen him to be a high scholar. This is an undeserved calamity. Besides, he's dying for his country. Even if he had anything to do with it, it's all been wiped clean. The only downside was that when we told him that we had to speak to him gently, We had to be moved by his emotions and reason with him. We didn't expect that the old man's temper would flare up and he would scold Pei Ziyun's students. But looking at you, true sovereign, I'm afraid that even if you're moved by your emotions and reason, it's useless. You're completely unmoved. He then asked, have you found the whereabouts of the Canton princess and the others? One of them stepped out of the ranks and bowed slightly. According to the last information we received from the person we arranged to keep an eye on the princess should have gone out to sea. However, the exact route and destination cannot be confirmed. Although we've sent ships to search for her, the sea is so vast. Without a clear target, it's like searching for a needle in a haystack. Even until this morning, our last contact has not been made. AI, it looks like our mission to find out where they've gone has failed. Now we can only settle this once and for all within the Imperial City. Let's report this to the Emperor. Yes. Pei Ziyun walked through the crowd. Although his footsteps seemed slow, he had already traversed tens of feet in a blink of an eye. Before long, he had reached Sky Road. Sky Road drizzles softly. The color of the grass is nowhere to be seen. However, it's not February or March anymore. It's already June. This poem doesn't seem right. Sky Road was the street in front of the sky-bearing empire. It led directly to the imperial city where the emperor lived. Ordinary people could not enter, but government officials could. At this point, Pei Ziyun was reciting the poem. Although he could feel that someone was spying on him, he ignored it and walked toward the main door. The door was wide open, but there was no one guarding it. Pei Ziyun did not enter immediately. Instead, he closed his eyes and called out in his heart, "System." A plum blossom appeared in front of his eyes. It grew bigger and became a translucent information interface. It floated in front of him, and the latest data appeared in front of him. Earth Immortal. Level 7, 106%. I'm finally here. It's worth it to slow down my pace. Pei Ziyun's heart thumped as an invisible light flashed past. Within 10 breaths of time, Pei Ziyun opened his eyes. A golden light flashed past his eyes. His exposed skin had turned into a golden color and had a metallic texture to it. It looked like brass and not gold. I've mastered the cast iron bronze technique. Pei Ziyun glanced at the transparent information interface and saw that the data had changed. Earth Immortal, level 8, 0, 7%. In this short amount of time, he had gained another 0, 1%. Pei Ziyun smiled. Earth Immortal level 8. He believed that many people would be shocked. He took a final look at the space and saw that the demonic dragon and the giant had been struck by a wind blade. Demonic blood splattered everywhere, and spiritual energy leaked out of them. He couldn't help but smile. Without hesitation, he stepped into the palace. Chapter 493. Imperial City, Heavenly Gate. Even the guards at the gate were nowhere to be seen. Pei Ziyun waved his hand, and a halberd landed in his hands. He then stepped inside. Although there was no sound from within, he could see 3 majestic halls in the distance. The passageway was filled with soldiers. All of them were the cream of the crop. Their physiques were as strong as bears, and they were fully armored. Not a single sound could be heard, and the entire place was suffocating. A huge cauldron was placed in front of the main hall and was still burning with incense. More than 20 officers escorted Eunuch Huang out. Eunuch Huang was extremely courteous as he bowed and said, "True sovereign, you've been wronged. This is all a misunderstanding. As long as true sovereign leaves, the imperial court will give you a clear explanation." This book couldn't be any better. Pei Ziyun smiled. It's just that you've already given me an explanation the last time. It's the lives of Tong Lin's entire family. It hasn't even been 2 months. Now that things have come to this, you're still trying to bully me? True sovereign, why must you be so stubborn? Eunuch Huang's face was as white as a sheet. He looked at Pei Ziyun and said, "True sovereign, you should know that if this were to continue, no one would be able to salvage the situation." Pei Ziyun laughed. "Actually, it's pretty obvious. The imperial court has listed out 10 major crimes for me. They are treason, deceit, arrogance, tyranny, cruelty, greed, corruption, etc. Actually, I've offended the imperial court, not because I'm a Taoist, not because of any of these, and not because of my achievements. It's because I have powers that are beyond the control of the imperial court. With such powers, it's either the east wind suppresses the west wind, or the west wind suppresses the east wind. If we don't fight, we'll respect each other. One man can build a country, and the imperial court will not stop. Pei Ziyun's tone was calm. Even if I were to leave now, would the imperial court stop? Might as well end this once and for all. Pei Ziyun's words were like metal and stone. Although he was facing an army, he did not feel the slightest bit of fear. All he felt was melancholy. Although Eunuch Huang's words were gentle, the doors were shut tight. The powers from the outside world had been cut off, and the entire palace was filled with an aura of authority and killing intent. Eunuch Huang's words were 30% sincere in persuading Pei Ziyun. The other 70% was to stall for time so that he could activate the spell. Pei Ziyun, on the other hand, was not afraid at all. He had no intention of interrupting Eunuch Huang. Sometimes, it is necessary to break the enemy's backbone in one fell swoop in an upright manner. If one resorts to trickery, many schemes will arise. Eunuch Huang witnessed this scene and knew that it would be difficult to resolve this matter peacefully. He waved his hand and sighed. If that's the case, we can only fight to the death with the true sovereign. Rise! Boom! The salutes rang out in unison, shaking the earth and making it tremble. Long live our emperor! Long live! Long live! The 7,000 people shouted like a tsunami. The dragon flags crisscrossed, and the great formation was instantly activated. Boom! Pei Ziyun felt his vision darken, as a mountain-like pressure pressed down on him. Forget about trying to connect with the heavenly secrets. He couldn't even circulate the energy in his body properly. This was the power of the Tao that the billions of citizens of Desu had cultivated. It was like a mountain pressing down on him. Pei Ziyun's movements were sluggish, and sparks had already appeared on his bronze body. Powerful! Pei Ziyun nodded his head in praise. He then raised his hand and shouted, "Lightning, come!" A crackling sound could be heard as the lightning flashed. The faint sound of a dragon's roar could be heard, and the lightning was extinguished. Flash! Shock! Numb! Similarly, the moment the ripples appeared, they were immediately dissipated. So that's how it is? No wonder other than casting iron and pouring bronze, there's no way to defend against it. Pei Ziyun threw his head back and laughed out loud. This time, it was effective. Those who were standing close to him felt a piercing pain in their ears. Again, he then lifted his leg and stomped on the ground. A loud boom could be heard as the green stone pavement was disintegrated into dust. The dust formed a ring shape as it shot out in all directions. Poo, pu, pu. A series of screams could be heard as the soldiers in the front row fell to the ground. So it seems that only physics, or in other words, the powers hidden within physics, have the power to kill. Pei Ziyun thought to himself as he understood everything. From afar, Eunuch Huang saw this scene and could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. He had never seen or heard of such power before. Luckily, the 7 dragons' absolute spiritual array only blocks the power of the enemy. The rest is up to the armored soldiers to kill them. Eunuch Huang thought to himself as he shouted, "I'm here to kill the rebels. Kill! Kill, kill, kill." The armored soldiers moved in unison, holding their weapons in their hands as they advanced towards Pei Ziyun. When they were about 10 steps away, they shouted and charged forward. Boom! In the next moment, Pei Ziyun opened his mouth and roared. The sound waves emitted from his mouth as he charged into the formation. Wind and thunder slash. With a wave of his halberd, a dazzling crescent appeared. It was different from before. It did not fly out, but instead stuck to the edge of the halberd. Poo-pee-you. Although the dozen or so armored soldiers were wearing heavy armor, they were torn apart like paper, and a thick mist of blood sprayed out from their mouths. The soldiers who were left with only half of their bodies were not dead yet. Their hands were clawing wildly as they screamed in agony. Facing such a tragic scene, it was beyond everyone's imagination. The armored soldiers were stunned as they revealed a look of fear. This was the effect that Pei Ziyun wanted. Kill! Pei Ziyun charged into the formation. However, these soldiers were, after all, hand-picked soldiers from the millions of soldiers in the country. After their initial shock, they shouted out loud and charged into the formation. Eunuch Huang, this technique is indeed powerful, but it consumes a lot of energy. At the command post, Feng Min saw the change in Eunuch Huang's expression and hurriedly said, "I don't think Pei Ziyun will be able to use this technique many times." Hearing these words, Eunuch Huang's expression changed for the better. However, the generals on the left had a change of expression on their faces. They saw Pei Ziyun killing his way through the enemy's formation, wielding his halberd. Wherever he went, not a single general was able to withstand his attacks. Is this the state of being one with the heavens? A general turned around and asked someone. This person was not a general, but was wielding his sword. He looked like someone from the pugilistic world. His face was solemn as he stared intently at Pei Ziyun. Yes, his entire body moves naturally. He moves with the halberd, unstoppable. This is the state of being one with the heavens. Not all true sovereigns are grandmasters. Just as he said this, he heard a loud shout as an officer clad in heavy armor charged towards Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun didn't even budge. He took a small step forward. Strangely enough, this single step allowed him to avoid several heavy attacks. Several swords and blades slashed at him, causing sparks to fly. Amidst the sparks, a cold light flashed, and the officer was sliced in two. He fell to the ground, spitting out blood and internal organs, splattering all over the soldiers around him. Kill, die, for the country. One of the soldiers stretched out his hand and wiped the blood off his body as he shouted out loud. His voice was so loud that it made everyone's blood freeze. Following this shout, the soldiers around him charged forward without a care for their own safety. Even if they had to use their bodies and lives, they had to hold Pei Ziyun down, preventing him from moving. Wind and thunder slash. A loud roar rang out. The cold light of the crescent moon appeared once again. Pu. This time, the soldier who had pounced forward was the same as the last time. He spat out a thick mist of blood. Following this, Pei Ziyun dashed forward with extreme speed. He waved his halberd, and a dazzling light shone from it. The officer who had shouted loudly was decapitated. Following this, every time the halberd flashed, fresh blood would spurt out. In an instant, the air was filled with all sorts of limbs. His speed was too fast, to the point that one couldn't even hear the sound of swords clashing against each other. In less than a minute, more than 100 soldiers were dead. Because they died too quickly, thick blood spurted out from their wounds, forming a small pool. Kill. After killing 100 soldiers, Pei Ziyun did not hesitate as he charged into the next formation. Although there were 7,000 people, he was only one person and the space was limited. Thus, the ones who could surround him were only square formations of 100 people at most. Kill. Blood Qi, the death of their comrades, and the stimulation of the imperial Qi caused the soldiers to go crazy. They did not care about the halberd at all. The first officer saw the halberd, but did not dodge it. Instead, he smiled and swung his blade. Dang dang, two of the officer's blades slashed down, one at his abdomen and the other at his shoulder. Only then did he smile. Blood spurted out from his mouth as the officer's skull was sliced open like tofu. Large blobs of red and white matter oozed out from his skull. Without a sound, he fell to the ground. The bodies of the people around him suddenly moved and fell forward. There were not many people left in the second 100 soldiers. The remaining 10 or so soldiers cried out in anger and charged forward. In the next moment, they screamed in agony, causing the blood in their bodies to freeze. The screams lasted for a few breaths before they all disappeared. Although the imperial Qi is strong and the soldiers are sharp, I can't suppress or block it. What's the use? In the next moment, Pei Ziyun saw that no one was able to block his attacks. He laughed coldly as he charged toward the direction. This was the direction of the inner palace. Seeing the situation, several soldiers rushed forward to face him. At this point, Pei Ziyan no longer focused on killing. If he were to do so, no matter how much energy and stamina he had, he would be completely drained. The only sound that could be heard was the screams of agony. Pei Ziyan was sent flying in a straight line, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Eunuch Huang stood up abruptly and shouted out, "Something's wrong. He's trying to break into the inner palace. You're all grandmasters. Stop him. If you succeed, the imperial court will reward you generously." A general spoke to a group of soldiers. Their faces were pale, but they had no choice but to charge forward. As soon as these words were spoken, a group of soldiers charged forward. 3 of them moved as smoothly as water, almost as if they were Pei Ziyan's movements. "Idiots!" Pei Ziyan spat out as he saw them charging towards him. He swung his halberd, and the person who had just charged forward had no time to defend himself. The halberd sliced across his waist and abdomen, and another person's arm flew off. This person's face did not show any signs of pain, but rather a look of despair. He continued to charge forward, and the blade of the sword landed on him. Sparks flew everywhere, but only a white scar was left on his skin. In the next moment, the halberd light flashed past. The man's eyes widened, and blood spurted out like a fountain. But in the next moment, a large number of soldiers armed with crossbows appeared on the walls of the inner palace. A shout was heard, "Shoot!" Pong! The sky darkened as arrows rained down on Pei Ziyan. Ding, ding, dang, dang. The arrows landed on Pei Ziyan's body, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. Those who had not died were turned into porcupines. The so-called martial arts experts were just cannon fodder. Pu. Some of the arrows that were imbued with Dao arts exploded on Pei Ziyan's body. Pei Ziyan closed his eyes and ignored them as he charged forward. "Fire again." The order was given in a panicked tone. Tens of thousands of arrows were fired at the same time as they fell to the ground. The steel arrowheads were all bent out of shape. Boom! Pei Ziyan slammed heavily into the door of the inner palace. A loud sound could be heard as the sturdy door was covered in spiderwebs. The door collapsed, revealing a long corridor. Without hesitation, Pei Ziyan walked through it. Chapter 494. Shoot again. The Imperial Army Lieutenant commanded. Pong! Arrows rained down. At this point, Pei Ziyan grabbed the arrows with both hands and threw them in all directions. Pu. The sound of arrows piercing flesh and cries of agony could be heard as he passed through the palace. Imperial Palace, Martial Hall. The battle cries shook the heavens, but did not disturb this place. Emperor Qitai sat on his throne, his face pale. He was still able to maintain his composure and ordered, "The sky is cloudy. Light the lamps." Yes, the sky had already darkened. In a huge hall, only a few eunuchs were left. They were all standing in the corners of the hall. Opposite them was Prefecture Prince Chengshan. From outside, one could see that the garden was filled with spring breeze. The hall was silent. Emperor Qitai sat on his couch and looked at the Prefecture Prince. He then said in a low voice, "I did not expect that you were the one who leaked the news. Are you worthy of my father, the ancestors, the dragon veins, and the people of the world?" The Prefecture Prince's legs trembled slightly as he retorted, "Brother, I've looked at the records of the past. When the Dao monarch was suppressed, it was the combined efforts of the 10 dynasties. But the price we paid?" At this point, the regional king took a deep breath. "Imperial brother, the price you paid back then was the collapse of half of the 10 dynasties' dragon veins blessed land. Such a painful price has led to a series of disasters for many years. It was not easy for us to recover, but Imperial brother wants to repeat what you did back then. It is not wise. Besides, brother, do you really think that when we suppress the true monarch, the other dynasties will sacrifice themselves to help us suppress him? Since the suppression might not succeed, I'm just giving the Great Su a way out." Good. You're indeed my good brother." Emperor Qitai was so angry that he laughed. He returned to his couch and turned his back to Pei Ziyan. The relationship between me and the true monarch was forged when we were in the Crown Prince's palace. When I was trapped in the Crown Prince's palace, the true monarch helped me out and helped me to ascend the throne. If it were a favor, why would it be like this? It's just that with the Tao monarch, the true monarch would not be able to rule the world. I'm not only doing this for the legacy of my ancestors, for this little bit of imperial power, but also for the world. At this point, Emperor Chitai paused and coughed intensely. If one asked about regret, the answer was obvious. He would have regrets, but he definitely wouldn't regret what he did. Since ancient times, it was impossible for Tao techniques to override the imperial power. If there was a Taoist who tried to challenge the imperial power, the emperor of the empire would definitely kill him without hesitation. All those years ago, the Tao Lord had wanted to break this rule, and the entire world had attacked him. If the perfected Lord wanted to do the same thing as the Taoist Lord back then, he would definitely not sit idly by. Unfortunately, more than half of the dragon vein had been destroyed when the Taoist Lord was suppressed. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this today. Moreover, this younger brother of his had betrayed him and allowed the perfected Lord to receive the news in advance. This was betrayal. Just as he was about to speak, an eunuch rushed in. "Your Majesty, the traitor has broken into the palace. Your Majesty, the Black Tortoise formation has been broken. 300 people have died. Your Majesty, the golden armored defense line has been breached. The 500 golden armored soldiers are all dead. Your Majesty, the archers have been breached. 50 people have died. Your Majesty, the 7 dragons' absolute spiritual formation has been breached. The perfected Lord is nearing the inner palace." Reports came in one after another, and the entire Black Tortoise Hall was filled with killing intent. Chitai Emperor's heart turned cold as he looked at Prefecture Prince Chengshun. His entire being was unusually calm, and he was no longer as anxious as before. "Men, help me up the stairs," the Emperor shouted loudly. With the help of the eunuchs, he walked up to the highest point of the building. When he looked up, he saw a man charging towards him from afar. Although there were many layers of obstructions, there were still corpses everywhere. Screams of agony could be heard clearly. Rain started to fall from the sky, and when it landed on the bodies of everyone present, it felt cold. The Emperor looked at it for a long time before he turned around expressionlessly and ordered, "Call the imperial concubine over and bring the prince over. Also, summon the officials to the hall. I have an edict to announce." Slash of wind and thunder. With a flash of his halberd, dozens of imperial guards screamed as they were split into 2 halves. The white marble pavement in the inner palace was dyed red with fresh blood. Ordinary people would see it as red, but to a Taoist, the blood was tinged with gold. This was the power of the dragon veins. Eunuch Huang stood in front of the hall and pulled out his sword. "That's not possible. Why do you still have powers?" When the Tao monarch was alive, there were only 60 million people under the heavens. Now, there are more than 120 million people under the heavens. That's more than double the number of people under the heavens. Even the Tao monarch would be exhausted by now and would be captured without a fight. Why do you still have powers? Pei Ziyan laughed. There are many things that are impossible in this world. It's a pity for these loyal and brave men. Today, I've killed them all. It's all because of your selfishness. Without all of you, there wouldn't be such a calamity today. How would Eunuch Huang know that his dimension had an endless supply of spiritual qi? If he knew, his powers would have been depleted long ago, and he wouldn't even have the strength to speak. Besides, without the endless supply of spiritual qi from his dimension, he wouldn't have barged into the palace alone. After all, a gentleman does not stand in front of a collapsing wall. At this point, Pei Ziyan didn't speak any further as he swung his halberd towards Eunuch Huang. Eunuch Huang dodged as a cold light flashed past. He then screamed out in pain as one of his arms fell to the ground. Pei Ziyan's eyes flashed with astonishment. Although he had chopped off an arm, the fact that Eunuch Huang was able to dodge Pei Ziyan's attack proved that he was an expert. Eunuch Huang didn't seem to feel any pain and didn't seem to care about his own life or death. He thrust his sword forward and heard a pu sound as sparks flew. Seeing that he had struck his target, Eunuch Huang shouted out, "Ancestor, former emperor, this servant is here to serve the country." Pei Ziyun snorted coldly as the cold light flashed past again. A line of blood appeared on Eunuch Huang's neck as blood spurted out like a fountain. With a pu sound, his head fell to the ground. Pei Ziyun walked through the corridors and arrived at the outer hall. This time, there were no soldiers lying in ambush. Instead, there was a civil official. When he saw Pei Ziyun approaching, he stopped him. "Stop right there." Pei Ziyun laughed. "And who are you?" As soon as he said this, a 30-year-old fifth-ranked civil official shouted out, "Pei Ziyun, you're a scholar, a top scorer of the dynasty, and yet you've become a traitor. So what if your Tao arts are profound? You will never be able to escape the word traitor." Pei Ziyun glanced at him and couldn't help but smile. His halberd flashed, and the civil official stopped moving. A red line had appeared on his waist. Half of his body then fell to the ground. This civil official was extremely tough. Although he was rolling on the ground in pain, he refused to cry out. His upper body wasn't dead yet. He then dipped his finger in his own blood and started writing on the ground. Pei Ziyun looked at him and saw that he had written traitor, 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 traitor. When he reached the seventh word, he finally stopped breathing and died. Pei Ziyun shook his head and sighed. The rise and fall of a generation depends on its fate. When the dynasty was at its peak, there were many people with lofty ideals. What a pity, what a pity. As he said this, he walked to the door of the inner hall and asked, "Emperor, do you still want to escape?" The inner hall was silent for a moment. After some time, the emperor's hoarse voice could be heard. "Invite the true sovereign in." Pei Ziyun flicked his robes, and the blood on his body disappeared. He then walked into the inner hall calmly and immediately attracted the attention of many. Pei Ziyun did not seem to care. Although there was a huge change, the yellow curtains were still there. The eunuchs were pale, but they were still standing respectfully. On his left and right were three ministers: Prime Minister Zhang Yunke, Minister Hai Jia, and Shi Zhishan. There was also a woman who was crying and hugging a child. Prince Qingshun was standing by the side. Subject Pei Ziyun greets the emperor. Pei Ziyun's eyes swept across the crowd before he bowed to the emperor. There was no killing intent in him, as though nothing had happened. If it weren't for the many holes on his robes, everyone would have thought that this was just an ordinary meeting with the emperor. "You still bow to me, don't you hate me?" The emperor asked calmly. "Your Majesty, this is the last time I bow to you," Pei Ziyun said plainly. Hai Jia was enraged. This person was not tall and looked ordinary. However, he was a famous minister and was in charge of the Ministry of Revenue. He had an unyielding character and was about to stand up and scold him, but was stopped by the emperor's glare. The emperor waved his hands. "Stand up, there's no need to bow. Come, sit with me, and let me take a good look at you." Pei Ziyun stepped forward, but did not really sit with the emperor. Instead, he sat down on a stool. The emperor looked at Pei Ziyun carefully and realized that he was even more outstanding than before. He could still remember the time when they first met. The emperor sighed. "We've known each other for many years, and this is the first time I've looked at you so seriously. You're really out of this world. It's just that when I was in the East Palace, my father said that you're too talented and I'm too soft and kind. I'm afraid that you'll become a threat to the country. There were many times when I want to kill you, but I couldn't bear to do so. Now that I think about it, my father was right. It's just that I'm too cold and didn't listen to his teachings. That's why I've come to this stage," the emperor said plainly. When the imperial concubines and ministers heard this, they couldn't help but cry. Pei Ziyun was not angry, but laughed. "Your Majesty is not soft and kind. You're unyielding, even more so than the founding father. If your Majesty is considered soft and kind, who else can be considered unyielding? Your Majesty has hidden this from the world. But if you had listened to the founding father, I'm afraid you could have killed me. It's just that your Majesty wouldn't have been able to ascend the throne. When the emperor heard this, he nodded his head and said, "What you've said makes sense. I was in a precarious situation in the East Palace and couldn't think of any other way. I could only read some books and write some poems for my father, hoping that he would like it. But I knew that these things wouldn't save me. It was you who saved everything. We knew each other all those years ago. Now that I think about it, it's like a dream. This is what true sovereign wrote, heaven and earth, the journey of all living things. Time, the journey of 100 generations. Life is like a dream. How joyful can it be?" The emperor spoke as he felt a sense of melancholy. Pei Ziyin didn't speak for some time. To be honest, Emperor Chitai was a good emperor. Although he hadn't been on the throne for long, he was always concerned about the suffering of the commoners. He also paid attention to the farming and irrigation works. Every time something happened, he would do it himself. Recently, he even quelled the rebellion of King Lu. It was a pity that Pei Ziyun had revealed his true intentions. The emperor then turned around and asked softly, "Up until now, true sovereign wouldn't lie to me. I would like to ask true sovereign, do you have any intentions of coveting the throne?" Chapter 495. Pei Ziyin did not reply immediately. He lowered his head and pondered. In the air, the demonic energy had been converted into spiritual energy. His depleted energy was slowly recovering. At this point, there weren't many injuries. Only his clothes were torn. Everyone felt that the true sovereign was calm and composed. His energy was as deep as the ocean, giving off an unfathomable aura. Pei Ziyun was clear that after all these battles, not only had his energy been depleted, but his energy had also been depleted. Of course, this wasn't something that couldn't be remedied. If not for the 3 years period, he might have wavered. But now he had dispelled all thoughts. Pei Ziyun was an expert in politics and military affairs. He understood the establishment and operation of the system very well. Even if he had the ability to destroy everything, it would take at least 7 to 10 years to rebuild the system. He didn't have that much time left. Without a stable system, even if he were to forcefully seize the throne, not only would his young descendants not be able to continue, he might even die. This would also be irresponsible to the people of the world. The possibility of war would be very high. Pei Ziyun had a bottom line. This bottom line was that he could take it, but he couldn't let the world become worse. Pei Ziyun's heart was filled with melancholy. He raised his head and looked at the emperor. "Your Majesty, I'm not unreasonable. I won't learn from the ancients and eat one mouthful and drink another mouthful. It's just that I'm focused on pursuing the Tao. If I want riches and riches, having the Golden Island within 10 miles is enough. I've told the first emperor and his majesty that although Desu wasn't the son of heaven and had met with many misfortunes, they still managed to sit on the throne. Millions of people heard that King Lu had been pacified and the world was at peace. They were overjoyed and celebrated. How would I dare to destroy it? Is that so? Then I only have myself to blame?" The emperor exclaimed, "If that's the case, what else can I say? I can only follow the will of the heavens." Pei Ziyun stared at the emperor. The emperor's face was extremely pale, and there were wrinkles around his eyes. His brows were furrowed, and his hair was covered with frost. His heart skipped a beat, but he didn't speak. At this point, Pei Ziyun couldn't back down. Anyone who understood would understand. After the emperor finished speaking, he very naturally poured a cup of wine and brought it to his mouth. At this moment, Gui Fei's knees suddenly weakened and she knelt down. Tears flowed down her face as she said in a trembling voice, "Your Majesty, don't." He then kowtowed to Pei Ziyun. "True sovereign, I know that the imperial court has let you down. But the emperor is a benevolent ruler. Ever since he ascended to the throne, he has been busy until late at night. He is not lustful towards women, and even cries when he hears of the refugees. True sovereign, please spare the emperor. I am willing to die for him." This official is willing to die for your Majesty. At this time, all the officials had no choice but to kneel down. Pei Ziyin listened to her mournful cries and did not speak. The emperor then shouted, "What are you doing? I am the emperor. How can I kneel and beg for mercy? What are you waiting for?" One of the eunuchs had tears all over his face as he retreated. In a blink of an eye, he returned with a golden plate in his hands. On the plate, there were 3 imperial edicts. They were all made of jade and were made of green silk. Under the light of the lamp, the imperial edicts shone brightly. The colors of the imperial edicts were very particular. Imperial edicts of the 7th rank and below were made of pure white silk. Imperial edicts of the 5th rank and above were made of yellow silk. Imperial edicts of the 3rd rank and above were made of green silk. One look, and one could tell that these were not to be underestimated. The eunuch then took out an imperial edict and read. The imperial edict states, "True, Sovereign Qi Ning has been meritorious in exterminating the demons. His meritorious service has extended to the people. Since ancient times, he has been bestowed the title of true sovereign." Here it is. Without waiting for thanks, he took out another imperial edict. The imperial edict states, "County Prince Chengshun has been meritorious in quelling the rebellion." Here it is. Hearing these words, the imperial concubine immediately fell to the ground, hugging her child tightly. County Prince Chengshun had a premonition. He could feel a buzzing sound as blood rushed through his veins. He was filled with fear, uneasiness, excitement, happiness, and all sorts of other emotions. "I finally made the right bet." County Prince Chengshun hurriedly knelt down and said, "Your subject obeys the imperial edict." The 3 officials around him clenched their fists tightly as they watched the emperor gasping for breath. The eunuch didn't dare to delay any longer as he hurriedly read the 3rd imperial edict. "Ever since I ascended the throne, I have been disgraced and have been punished by the heavens. Spring has come, and it seems like malaria, but it isn't. Fortunately, my ancestors have blessed me, and I have quelled King Lu's rebellion. This is a consolation." As the imperial edict reached this point, King Shun's face turned red as he kowtowed. "Your subject obeys the imperial edict." Prime Minister Zhang Yunke saw Haijia and Shi Zhishan's faces turn red as well. They were so angry that sparks flew from their eyes. He sighed and sighed. At this point, a mediocre person would have given way. However, Pei Ziyin wasn't. Hence, in order to protect the country, the emperor had to die. If an emperor were to be killed, it would greatly affect the emperor's authority. Hence, in order to ensure the stability of the country, the emperor wrote in his edict, "Spring has come, and it seems like malaria, but it isn't." This was the reason why he couldn't let his son inherit the throne. It wasn't just because the prince was too young. More importantly, the prince had to grow up eventually. If he found out that Pei Ziyun had forced his father to kill him, how would he deal with him? Would he cause another uproar in Feng Tian sect? Hence, he had no choice but to pass the throne to King Shun. Just thinking about this made him feel like his organs were on fire. His throat was filled with blood. However, he knew that the emperor didn't have much time left. He couldn't let this go to waste. He was the first one to kowtow. "Your subjects obeys the imperial edict." Haijia and Shi Zhishan had already discussed this before. Although they were filled with anger, they still kowtowed. "Your subjects obeys the imperial edict." This kowtow was a foregone conclusion. At this point, the emperor's nose and mouth were already bleeding. He then turned to Pei Ziyun. "My son is still young. Please take care of him." Pei Ziyun let out a long sigh and nodded his head slowly. Emperor Qitai then called for King Shun and said, "My brother shall be Yao and Shun. All the officials, please pay your respects." Zhang Yunke, Haijia, and Shi Zhishan kowtowed once again. When they raised their heads, Emperor Qitai was already motionless. "Your Majesty." All the officials were crying and shouting out loud. Now that the emperor had passed away, there was no turning back. The most important thing now was to receive the imperial edict and appoint a new emperor. Zhang Yunke had some issues with King Shun. However, for the sake of the country, he stepped forward and helped King Shun up. He then pulled over a chair and invited him to sit. "The Emperor of Deshing has bestowed upon you a great treasure. You should kneel 3 times and kowtow 9 times in front of the coffin. Long live the emperor. The 3 officials kowtowed. Although there were only 3 of them, they would have to wait for the rest of the officials to perform the ceremony. However, this matter was already settled. Pei Ziyun sighed and stood up. This is a family matter of the Su dynasty. I shall take my leave first. As he said this, he retreated. Seeing Pei Ziyun leave, Prince Shun felt as though a huge boulder had been lifted off his shoulders. He then said, "My royal brother has racked his brain for the future of Su dynasty. As your royal brother, every time I think about this, I can't help but wish I could share the burden of His Majesty. Now that His Majesty has passed away due to illness for the sake of the Su dynasty, we shall not disappoint His Majesty. We shall work together and ensure that the Su dynasty will last for generations. The most important thing now is to arrange for my brother's funeral. Everything else should be simple." As he said this, King Shun felt his heart ache. Tears flowed down his cheeks. "I think that the most important thing now is to decide on the emperor's title. My reign title has to be decided as well. That can wait. There's one more thing. My brother's son shall be named King Shao. Announce it to the world. These matters shall be handled by the Prime Minister and the both of you." When Zhang Yunke, Haijia, and Shi Zhishan heard this, they had no choice but to bow down. The new emperor watched as all the officials retreated. He stood there in a daze as he looked into the distance. All he could see were red walls, yellow tiles, overhanging eaves and arches. Everything was hidden in the misty rain. It was dark and gloomy. He then muttered, "Father, brother, look, I've obtained the treasure." Feng Tian said as he stepped out. The suppressive aura around him disappeared. Pei Ziyun let out a long sigh. "In the end, the winner will be me." Actually, if he had persisted any longer, he might have been seen through and hacked to death. However, the imperial court did not see through him. Once he stepped out of this door, the world would truly belong to him. The Dao monarch was gone. The founding ancestor was dead. Even the newly crowned emperor Qi Tai had passed away. He had nothing to fear. Thinking up to this point, Pei Ziyun called out, "System." A plum blossom appeared in front of his eyes. It grew bigger and bigger until it became a translucent document. It floated in front of him, carrying with it a faint sense of light. Earth Immortal, level 8-1. 2%. Pei Ziyun had been in this world for 6 years, but it felt like a few decades had passed. He had experienced so much. His journey had been arduous and difficult. At first, he had to be careful and careful. He had to do everything he could to become a scholar. Eventually, he became a peerless scholar and stabilized his footing. Now, he could control the rise and fall of the imperial court. He had even ensured the safety of his family. 3 years, no more, no less. But I still have many doubts about the plum blossom. I'll talk about this when I get back. But since it's only 3 years, Golden Island is too close. Boluo Island is a good choice. I don't even need the imperial court to confer me a title. This island is 10 times bigger than Golden Island. The environment is pretty good, and it produces many spices and birds' nests. The last time I spoke, the natives on the island have been subdued and turned into slaves. They've already started building the infrastructure. When I get back, I can migrate the people. I don't think the imperial court will stop me. However, I have to get rid of a big problem first. You want me to fight the imperial Qi to the death? That's not going to happen. Pei Ziyun let out a cold laugh. His eyes were filled with bloodlust. Capital City, the commotion within Feng Tian's sect did not spread out. The crowd was still moving about normally, and everyone was still laughing. Ever since the great Su dynasty's founding father ended the chaos, the lives of the commoners had gradually stabilized. Now, the flow of people in the capital city was more than twice as many as before. Trade ships came and went day and night. Even the number of inns and taverns in the capital city had increased. At this point, not far from Sky Street, there was a wine shop that stood tall. It was decorated with vermilion pillars and looked very dignified. The high scholars who came to the capital city to take the imperial examinations would often hold banquets here. Even at this time, there were more than 10 people seated downstairs. Among them, there were a few high scholars. They were shaking their heads and reciting poems. Upstairs, near the window, a young man was drinking wine. He was about to raise his cup towards Gong Bao Lu's stomach when his face darkened and his expression changed. Chapter 496. This person was, of course, the Tao monarch. There were 2 dishes on the table and a pot of wine. He was dressed in the attire of a high scholar and looked very relaxed. It was as if he was admiring the misty, rainy scenery. The Tao monarch's eyes were fixed on the imperial qi of the palace, and his heart was filled with unspeakable joy. He had been paying attention to the progress of Pei Ziyun's matter. After lying low for so many years, the chance to solve all his problems had finally arrived. The circulation of imperial qi is a huge matter. Even if one was a complete Tao monarch and killed the emperor, he would suffer a terrible backlash, much less an 8th-level Earth immortal. If the emperor was at his wit's end, it would be fine. But the dynasty has just been established, and the Tao monarch is like the sun rising from the east. Killing the emperor and breaking the imperial qi will cause the Tao monarch to fall. Even if you can kill your way out of the palace, you'll not be far from death. Once the imperial qi is broken, the seal will weaken. I can then help the main body break the seal and rule the land again. Just as he was thinking about this, he saw the imperial qi in the palace shake violently. It dissipated for a while before gathering at a bright spot. Gradually, it calmed down and calmed down. What's going on? Why is the imperial qi changing? The Tao monarch was shocked, his face full of shock. Are you disappointed? At this point, a voice came from the stairs. In the blink of an eye, Pei Ziyun appeared on the 3rd floor of the hotel. He walked over slowly and said, Emperor Qi Tai is indeed impressive. At the most crucial moment, he chose the best method for me. In all fairness, your calculations were not wrong. The possibility of this being the best outcome is very low. The Grand Su dynasty's draconic qi has just been established, and the billions of commoners have placed their hopes on it. I want to break through the draconic qi and return to the chaotic world. Not to mention that I'm only at the 7th or 8th level of the earthly immortal realm. Even if I become a Tao Lord like you, I'll still fall in status and be doomed eternally. When that happens, you will be able to deal with it easily, right? It's just that this generation of the dynasty is full of talents. Pei Ziyun's tone became colder. That's why I was lucky. Things did not go in the direction you had planned. Your plans were all for naught. The Tao monarch was both shocked and angry. Although he wasn't completely correct, he had hit the nail on the head. He had long prepared for this day to come. According to his calculations, no matter if Pei Ziyun won or lost, there would be nothing to lose. If Pei Ziyun were to lose, based on his strength, the imperial qi of the empire would be greatly weakened. At that time, there would be hope for him to escape. If Pei Ziyun were to win, based on his personality, he would kill the emperor and appoint a new emperor. He would even change the dynasty. In that case, he would not even need to do anything. Everything would belong to him. However, man proposes, God disposes. The result was completely unexpected. So what if you didn't break the dragon qi? You've been killing until now. How much magic power do you have left? Since you've walked right into my trap, don't blame me for bullying you. The Tao Lord sneered. Pei Ziyun shook his head slowly, as if he didn't agree with the Tao monarch's words. He then said, If your real body were here, I might be a little afraid. But this is only your clone. Do you think I wouldn't have the confidence to come here? Your doppelganger doesn't even have iron cast bronze. How many moves would it take for me to kill you? How arrogant! The Tao Lord's face turned red. Pei Ziyun did not speak anymore. He walked forward slowly, his steps steady and calm. The Tao monarch stepped forward as well. Both of them were moving at a steady pace. When he took his 3rd step, he laughed. The imperial qi can block all spells. Why can't I die? Boom! The scene changed. He was now in a dilapidated palace. The palace was covered in frost and snow. There were broken statues, broken swords, broken armors, and magical weapons everywhere. Corpses were strewn all over the place. Dark red blood seeped out from the corpses, forming a small stream that flowed into a garden not far away. Several tea trees had withered, and a pond had dried up. Only the pavilion was in good condition. Above it, 3 words could be seen: Pavilion of Ages. Then, a bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, followed by large droplets of rain. "This is unbelievable." Pei Ziyun scanned his surroundings and looked down at the green stones beneath his feet. They were slightly damp and cold. Then his gaze swept past the corpses and landed on the person in front of him. His eyes narrowed. Iron cast bronze? In an instant, the Tao monarch had reached this level. This was impossible. Pei Ziyun's eyes darkened. He realized that he had underestimated the Tao monarch. "This is my Tao realm. Remember this name. Now die." The Tao monarch's body was surrounded by a circle of lightning. Then, it gathered into an electric serpent that pounced forward. Boom! The speed of the electric serpent was unimaginable. In an instant, it landed and exploded. The Tao monarch waved his hand, and a cold light shot towards Pei Ziyun. Boom! In an instant, a figure appeared in the electric light. The long halberd flashed, and with a single strike, the cold light shattered. Then a voice could be heard: "Die!" Pooh! The light from the halberd sliced through. When it was half an inch away, a small shield suddenly appeared, blocking the attack. The Tao monarch had already dodged the attack. Unknowingly, a sword had appeared in his hand as he stabbed towards Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun leaped, and his entire body flashed. The long halberd landed heavily on the Tao monarch's body. Boom! Sparks flew. The Tao monarch had just stood up when he was sent flying backwards, crashing into the wall. There was an obvious dent in his chest. "Ah, that's impossible. Is this the 8th level?" The Tao monarch finally reacted and screamed. His face was full of disbelief, and his heart was filled with fear. Firstly, he did not expect Pei Ziyun to improve so quickly. He remembered that during the Immortals Crossing, he had only reached the 7th level. Who would have thought that he would be able to reach the 8th level in such a short period of time? Even so, this is my Tao realm. What do you do to me? The Tao monarch roared in anger. Gray rain poured down from the sky. A ray of light shone through the gray clouds and shone on the Tao monarch's body. With a cracking sound, the Tao monarch's sunken ribs were restored. Then, with a clang, his entire body seemed to have transformed into a sword as he landed heavily on the ground. Die! Wind and thunder slash. Before he could stab the Tao monarch, the halberd's light rippled as a crescent moon shot out. The moment it appeared, it dimmed. "It's useless. This is my Tao realm." Before he could finish speaking, the crescent moon was covered in a thin layer of green. It swept past and shattered the sword light. Its momentum did not diminish as it slashed past, causing a thick mist of blood to spurt out. Ah! Although the Tao monarch dodged in time, he still cried out in pain. Although his body was made of iron, half of his shoulder was bleeding profusely. No, how is this possible? Is this imperial qi? No, this is the title of a Tao monarch. The Heaven Awakening Emperor actually conferred you the title of Tao monarch? Why? The Tao monarch's face turned pale. He even felt a tinge of fear. How could Pei Ziyun allow the Tao monarch any time to breathe? Just as the Tao monarch opened his mouth, he felt the hairs on his body stand up. He was shocked. Using his authority, he moved half a foot away. Just as he moved, the halberd flashed and slashed across his forehead. It's over. This was the last thought that flashed through the Tao Lord's mind. With a loud boom, the entire Tao realm disappeared, and he returned to the restaurant. There were a few large holes in the wall, and a few customers were lying on the ground. It was a scene of panic. The Taoist monarch's body suddenly struggled, but the crown of his head had already been sliced off, and the entire upper half of his head was gone. He opened his mouth and let out a blood-curdling screech, and a large mass of red and white brain matter spurted out. He stopped moving and fell down, and blood slowly flowed down, dyeing the floor red. I've finally killed the Tao monarch. At this point, everyone was running for their lives. Although he was in the Tao realm, it was still a mess. Luckily, there were only a few people left. Just as he stepped out of the restaurant, a carriage appeared in the rain. The carriage driver bowed. "True sovereign, I am from a grand princess's residence. I am here to bring you there." "All right, go on then." Pei Ziyin smiled as he got off the carriage and drove off. Actually, the grand princess's residence wasn't that far away. Before long, he had turned into an alley and saw the grand princess's residence. Pei Ziyin calmed himself down and got off the carriage. He saw that there were 300 people standing in front of the grand princess's residence. They were all wielding swords and had a murderous aura about them. However, they were already retreating. Seeing Pei Ziyin approaching, the general did not speak and led his men away. "The grand princess's residence is under house arrest as well." Pei Ziyin sighed to himself. All of a sudden, the door opened and someone walked in. When he saw Pei Ziyin, he knelt down and said, "True sovereign, the grand princess asked me to wait for you. I shall come out now." As soon as he finished speaking, the grand princess walked over. Pei Ziyin observed her closely and saw that she was dressed the same as before. It was just that her face was so pale that no one dared to look at her. Her brows were furrowed. There were 12 other serving maids and old women who bowed to her. The grand princess walked out and stood still. She looked haggard. When she saw Pei Ziyin, she sighed. "Now that I see you, I don't even know what to say. Come in." Pei Ziyin nodded his head and followed her in. He walked along the corridor and passed by a pond. He then walked past a pine forest and a lake. Just as he was about to speak, he heard the sound of a bell. The sound of the bell could be heard throughout the entire city. Both of them stopped in their tracks. The sound of the bell was melodious and deep, reverberating through the rain. Dusk fell as the sound of the bell rang. Both of them were speechless. The country could not go a day without a ruler. Emperor Qitai had just passed away, and there was a posthumous edict. All the ministers had rushed to the emperor's tomb to hold the coronation ceremony. The imperial qi has calmed down again. Pei Ziyin waited for some time and was about to speak when he exclaimed, "Eh." He looked down at the ground. Darkness, sealed place, the entire palace was covered in frost and snow. Several tea trees had withered and a pond had dried up. Only the pavilion was in good condition. Above it, 3 words could be seen, "Time Pavilion." The Tao monarch groaned. "My doppelganger has fallen. Is Pei Ziyin that strong? Or is this a plot by the imperial court?" Maybe it was because the seal had blocked off all information, but the Tao monarch could not know the truth. He was furious. However, after spending 1,000 years underground, he had developed a calm and collected personality. After pondering for some time, he took a deep breath. Forget it. The death of the doppelganger has its own benefits. This way, the agreement with the imperial court will be cut in half. Furthermore, the doppelganger has already restored some of the arrangements on the ground. In addition to the presence of the demon race, the seal has weakened. Even if the doppelganger has fallen, there is still a chance to break the seal. Just as he was thinking about this, a black aura appeared. The Tao monarch screamed and mumbled, "What is this? Has my status been split and shifted?" Chapter 497. Grand Princess Mansion. The two of them sighed as they walked along the corridor. Suddenly, the plum blossom moved, as if there was a message. Pei Ziyin saw that the Grand Princess was walking in silence. He calmed himself down and shouted, "System." A plum blossom appeared in front of him and grew bigger, becoming a translucent information interface. It floated in front of his eyes as data appeared. The next world's coordinates have been selected. Battle of Troy. Using the identity of Paris to survive the Battle of Troy and obtain the Golden Apple. The next world is the Battle of Troy. Pei Ziyin was shocked. Before he could take a closer look, the two of them had already walked along the stone bridge and were nearing the inner courtyard. They could hear the faint sounds of a zither singing. Heaven and earth, the journey of all living things. Time, the traveler of 100 generations. Life is like a dream. How joyful is it? The ancients traveled by candlelight in the night. The Grand Princess walked to the bottom of the tree and listened to the song. The song traveled through the darkness of the night. Both of them didn't speak until the song had ended. Only when the song had ended did they regain their senses. The Grand Princess then said, "Your daughter used to practice the zither every day." The Empress then chose 12 new serving maids to teach her. Half of them followed her, while the other half stayed within the mansion. They could be considered as lessons. Pei Ziyun laughed and was about to speak when they heard a commotion from afar. The two of them paused as they saw someone rushing in. "Grand Princess, true sovereign, the Emperor has an edict." It was delivered by the newly appointed eunuch, Eunuch Gu. So fast. Pei Ziyun paused as well. King Shun had just ascended to the throne and was already in a rush to get Eunuch Gu to deliver the edict. Was he impatient or something else? He turned around and smiled. "Grand Princess, receive the edict." The Grand Princess nodded her head gently. It was said that in a rich and powerful family, incense burners were a common sight. She had just placed it out when she saw Eunuch Gu holding onto a yellow silk cloth, which was wrapped around the burners. He then walked over to the incense burners and bowed to Pei Ziyun. "Tao Monarch, I am here on behalf of the Emperor to announce the imperial decree." Pei Ziyun nodded his head as he heard Eunuch Gu shout, "The edict has arrived. Everyone receive it." Everyone knelt down in front of the incense burner table. Only Pei Ziyun remained standing and looked on quietly. Eunuch Gu didn't rush him as he slowly unfurled an imperial edict and read out loud. The imperial edict states, "The Chitai Emperor was suffering from serious illness, but he racked his brains to think of a way to solve two major problems." When he heard of the imperial army's triumphant return, he was overjoyed but was unable to reverse the situation. He passed away at the Hall of the Black Tortoise. However, he was worried that the prince was still young and would not be able to shoulder the responsibilities of the temple. Hence, he passed the throne to me. Without waiting for anyone to react, Eunuch Gu retrieved a second imperial edict and announced, "The imperial edict reads, Li Pan and Huang Yuanjin were appointed as imperial envoys to assist the true sovereign. However, both of them were bewitched by the demonic arts and aided King Lu. Thankfully, you were able to see through them and kill them on the spot. This is a great fortune for the country. I have received the edict of the previous emperor to bestow upon you the title of Tao Monarch. I will also bestow upon his son the title of Earl of Flowing Gold. He will be given land on Flowing Gold Island and will be given an iron certificate. This is a gift of gratitude." Eunuch Gu took out a third edict and continued reading. The edict reads, "The world has been settled. Although there have been many twists and turns, it is still a disease. I have observed that the people of the world have been waiting for peace for a long time. I have decided that next year will be a year of peace and will ensure peace for generations to come. I shall grant amnesty to the people of the world to show my will." After the three edicts were read, everyone bowed down. "Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor!" Eunuch Gu finished reading the edict and smiled apologetically. He then turned to Pei Ziyun and said, "True sovereign, this is the iron certificate. Please accept it." As he spoke, he handed the edict over to Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun sighed to himself. These three imperial edicts were very organized. First, it was stated that the Chitai Emperor had died of serious illness. The edicts were then passed on to King Shun. Next, the new emperor immediately decided on a temple name, which was King Shao. Next, it was to please Pei Ziyun. Emperor Chitai's bestowal was a secret, but now it was made public. He even bestowed upon his son the title of Earl and gave him land on Flowing Gold Island. He was also given an iron certificate. This was a very high honor. Lastly, it was announced that the new year would be a year of peace and that there would be amnesty for the people of the world. This was a show of the ambition of the emperor and the wishes of the people of the world. Pei Ziyun took a look at the iron certificate. It was as good as new, and the thickness was uniform. The edges were neat, and the inlays were intricate. The words on the certificate shone brilliantly. The system said, "Officials are virtuous if they are loyal, and the ruler is wise if he is rewarded." This is the principle of righteousness since ancient times. True sovereign Qi Ning Pei Ziyun has been meritorious in exterminating the demons. His meritorious deeds have affected the lives of the people. Since ancient times, he has been bestowed the title of Tao Monarch. His son has been bestowed the title of Flowing Gold Earl, with a salary of 1,000 stones. I hereby swear to you that apart from treason and hereditary titles, you shall be spared from the death penalty. Even if you commit a crime, you shall not be punished. I shall bear this debt of gratitude for eternity. This iron certificate was not hereditary. Pei Ziyun was silent as he bowed. Since that's the case, I shall be indebted to the emperor. Eunuch Gu heaved a sigh of relief, and his smile became much more sincere. He then shouted, "Bring them here." Following the order, the soldiers were like wolves and tigers as they brought a few people over. These people refused to kneel down. The soldiers pressed them down and kicked them in the knees, causing them to kneel on the ground. Pei Ziyan looked over and saw that among the people who were kneeling were Li Chuanjun, Xiao Wei, Gao Guang, Feng Min, and others. These were the people who had clamored for Pei Ziyun to be suppressed. When King Shun ascended to the throne, other than some necessary rewards, the most important thing was to immediately send people to deal with the people who had dealt with Pei Ziyun. The people who were escorted over by Eunuch Gu were the ones who had caused the most trouble, and were also the ones who had the greatest influence. As for the other small fries, the emperor directly dealt with them. The emperor was also making use of Pei Ziyun's influence to get rid of those who disagreed with him. He wanted to quickly ascend to the throne and solidify his position. This was something that Pei Ziyun knew very well, and he was happy to see it happen. Pei Ziyun looked at the criminals who were still kneeling on the ground, and was silent for some time before speaking. What does the emperor mean by this? When Emperor Qi Tai was still on the throne, these people had been in the limelight for a period of time. Now they had all become prisoners, and their lives and fortunes were all in the hands of a single person. It was really hard to predict, and fate was unpredictable. Eunuch Gu was slightly taken aback, but he still bowed and replied, "These people are slandering the emperor, and they are crazy. His Majesty is furious and wishes to execute these people and their families." Pei Ziyun sighed to himself. Speaking from the bottom of his heart, he did not want to implicate his family and the innocent. As the saying goes, one should bear the consequences of his actions alone. However, the rules here had always been like this. If one person was guilty, it was easy for the entire family to be implicated. He thought for some time, and then pointed at these people. These people are to be sentenced to death. Their families and descendants, as well as their 3 families, are to be banished to Golden Island to be slaves. The Tao monarch is truly benevolent. Eunuch Gu spoke from the bottom of his heart, and this was sincere. From his point of view, these people were the claws and teeth of the Tao monarch. The fact that the emperor did not execute their entire families was already an act of mercy. Who would have thought that the Tao monarch would only be exiled? Oh well, they were lucky. Eunuch Gu waved his hand, and someone brought over poison wine. It was a black wooden tray, and there were 2 pots of wine and several wine cups on it. At this point, the 20 or so people surrounding them were all scared stiff. Even the Grand Princess's face was pale. The eunuch carried the wine over and said, "Your humble servant shall wait upon your deaths." Li Chuanjun and Xiao Wei saw the eunuch carrying the wine in and knew that their deaths were near. Their bodies trembled, but they stubbornly stood up and glared at Pei Ziyun. "True sovereign Pei, you have forgiven my descendants and 3 families, and I owe you a debt of gratitude. However, under such circumstances, I do not acknowledge you. You are still a traitor. Thunder, rain, and dew are all a debt of gratitude to the emperor. If the emperor wishes for me to die, I have no choice but to die. However, I am not willing to accept this grace. Ancestor, your humble servant is coming." As he spoke, the 2 of them slammed into the stone pillar. Pong! A dull thud could be heard, and blood splattered everywhere. It was obvious that they had used all their strength. Following that, The two of them slid down the pillar, and there was no more sound. The coroner rolled his eyes and used a needle to prick them. He then stood up and shook his head, indicating that it was over. When Eunuch Gu saw this, his heart was thumping wildly. He broke out in a cold sweat and felt uncomfortable. However, he still maintained his composure and gave a cold laugh. Using poisoned wine to poison them, the imperial court took into account their many years of hard work. If not, they would have been executed by the sword or hanged. These two have really gotten off lightly, and yet they don't appreciate my kindness. Don't make things difficult for me. Gao Guang's legs were trembling, but she did not beg for mercy. She only said, "This servant is only a servant of the emperor, and I have no regrets." As she spoke, she downed the wine in one gulp and rolled on the ground in pain. She did not make a sound, and after a while, there was no more sound. Eunuch Gu squinted his eyes and nodded his head, evidently satisfied with the poisoned wine. The only one left was Feng Min. It had only been a day, and his hair was unkempt and his face was dirty. He looked haggard and did not look calm or dignified at all. He looked at Pei Ziyun and spoke slowly. "I have been friends with Dao Lord for a long time. Thank you for your forgiveness, Dao Lord. I have a presumptuous request, and I hope Dao Lord will agree to it." As he spoke, he lowered his body and bowed to Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun's heart was filled with emotions. If not for the fact that he had won, all of this would have happened to his mother, wife, and children. He spoke plainly, "Speak. Dao Lord, Li Junyuan is loyal to the imperial court and is also talented. He can take over the Dao records department." Pei Ziyun sighed and said, "You are a fool. I can't agree to this request. It depends on the emperor. Actually, this was already an agreement." Feng Min bowed deeply, straightened his hat, and downed the wine in one gulp. Before long, he let out a groan as blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. He died on the spot. Thinking back to when Feng Min was in charge of the Dao Records Department, he was extremely high-spirited. Everyone in the imperial court gave him face, and yet he died just like that. Pei Ziyun was filled with melancholy. Seeing that all the criminals were dead, he took out a memorial from his robes and passed it to Eunuch Gu. "Taoists value peace and tranquility. I wish to sail across the seas and hope that the emperor will approve of this request. I would be grateful to Eunuch Gu for this memorial on my behalf." Eunuch Gu received the memorial and bowed deeply. "Thank you, Dao Lord." Although this was just a formality, it was a show of support for the emperor. To a 15-year-old emperor who had just ascended to the throne, this was undoubtedly a huge support. It would help him to stabilize his position as emperor. This also showed that Pei Ziyun did not have any intentions of coveting the throne. The 15-year-old Emperor Taiping's affairs were orderly and orderly. He already had the temperament of a ruler. After a period of training and gaining power, it was believed that the empire of Su dynasty would be stabilized and the world would welcome peace. Since that was the case, why not push the boat along with the current? With this memorial, I can repay the debt of informing the emperor that day. Pei Ziyun thought to himself. Seeing that everything had been settled, he was anxious to find a quiet place to look for more information. He then said, "It's not clean here. I'll go out for some fresh air." As he spoke, he turned around and left. Chapter 498. Pei Ziyun arrived at the waterside pavilion in the garden. He leaned on the white marble railing and looked out. Spring was warm, and the flowers were in full bloom. A row of weeping willows could be seen by the shore. Lotus leaves floated in the water. He felt refreshed. After a long time, he shouted, "Plum blossoms!" Before him, a plum tree appeared. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the entire tree was illusory. Only one branch was real, and it was blooming. Pei Ziyun looked at the tree and asked, "If this goes on just by digesting all the demonic energy, I am confident that I can reach the 9th level. I will no longer be affected by aging, and even become a Dao monarch. Why do I have to leave in 3 years? Why do I have to go to the Battle of Troy?" The plum tree floated silently in midair and did not reply. It was as if it had not heard the question. Pei Ziyin waited for a while and was getting impatient. He touched the tree with his hand, and his expression changed. A message was transmitted to him. He seemed to have understood something. I see. Why must I leave? Because the plum blossom's principle is to return home. If I do not leave, I can choose to separate from it and stay in this world forever. And after 3 years, I will become a Tao monarch and have no choice but to stay in this world. It will automatically separate from me. So the longest I can stay is 3 years? Tao monarchs were the main characters of this world. Their mission was to protect this world. After becoming a Tao monarch, the world would stop them from leaving to prevent any losses to this world. Pei Ziyin let out a long sigh as he continued to digest the information he had just received. Not only that, I can't even bring the physical body that the world gave me. I can only sleep within the dimension, but the dimension gave me a small piece. Pei Ziyin had a strange look on his face. He could not even bring the physical body. Why could he bring a small piece of the dimension? This is because the dimension was obtained by killing demons. The demons are outsiders and do not belong to this world. That's why I can bring a part of it. And the reason I chose the Battle of Troy was because the plum blossoms needed to replenish their strength. This way, I can go home from one world to another. Pei Ziyin looked at the lake quietly and saw the ripples of the water, the spring breeze caressing the willows, the winding corridors, and the swaying of the lotus leaves. His heart was in a daze. After the Grand Princess was done with her work, she followed him. She saw Pei Ziyin standing on the walkway in the middle of the lake, looking at the lotus leaves. She couldn't help but be surprised. She thought that he had no choice but to leave and didn't say anything. After a long time, Pei Ziyin then spoke. Now that this matter has been settled, I shall return to Golden Island immediately. I have also explained to the Emperor that the son of the Canton Princess and I will inherit Golden Island. Does the Grand Princess wish to accompany me? The Grand Princess looked around her and sighed. She looked at Pei Ziyin and was silent for some time before nodding her head. Originally, with her royal brother around, she was the eldest princess, so she didn't have to worry at all. At the time of awakening the Thai Emperor, their relationship was no longer the same. Being placed under house arrest by the armored soldiers also chilled her heart. Now that the Great Peace Emperor had succeeded the throne, the world was no longer the same as before. As the mother of the Canton Princess, she should follow Pei Ziyin to Golden Island. She might as well not be the Grand Princess of the Sioux. When Pei Ziyin saw her nodding her head, he couldn't help but feel emotional. The situation when he first arrived was still fresh in his mind. It had been such a difficult journey, and he had finally reached the point where he had nothing to fear. It was just that he didn't have much time left in this world. Before he left, he hoped to make arrangements for the people around him so that he wouldn't leave any hidden dangers behind. Not to participate in the imperial court or even the mainland was a fixed strategy. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about the future. He wouldn't have to worry about the people around him being buried in the imperial court. The surface of the lake shimmered as the moonlight shone on it, illuminating the entire surface of the lake. The shadows of the two of them stretched out on the surface of the lake for a long time. Neither of them spoke. After some time, the Grand Princess then said, "Since that's the case, I shall make preparations and set off tomorrow morning." When Pei Ziyin heard this, he raised his eyebrows, so fast. The Grand Princess then spoke plainly, "I've enjoyed a lot of riches, and I don't have many attachments. As for the things that I can't bring with me, I can't bring them with me. If I can't let go of them, I have to let them go. As long as the Canton Princess is around, I can adapt." Pei Ziyin didn't know when he would return, or even if he didn't. However, there were some things that he had to make a decision about. You're right. If one is able to let go of his belongings and move on, perhaps the road ahead will be easier. There will be fewer disputes and grudges. Pei Ziyin nodded his head. If that's the case, the Canton Princess would be at ease. That was good. Renqing County, the sky was dark and it started to rain. Before long, it was raining heavily. A young lady was walking along the road, carrying a fox in her arms. When she saw a tavern, she walked in. The entrance to the tavern wasn't big, and there were only 4 tables in front of it. They were lit by oil lamps, and there were only 3 or 4 customers. When the waiter saw the young lady, he was a little surprised, but still welcomed her with a smile. "Miss, are you here to eat or to stay?" "If I'm staying, I'm here to order some food. Bring me a pot of wine." Gua sat down by herself and stared into space. She had been alone for a long time and was used to loneliness. Hence, she was used to drinking wine. The waiter bowed and complied. He then brought over a plate of carp, a plate of chicken, and a plate of fragrant peanuts. He then brought over a pot of wine and said, "Miss, please enjoy." After downing a cup of wine, Gua paused and looked around. She then said to the fox, "I heard the sound of a bell. Dang, dang, dang. Did you hear that?" The fox was still eating the chicken, and his mouth was covered in oil. How could he be bothered with her? All of a sudden, Gua felt an emptiness in her heart. It was as if something that she hated and loved was gone. She then took another gulp of wine and started coughing. As she coughed violently, she did not realize that the stone between her eyebrows had started to change, and the shadow of a giant could be seen. The great sea, more than 10 ships were sailing across the vast sea. Seabirds could be seen flying across the skies. Within the cabin of the ship, Pei Zi-yun was deep in thought as he waved his brush. He had learned about the Battle of Troy. Now that he was close to becoming a true immortal, he could remember everything. He just didn't know if the battle was real or if it was just a myth. If it was real, then the battle was real history. Greece itself was poor and could not support many people, while Asia Minor was a very prosperous colony. The rise of Troy led to the unification of Asia Minor. Not only did it stop the colonization, it also threatened Greece itself. Furthermore, Troy was a very important location, as it was a trade route. On one hand, it collected taxes. On the other hand, it sent people to be pirates, accumulating a huge amount of wealth. With all these factors combined, Greece wanted to destroy this great enemy, remove the threat, and reap the wealth. Pei Zi-yun finished writing a piece of paper and looked at it carefully. He nodded his head in satisfaction and picked up another piece of paper, deep in thought. If it was a myth, then it would be even more complicated. On the surface, Poseidon and Apollo swore to destroy Troy because of the king's debt, while Hera and Athena had the urge to destroy the city because of the shepherd's decision. In reality, the gods had long ago decreed that Troy would be destroyed. Helen and Paris were just a prelude. Gaia said that there were too many people, and the burden was too heavy. She had to get rid of some of them. This was a reason that had to be eliminated. In ancient times, the gods wanted to expand their influence by marrying humans to give birth to the Son of God. By the time of Troy, the gods had already achieved their goal. All the cities worshipped the gods, and the endless number of heroes had become a hidden danger. Hence, they had to be eliminated. This was another reason. As for Apollo and his sister Artemis, they actually supported Troy because it was their land of worship. Hence, although they were forced to follow Zeus's orders and had to swear an oath, they still supported Troy. Among all these, what was the best way to survive for Troy and Paris, or perhaps for himself? Just as he was thinking about this, there was a knock on the door. Pei Zi-yun paused and waved his hand, burning the paper he was writing on. There was no trace of it. When he walked out, he saw that it was the Grand Princess. "The ship says that we are almost at Rob Island." The Grand Princess looked at the room and asked, "Do you have any regrets or reluctance to leave the Great Sue dynasty?" Pei Zi-yun casually walked to the bow of the ship and looked into the distance. He shook his head slightly. He had been in this world for 6 years, and there were people or things that he was reluctant to part with. The answer was yes, but these things did not stay in the Great Sue dynasty. They were at Golden Island and even further away at Boluo Island. He did not miss the Great Sue dynasty at all. "Before we left, the emperor gave you many rewards. It's a pity that he did not give me a single cent," the Grand Princess teased. When Pei Zi-yun boarded the ship, the emperor gave him 50,000 taels of gold, 100,000 taels of silver, 500 taels of silk, 1,000 taels of silk, and 3,000 taels of cloth. That's because the emperor knows that I am penniless. Unlike you, the value of the things you brought out is at least 10 times the reward. Furthermore, this is considered as the emperor's allowance for my family. With this reward, I can leave with peace of mind. He will also be relieved. Pei Ziyin smiled as he spoke. Looking into the distance where the sky and the sea met, there was a small dot. As the ship neared, the dot gradually became bigger, and the outline of the island could be seen. The island was lush with vegetation, and the scenery was beautiful. So they had arrived at Luo Bo Island in such a short time. Amidst the sound of the wind and the waves, there were several gaps in the forest. Young men were chopping down trees and building houses. There were also women who were washing clothes and cooking. Their expressions were submissive and submissive. These were the natives who had conquered the island. The population of the island was in the thousands, and it was a new city. A simple pier had already been built. As the ship neared, He Ching led the villagers over. Seeing that it was an official ship, her face tensed up as she shouted, "Stop the enemy!" A large group of soldiers rushed to the pier, armed with spears and shields. Amidst the tense atmosphere, a familiar figure walked out. "It's me. It's my master." Seeing that it was Pei Ziyun, He Ching hurriedly welcomed him. She then asked, "Master, why are you on an official ship?" "It's a gift from a new emperor." "Don't worry," Pei Ziyun replied. His tone was calm, as though he was not worried at all. Everyone lowered their heads and followed Pei Ziyun in. His sleeves were fluttering in the wind, and he looked like a crane in the clouds. The Grand Princess looked at him and asked, "You and my daughter's son have inherited the Golden Island and the title of Earl. Where is your daughter, Yi Suer?" Pei Ziyun looked at her and said, "This is Baoyuo Island. It's a place to live. No matter how strong the dynasty is, they can't do anything about it. Isn't it too cruel to banish him to such a remote island?" The Grand Princess still felt that this was a place of exile, and that Golden Island was much better. "To you, this island is a desolate place, isolated from the rest of the world. Living on this island is no different from being exiled. But to me, this island is beautiful and self-sufficient. It's far away from the clamor of the mortal world. This is exactly what I want and want," Pei Ziyun said. "In order to prevent any unpleasantness from happening in the future, I've decided to stay far away from this place." Pei Ziyun said, "Have you ever asked anyone about this? Perhaps the life you've arranged for them might not be what they want. It won't be a desolate place. I will set up a government here and move the people here. Do you believe that in a few years, this place will become a prosperous place?" As Pei Ziyun spoke, his vision blurred. It was as though he saw a red snake with white mist around it, nodding at him. The news of Pei Ziyun's return spread like wildfire throughout the entire island. The tension that had been suppressed for the past few days was swept away, and the atmosphere was filled with joy. Most people only knew that the island was safe with a true sovereign guarding it. The few who knew the truth didn't dare to look at Pei Ziyun in the eye. Pei Ziyun didn't care much about this. The only thing he cared about was his family. They were the reason why Pei Ziyun felt like a home on this island. From afar, he could see a mansion. This mansion was simple, but it was starting to take shape. At the entrance, a family had already gathered around to welcome him. "Mother," Pei Ziyun bowed deeply. Pei Qianshi rarely interfered with the affairs of the outside world, and the people around her didn't dare to talk too much to her. She didn't know how much her son had accomplished. She just assumed that her son had resigned from his post and allowed him to enter the courtyard. She then said, "That's good too. Your father was busy with the affairs of the country and ended up losing his life. You should retire and spend more time with your wives. They treat me very well and treat me like my own daughter. They just miss you a lot. Now that you're pregnant, when you have a son, I'll be satisfied." No matter how tough it is here, there are many people to serve you. There's no shortage of rice, oil, and meat. How could it be harder than raising you in the village? When Yi Suer heard this, she nodded her head seriously and pretended to work hard, just like her. Chi Qinya was used to the etiquette of a princess, and her face turned red. She had just married into the family, and although she was pregnant, her mother-in-law was already talking about this. What should she do? Liao Qingyi was sprawled on the table, her hands resting on her cheeks as she blinked innocently. She had no say in this matter. Her junior sister, Chu Xia, came over unwillingly and felt awkward. She was the most relaxed one and said, "Teacher has divined senior brother's fortune. He will have 4 sons and daughters and will live a long and prosperous life. Ani, you are destined to have many grandchildren. You're such a sweet talker." Pei Qianshi smiled and patted Chu Xia's hands. Looking at her figure, she was satisfied. She thought to herself that teacher Yu's divination was accurate and started to calculate the numbers. Chu Xia couldn't pull her hands away and felt that something was wrong. She looked at Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun could only say, "There will be more in the future. Mother, don't be anxious." "Am I anxious?" "I'm not anxious." Pei Qianshi's face was calm, and she spoke as if her son wasn't her own. "My son was busy in the past. I didn't say much. Now that he's home, I have to talk to him." Although his mother nagged him, he could only bear it. Pei Ziyun let out a long sigh. It was true that he had to accompany them. 3 years was too short. Although he had many thoughts, it was better to spend the last moments of his life with his loved ones. Coincidentally, the autumn wind blew across the courtyard, and the leaves fell on the mountains and the seas. Chapter 499. Mount Ida, Asia Minor. The sky gradually darkened. Darkness engulfed the land and the mountains. There were dense forests and clear springs, as well as delicious wild grapes. It was a shallow stream. The water was very shallow, only reaching one's knees. This was a good place for cows and sheep to drink water. But now, a pale-skinned youth was lying in the river. Not even half of his body could be covered. He had already drowned. The youth looked very young and handsome. He had black hair and black eyes. Looking closely, there were calluses on his fingers and scars on the inside of his arms. This was the price he had to pay for using a bow and arrow. A plum blossom quickly appeared and quickly enlarged. It became a transparent information interface with a faint sense of light. Occupy Paris's body in 1 minute. Countdown begins. The translucent figure standing at the side did not dare to delay. He reached out to touch the corpse. Boom! There was a loud noise. Everything in Mount Ida disappeared. What appeared next was an ocean. The surface was gloomy and frightening. The waves were turbulent and the sky was dark. The wind was blowing away the dark clouds. From time to time, lightning flashed across the night sky, illuminating the turbulent sea. With the help of the lightning, one could see a ship on the surface of the sea. Upon closer inspection, it was more like a floating fortress than a ship. This fortress looked like a small palace. This small palace was actually only a few feet wide. There were a few bare stone pillars floating on the surface of the sea. A translucent figure stood on the steps and looked down. This is Paris's spiritual world. Is it that powerful? No. Paris is the descendant of Zeus and the ocean goddess. This is his inherited divinity. However, this is already the 6th generation. Even with the blood of the river god in between, how can it still be so powerful? Zeus and the ocean goddess Pleiades, Iation, Dardanos, Erichthonius, Telos, Eros, Laomedon, Priam, Hector, Paris. The translucent figure was Pei Ziyun. He muttered, could it be that Paris was a key figure in the Battle of Troy? That's why he's special. Just as he was thinking about this, a bolt of lightning fell. Pei Ziyun saw a ship smashed into pieces on the sea. The man's expression was one of despair and the arm that was reaching towards the sky. Everything was then swallowed up by darkness. Is this the intimidation carried by the goddess of ocean? Pei Ziyun laughed involuntarily. Seeing that his threat had no effect, he heard a loud boom as a bolt of lightning shot through the clouds. As he stared at the dark clouds, Pei Ziyun closed his eyes. In the next moment, a bolt of lightning struck down. The entire ocean seemed to have been split apart by the blinding light of the lightning as it landed heavily on the small palace hall. Boom! One of the pillars exploded, but at the same time, insignificant tiny lightning bolts slowly spun in the air. Come, Paris's power and destiny. The palace continued sailing. Although the ocean looked vast and boundless, Pei Ziyun knew that there was a limit to it. In fact, it was extremely limited. The dark clouds seemed to be infuriated, and the sound of thunder resounded through the entire night sky and ocean. A bolt of lightning struck with an aura that could destroy heaven and earth. Boom! The lightning struck the small hall. The power of the lightning could not be avoided, at least not now. Another piece of stone fell into the water. The small hall shook violently, but quickly calmed down. Pei Ziyun looked at the sky coldly as the lightning continued to strike down on it. Rocks continued to fall, but it seemed like it could do nothing to the small hall. After a while, the lightning slowly weakened. Pei Ziyun shouted, "Come, Paris, fight me. You can't beat me with just your instincts." As soon as he finished speaking, the dark clouds started to gather. In the next moment, the dark clouds started to collapse, and a young man appeared. He raised his bow with both hands and shot an arrow at Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun raised his shield, and the arrow hit the shield, causing sparks to fly. He then retreated slowly towards the stairs, as if he wanted to use the stone pillars to defend himself. The young man continued to shoot arrows as he followed Pei Ziyun deeper into the palace. "We're here." Pei Ziyun's figure flashed as he stepped into the palace hall. The young man instinctively rushed in, but felt that something was wrong and wanted to retreat. Too late. Pei Ziyun did not know when a long halberd had appeared in his hands. He raised it up high and swung it down. A crescent moon appeared at the tip of the halberd, carrying with it the power of wind and thunder. Cut of wind and thunder. As the halberd slashed down, the young man instinctively raised his bow in front of his chest and tried to dodge. However, all of this was futile against Pei Ziyun's martial arts. Pooh! A line of blood appeared on the young man's chest, and a faint sound of wind and thunder could be heard. The young man then broke into two pieces and spat out a thick mist of blood. Half of the young man's body did not immediately disappear, as if there was a light in it. Wind and thunder, are you a descendant of Zeus? Pei Ziyun did not speak, as the young man's entire body crumbled into countless pieces. Countless pieces of the broken pieces were about to swim out of the palace hall when a bright light appeared, trapping all the broken pieces within a circle of light. Pei Ziyun slowly extended his hand into the circle of light. As soon as he touched a corner of the broken piece, countless pieces of broken pieces flowed into his arm, and memories flooded in. Pei Ziyun's complicated memories rushed into his mind, causing him to accept the 10 years of life that the young man had experienced. In the next moment, the young man in the stream awoke and stood up. Luckily, Paris's memories are still very simple. It's only about herding sheep. Pei Ziyun moved his joints and found that there was nothing wrong with them. He relaxed and shouted, "System." A small plum blossom quickly appeared and enlarged, turning into a transparent information interface. It gave off a faint sense of light. Mission: occupy Paris's body for 3 seconds. Only 3 seconds left. Pei Ziyun quickly clicked on the mission. Mission complete. You have obtained the priestess's senses. Following this, the plum blossom quickly disappeared. At that moment, 3 gazes swept past him, looking around suspiciously, especially at the young man's body before slowly disappearing. Pei Ziyun's body stiffened. Just being looked at by these gazes, he immediately understood. These are the gazes of the 3 goddesses of fate. The 3 goddesses of fate are the daughters of Zeus and goddess of law Themis, Cross, Lachesis, and Atropos. This is the feeling of a priestess. Pei Ziyun could not help but sweat. It was said that Cross spun a mortal's thread of life, while Lachesis was responsible for determining the length of the thread of life. The oldest Atropos was responsible for cutting off the thread of life, and the length of the thread represented a person's lifespan. No matter what, I've survived the first tribulation. Pei Ziyun deeply breathed in. In front of him was a forest, and a crescent moon hung in the sky. The cold moonlight shone down, and in the distance was the city of Troy. Pei Zi-yin looked down at his body, and a strange energy flowed through him. His body was filled with power, and he could not help but smile in satisfaction. The joy of being reborn filled his heart, and Pei Zi-yin muttered, "Looks like this is the mythological version of the Battle of Troy. This is a bit troublesome, but it's not that strange. In order to replenish the plum blossom, I must find something more valuable." Pei Zi-yin smiled, not feeling too disappointed. He continued to search through Paris's memories, and he found that there were not many useful memories. He only knew that this body had been raised by a female bear, and a shepherd had found him and brought him back to be raised. According to the preliminary information he had, this Battle of Troy was the Greek mythological version of the Battle of Troy. It was more complicated and detailed than the real Battle of Troy in history. On the surface, the Battle of Troy was a result of Poseidon and Apollo swearing to destroy Troy because the king owed them a debt. Zeus's wife Hera and Athena had the urge to destroy Troy because of the decision of the shepherd, who was the owner of this body. Paris eloping with Helen was the prelude to the Battle of Troy. Actually, the real reason was that the gods were trying to expand their influence in human society, but they were also worried about the hidden dangers of having an endless number of heroes. In addition, the population of Troy was too large, and the burden was too heavy. They needed to clear a batch of them periodically. All these reasons caused the Battle of Troy to break out. How was he going to survive and obtain the golden apple during the Battle of Troy? This was something he had to plan carefully. The golden apple should not exist in the real Troy. I should have thought of it long ago. If the Battle of Troy was only in history, and there was no divine intervention, Pei Zi-yin would not be afraid at all. However, in the mythological version, it would not be so easy. However, at least I managed to sneak in. Before he left, Pei Zi-yin was already very close to becoming a Tao Lord, and had a deeper understanding of the world. Any person or thing from the outside world who barged into the new world would be rejected by the new world. The system had taken over the body of a native and had a legal identity in this world, which was very wise. This was why Paris had drowned in a shallow stream. This was actually very ridiculous, not to mention the fact that the stream was not even up to his knees and that Paris was the descendant of Zeus and the ocean goddess. Furthermore, the Battle of Troy was coming soon. Paris was the trigger, and his identity was very sensitive. However, with the help of the system, it was still achieved. Of course, with the great power of the system, it only gave me 1 minute. But in the end, it's done. While he was deep in thought, the moonlight gradually disappeared from the western mountains, and the sky began to brighten. A thin mist filled the air, and the crisp sounds of birds chirping could be heard. The morning dew soaked his hair, and a refreshing feeling that he had not felt for a long time seeped into his heart. He moved closer to the stream and took a look. His black hair and black eyes were very much in line with his requirements. However, his facial features were deeper, and he was more handsome than before. This Paris looks a little different from before. His appearance was still the same, but the fear that he had because of his identity as a shepherd had disappeared. What replaced it was a sense of calmness. There was one more important thing that needed to be confirmed, and that was the power level of this world. If his power was compared to the power of the gods, the difference in power would directly depend on the method he used to obtain the golden apple in this world. Chapter 500. Thinking of this, Pei Zi-yin said in a low voice, "System." A small plum blossom quickly appeared and enlarged, turning into a transparent information interface. It gave off a faint sense of light. Name: Pei Zi-yin, Paris. Occupation: Prince, Shepherd, Martial Arts. Grandmaster, 45, 7%. Xiao, Flute Grandmaster, 16, 3%. Only martial arts have been preserved? Pei Zi-yin seemed to have lost something. After a long time, he smiled. No, there should be more. It's just that Tao can't be used in this world. But power is power. Even if it can't be used, it's still there. It'll be useful in the future. Just as Pei Ziyun was deep in thought, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Paris? Pei Ziyun looked up in surprise. He saw a blonde girl with blue eyes and a tall figure running out of the forest in the distance. The girl was wearing a light blue dress and a white veil, showing off her beautiful figure. Her hair was a little messy, and she was panting a little. It was obvious that she had been running from afar. Pei Ziyun searched through the memories of the original owner and immediately figured out the girl's identity. "No, my dear, why are you here?" Pei Ziyun asked. "I was sleeping and dreamed that you were drowning in the river. My heart ached, so I rushed over to see you. Seeing that you're fine, I'm relieved." Anon patted her chest and said with lingering fear, "Anon, how did I drown? Look at me, I'm fine." Hearing this, Pei Ziyun's heart skipped a beat. Anon was the daughter of the river god Sebrin, but her rank was not very high. How'd she have this dream? He turned around to prove that he was alive and well. "That's right. You're the descendant of Zeus and the ocean goddess, and you drank the blood of the river god. How did you drown?" Anon muttered softly. Suddenly, she smiled and reached out to Pei Ziyun. "Paris, why are you still in the river? Let me pull you up." He gently touched the girl's arm and found that her skin was smooth and delicate, not rough like he had imagined. He pulled her up from the river. "Paris, you've been stealing for so long. Did you lose any lambs?" "Don't worry, Anon. How could I bear to lose such a cute little lamb?" Pei Ziyun said. Ever since Paris was adopted by his adoptive father, Aglaeos, he had officially inherited his profession as a shepherd, helping the king in the palace to look after the cattle and sheep. Looking at the young girl's childish face, Pei Ziyun sighed to himself. If not for the memories of the original owner, he would never have thought that this young girl was his wife. This was because she looked way too young. In Paris' memory, his married life with Anon had always been very happy, even when he knew Anon before marriage. Although Anon often teased him, as a poor shepherd, he had never been angry with Anon and had always enjoyed his time with Anon. However, under the will of God, all of this could not continue and would be terminated. In the original myth, Paris fell in love with Helen and eloped with her, which directly led to the outbreak of the Battle of Troy. The outbreak of the Battle of Troy was a matter of two aspects. On one hand, Greece and Troy fought for supremacy over the Aegean Sea, and on the other hand, it could be the problem of the Olympic divine power. This war could not be stopped. But Troy, or Paris, had a fatal flaw. At least on the surface, the cause of the war was the Spartan king's warm hospitality to Paris. But Paris seriously violated the law and the rules of the host by robbing Queen Helen. This was a stain that was hard to erase. Don't think that this is not important. This will still affect the likes and dislikes of many gods and people, or at least the views of many cities. Greece was able to gather 100,000 troops, and many of its original allies of Troy remained neutral. This was also a major factor, Pei Ziyun thought to himself. Anon led Pei Ziyun back, talking and laughing along the way. Because Pei Ziyun had memories, he did not give himself away. On the way back, he also enjoyed the beautiful scenery of Mount Ida. Of course, Pei Ziyun had a clear purpose for coming here, and he had a rough idea of what would happen next. On the way back, while enjoying the beautiful scenery, he also quietly prepared. If there were no accidents, Paris would be the shepherd who would distribute the golden apples to the gods. He had to seize this favorable opportunity. On the way, as they passed by a patch of wild grapevines, Anon suddenly stopped and asked, "Paris, you have always said that you love me very much, but I want you to personally prove it." If it was in the past, Paris would definitely say some sweet words to make Anon happy, or even directly kiss her, and this problem would be easily solved. However, Pei Ziyun already had a plan in mind. He smiled and said, "My dear Anon, isn't marrying you a direct proof of my love for you?" "Paris, this is far from enough," the young girl said. "All right, Anon, I will let the goddess of love witness my love for you with her own eyes, and let her bless our love," Pei Ziyun said. "Oh, really, Paris?" The young girl covered her mouth and exclaimed. "Of course, Anon. Pei Ziyin replied. At this moment, a strange phenomenon appeared in the distant sky. The clouds were especially bright, and he thought to himself, "It's here." Anon also saw the strange phenomenon in the sky. "Paris, look, what's happening?" "Anon, I can see it. Something unexpected might happen later." "Go hide in the grapevines," Pei Ziyin said. "Paris, nothing bad will happen, right?" the young girl asked worriedly. "Don't worry, Anon. Go hide quickly. No matter what happens, don't come out." Pei Ziyin hurriedly arranged for Anon to hide in the grapevines far away. Then he took out his flute and began to play it. Pei Ziyin's music was not something that he had learned himself. It was the culmination of a lifetime's worth of hard work. These people had learned music for no other reason than for the music itself. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to pass it on to their descendants. These people had put in a lot of effort into their music. Indeed, when the flute was played, the mountains and rivers would flow under the moonlight, and the sound would enter the clouds. But even with the memories of so many people, Pei Ziyin was still unable to become a grandmaster. It was only when Prince Chengshun's note arrived that the Emperor of Awakening Heaven wanted to kill him that he finally expressed his feelings. Thousands of words were gathered into a flute, and he was able to express his true feelings. At this moment, the sound of the flute was melodious, as if it was telling a story. The strange phenomenon in the sky lasted for about 10 breaths of time. Then, 4 deities appeared on the mountain. The one in front was Hermes, and behind him were Hera, Aphrodite, and Athena. Just as Hermes was about to speak, Athena stopped him. At this moment, Pei Ziyun's flute attracted the attention of the 4 deities. They stood there quietly, listening to Pei Ziyun's flute music. It was filled with the passion and purity of youth. I grew up on the beautiful Ida Mountain. When I was young, I was adopted by a kind female bear. She breastfed me. Later, my father, a shepherd, took me in and raised me. I inherited his job and became a shepherd for the king. Although my childhood was difficult, it was filled with happiness. I grew up and learned to think. I was good at thinking. I quietly climbed up a tree and looked at the palace of Troy. The palace was grand and glorious. I observed the nobles who entered and left the palace. I was confused. Why were people's lives so different from each other? My father, Agrias, loved me very much, but he was just a servant in the palace. When the king's children were still playing, I looked after every cow and sheep, afraid that they would be lost or devoured by wild beasts. The taste of the whip was terrible. Only Anon accompanied me. Anon was the daughter of the river god. When I was young, I led a half-starved and half-full life as a shepherd in Ida Mountain. I met the mischievous Anon. I was herding the sheep, and Anon dispersed the flock. She made me traverse the mountains in search of the lost sheep. When I was hungry, Anon would shake the fruits on the tree and smash them on my head. When I was tired, Anon would pretend to howl like a wolf. Just like that, the days passed by. I lived a happy life. I herded the sheep and cows for the king every day. Although Anon was just a little forest fairy, she loved me dearly. She brought me sweet grapes and delicious sheep's milk. I was very grateful. I praised the gods in the heavens. They blessed me with this happy life. If they appear before me, I would definitely thank them for their blessings. Because of them, I could live the life I am now. But I was too poor. All these thoughts of the past and the future flowed through the flute. There was a trace of regret, as if he had let Anon down. Although I was a shepherd, I would definitely win the competition and be rewarded by the king. I would become a citizen and marry Anon, giving her a good life. The gods were originally half-closed in appreciation, but when they heard this, they suddenly looked up at Pei Ziyin. Pei Ziyun's flute gradually turned passionate, and the sound penetrated into the mountains. The clear and melodious voice, although filled with passion, was without any impurities. This was a will that was not afraid of the wind and rain for home, for the person he loved. The feelings and regrets in his heart flowed out. After Pei Ziyun became a grandmaster, the little princess said, "Music is for people to listen to. Only with emotion can it be moved. Love, lust, joy, anger, and sorrow can all be turned into music. Music is the heart. A person may lie, but it is difficult for her music to lie. If you can understand a person's music, you will definitely be able to read her heart. At this moment, the flute's sound was too beautiful, so cherished and gentle. Anon, who was hiding in the vines, listened quietly. 2 drops of tears flowed down her cheeks. The doubts she had when she met Paris earlier had all disappeared. She murmured, "The gods are kind because they give me a gift that is better than beauty. This is Paris love." The 4 gods listened to the melodious sound of the flute and could not help but be moved. In the eyes of the 4 gods, this shepherd seemed to be completely immersed in the melodious sound of the flute. His face was so intoxicated that he did not even realize that there were more gods around him. It was a pity that the gods had already set a destiny for such a person. All of a sudden, the gods also felt a sense of loss. Chapter 501. The melodious sound of the flute continued to flow in the sky. The 4 gods quietly enjoyed the sound of the flute, with no intention of interrupting it. Pei knew very well that if he wanted to change Paris's fate, he had to start little by little. Pei could easily change the subjective factors. He could completely control the fact that he had fallen in love with Helen and eloped with her. Objectively, it was difficult to change Paris's fate, which was decided by the gods. However, he could change it bit by changing the gods' feelings and views of him. The 4 gods came to Mount Ida. Pei believed that the sound of the flute could help him plant a seed in the hearts of the 4 gods. This was the beginning of change. Feeling the gazes of many, Pei finished playing the flute. He put away the flute and looked at the system. Flute, Grandmaster, 25. 3%. When Pei played the flute, he was completely immersed in Paris's memories. The emotions he expressed were flawless, and the feelings he had for Anon were like that of his childhood sweetheart. It was a natural, unadulterated love. The gods seemed to have lost something. After a long time, Hermes walked in front of Pei and said, "Shepherd, I am Hermes. Don't be afraid. The great Zeus has given you a task. The 3 goddesses have come to you because they have chosen you as a judge. They want you to judge who is the most beautiful among them. Zeus has instructed you to accept this task. He will protect and help you in the future." After Hermes finished speaking, he did not wait for Pei to reply. He flapped his wings and flew out of the narrow valley into the sky. Pei laughed coldly. Even Hermes is not willing to get involved in this mess. And when the time came, would Zeus really be willing to protect and help him? From a historical point of view, no. The Battle of Troy in Greek mythology was, after all, a war caused by the uneven distribution of benefits among the gods of Mount Olympus. Paris was undoubtedly a victim of this war, but things were different now. Thinking about this, Pei gathered his courage and raised his head boldly, looking at the 3 goddesses in front of him. One goddess was dignified and proud, with a pair of eyes that could see through everything. Her arms were as white as lilies, and her golden hair flowed out from under her crown. This should be Zeus's sister and wife, Hera, Pei thought to himself. Another goddess had a pair of bright blue eyes that shone with the light of wisdom. This should be the goddess of wisdom, Athena. The last goddess was slender, graceful, and dignified. She should be the goddess of love, Aphrodite. After sizing him up, the proudest of the 3 goddesses, who was also the tallest, looked at him and said, "I am Hera, Zeus' sister and wife. Take this golden apple. This is a gift that Eris, the goddess of discord, threw to the guests at the wedding of Peleus and Thetis, the goddess of the sea. It was written that it was for the most beautiful person. If you give it to me, you will rule the richest country on earth, even if you were once a castaway from the palace, and are now only a shepherd." Although Pei had already ascertained that this was Hera, hearing Hera's voice with his own ears made him feel that this person's personality was just as the rumors said, and his heart skipped a beat. The richest country on earth was obviously the kingdom of Troy. This country would not last long under the will of the gods. Furthermore, it was obvious that if he wanted to ascend to the throne, he would have to commit the crime of killing his own kin. In this country, killing each other was a common occurrence, and there weren't many bad consequences. The only exception was the killing of one's own kin, which would be punished by the three goddesses of vengeance, the goddess of unease Electo, the goddess of jealousy Majura, and the goddess of vengeance Tisiphone. These three terrifying gods had never forgiven the murder of one's own kin, and they were not to be trifled with. I am Athena, the goddess of wisdom. Her beautiful and charming face had a pair of blue eyes that twinkled. Shepherd, if you decide that I am the most beautiful, then you will be known as the wisest of all humans. With wisdom, you'll have everything. Pei Ziyun looked at Athena, who was as concise and comprehensive as ever. He felt that she was indeed the goddess of wisdom. With just a few words, she was able to convey a lot of useful information. The third goddess, who had been speaking with her most beautiful eyes, smiled sweetly and said, "Do not be tempted by sweet words. Those promises are unreliable. I am willing to give you a gift that will bring you happiness and allow you to enjoy the bliss of love. I am willing to give you the most beautiful woman in the world to be your wife. I am Aphrodite, the goddess of love." The three goddesses had already given Pei Ziyun a price. For now, he could only choose from the three goddesses that he felt were the most suitable. As for bargaining, he did not have the right to do so yet. With that, Hera solemnly handed the golden apple to Pei Ziyun and waited for him to make his choice. Pei Ziyun received the golden apple and smelled a faint fragrance. The system shook. Thinking that this golden apple was the item needed for this mission, he even had the thought of escaping. Unfortunately, he could not do that. Now that he had the golden apple, what awaited him was only destruction. Pei Ziyun touched the golden apple. Now, no matter which goddess he chose, he would undoubtedly offend the other two goddesses. And the two goddesses who were offended would have a good excuse to openly provoke the Battle of Troy. Now, it was impossible to prevent the Battle of Troy from erupting. Since the destruction of Troy was already decided, rather than saying it was a choice, it was more like there was no other choice. Sighing, Pei Ziyun looked at Hera. Hera was the wife of Zeus, and it was said that she shared Zeus' authority. However, when he had to choose, it was a terrifying feeling. This was a warning from fate. Pei Ziyun then looked at Athena. If he had to choose, he actually wanted to choose Athena. In the Greek myths, almost a third of the heroes had received her grace and care. Furthermore, there were those who died peacefully after the Battle of Troy. In the story of the 7 heroes attacking Thebes, Athena's favored Tydeus was fatally wounded. At that moment, Athena was even prepared to grant him eternal life. However, at that moment, Amphitryon brought the head of Melania to Tydeus. In a fit of rage, Tydeus smashed Melania's head and drank his brain juice. This action caused Athena to be so furious that she canceled her original plan. In the myths, other than Hercules, this was the only thing that had a chance of becoming a god. This showed Athena's authority. However, at the same time, there was a terrifying feeling. This was a warning from fate. This meant that Athena was not someone he could choose. Otherwise, if Athena stood on the side of Troy, this would greatly change the outcome of the Battle of Troy. Pei Ziyun sighed. Finally, he looked at the goddess of love, Aphrodite. At first glance, this goddess seemed very attractive. This was also the power of fate. As time passed, the 3 goddesses stood there quietly. Pei Ziyun did not hide his gaze from them. After a quarter of an hour, Hera showed a hint of impatience. Only then did Pei Ziyun say, "I have found the most beautiful girl in the world. She is unknown. I do not wish to rule the richest country, nor do I wish to become the wisest person. I only wish for the goddess of love to bless me so that Anon and I can love each other." Note: after checking the information, I realized that Anon was not married at this time. Hence, I changed it. As he said this, Pei Ziyun handed the precious golden apple in his hand to the goddess of love, Aphrodite. Hearing this, All the goddesses were stunned. Anon, who was hiding under a grape leaf, covered her eyes as tears streamed down her face. Anon did not expect Paris to have the courage to love her so much that he dared to say such words in front of all the gods. Furthermore, giving the golden apple to the goddess of love, Aphrodite, would definitely offend the other two goddesses. Anon was the daughter of the river god Sebron. In fact, she had vaguely heard of the prophecy as well. Her touched heart turned into worry. Hera and Athena turned to leave angrily, swearing that they would not forget the humiliation they had suffered today. They would definitely take revenge on him, his father, and all the Trojans. Pei sighed in his heart. Even though this was a script arranged by the gods, Hera and Athena were still furious when they thought that a mere mortal had chosen the goddess of love, Aphrodite. They turned into rainbows and disappeared. Aphrodite looked deeply at Anon, who was hiding in the grapevine, and solemnly reiterated her promise. "My dear, you have chosen me. You will not be disappointed. You will obtain the most beautiful woman in the world." After saying this, Aphrodite kissed his forehead and gave her blessings. Then she left as well. These gods came and left quickly, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The most beautiful woman? Pei laughed coldly in his heart. It seemed that Helen's matter would still play out. That was true. If not for Helen, how could the hundreds of cities in Greece, all independent kingdoms, unite to fight against Troy? It seemed that this did not change anything. No, it changed greatly. He had given the golden apple to Aphrodite and asked for Paris and Anon's blessing, not the most beautiful woman in the world. As long as this news spread quickly, even if Helen's matter happened in the future, it could be argued that this was the power of Aphrodite's bow and arrow. Even gods would find it difficult to resist the shot, let alone mortals. All of this was the will of the gods. Naturally, the blame would be pushed away. It could be said that this had changed many of Paris's original sins. From a pretty boy, an ungrateful man who abandoned his wife, he had become a pitiful man who loved his wife deeply but had no choice but to be twisted by the gods. Mortals in the world of gods deeply understood the power of the gods. Therefore, they would not blame themselves, at least not too much. Furthermore, he had gained something. Thinking of this, Pei called out in his heart, "System." A small plum blossom quickly appeared and quickly enlarged, turning into a transparent information interface. It gave off a faint sense of light as it appeared in front of him. Mission completed. The choice of the three goddesses. Received the blessings of the goddesses. Legacy and fame conversion functions recovered. Martial arts, master 45, 7%. Have I finally recovered some of my functions? Pei thought to himself. In this world, powers that did not conform to the laws of this world could not be used, but some could still be used. Paris, Paris. Anon came out of the vine and quickly ran towards Pei hugging him. "My dear, you are too good. You actually dared to say that you love me in front of the gods. I was right about you. Anon, I just asked the goddess of love to witness our love and ask her to bless us. I have fulfilled my promise to you. Yes, Paris, I am willing to be with you forever." As she spoke, the girl leaned against Pei chest and murmured. Chapter 502. Mount Ida. It had been more than 10 days since the gods last came to Mount Ida. In these 10 days, Pei life had not changed much. The only difference was that he no longer had nothing to do after returning from herding. In order to better adapt to the needs of this world, he increased his physical training. In Anon's eyes, Paris was the same as before, but he often did some strange movements that made him sweat profusely. When she asked, Paris would tell her that it was to strengthen his body. "Hey ha!" Pei finished a set of guidance and slowly put it away. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and his body shook as if he had broken some kind of restraint. Looking closely, there was a glimmer of metal flashing on his body. System. A small plum blossom quickly appeared and quickly enlarged, turning into a transparent information interface with a faint sense of light. Hero, level 115, 3%, special skill, iron cast bronze 6, 8%. I'm right. Compared to the original world, this world focuses more on physical strength. It's only been 10 days, and my physical strength has increased a lot. More importantly, this world actually allowed iron to be cast in bronze. That's right. In the Battle of Troy, the strongest warrior of the Greek side, Achilles, son of the sea goddess Thetis, was cast in bronze. His body was impenetrable. Other than him, there's also Poseidon's son Kronos, also iron cast bronze. However, I can feel that the targeted training has reached its limit, and I can't improve much. It seems that Paris's talent is indeed limited. However, I can try using legacy and reputation to see if I can improve myself. Pei Ziyan exhaled heavily as he looked around. He then retrieved a small jar from his storage ring. There were 7 silver coins in it, and that was all Paris had. At this time, the silver coins minted by the city of Dai were very popular. Looking closely, the front side showed a driver driving a carriage, holding a whip in his right hand and the reins in his left. The goddess of victory, Nike, flew over it to crown the horses. The backside showed a human head and a bull's body. This was the river god Achilles. I have too little money. However, I still have some sheepskin that my father gave me. These were originally meant for me to marry, but I can sell them all now. I should be able to get 30 silver coins. He was still deep in thought when he heard a gnome cry out, "My dear, I have brought you not only the milk of a wild goat, but also a wild goat." The girl looked like she was in her budding years. She had delicate, rosy skin, black curly hair, and a pair of dark brown, almond-shaped eyes. Her 4 limbs were as strong and slender as a deer's. She quickly ran over. She was dragging a goat, and in her hand was a jar of goat's milk, not the king's goat's milk, but the wild goat's milk of Mount Ida. In fact, there were plenty of sheep. The hillside was surrounded by boulders. Paris drove the sheep and cows back to the boulders every night. There were also 4 fierce dogs. They looked like wolves. There were hundreds of sheep and cows, but not only could they not be killed, they even had a hand in the milk. It was not easy to keep some of the milk for himself. "Come in." The 2 entered. Pei Ziyan lived in a thatched hut. The ground was covered with leaves and branches, and a rough wild goat skin was padded on top. This was the original life of Paris. Although Anon was the daughter of the river god Sebren, Sebren was just an insignificant river god, and her family was not much better than Paris. However, she still had a little bit of power. She drove a wild goat over and slaughtered it, offering part of the meat as a sacrifice to Hermes and Aphrodite. Pei Ziyan said, "All the gods are worthy of respect. We must offer sacrifices to Hera and Athena. They have also descended in glory." And so he did. Anon was deeply moved and said, "My dear Paris, you will definitely be blessed by the gods if you respect the gods so much." At this time, dark clouds covered the moon, and the wind was howling. He heard her say, "My dear, drink quickly." Pei Ziyan was touched. Although there were wild goats and goat's milk on Mount Ida, it was not something that could be used casually. Anon did not have much herself, so she had probably given him all of her share. It was just that in the past 10 days, he had been training his body and strengthening it. He had to keep up with the necessary nutrients, so he had accepted it. But this was not a long-term solution. Gurgle, gurgle. Before long, the wild goat's milk that Anon had brought over had been emptied by Pei Ziyan. He then took big bites of the meat. Just as he was cleaning up the mess, another shepherd came over and shouted, "Paris, the competition in the city is about to begin. Do you want to go?" "Yes," Pei Ziyan replied loudly. The competition in the city of Troy was the highlight. Many of his plans needed to be completed through this competition. Whether or not he could get the first move in the Battle of Troy, this competition was crucial. Besides, this was also fate's arrangement. He wanted to try and see if he could change some things, the matter regarding Athena. He dare not. Again, the outcome of the Battle of Troy had already been written in the script by the gods. It would be fine if he changed it gradually, but if he changed it all at once and chose Athena, it would attract the murderous intent of Zeus. Paris was just a mortal. If he changed the script, it would be natural for him to choose a new prelude. Therefore, he did not dare to do so. But some things could be done subtly. Once it accumulated, Zeus could not overturn it and start all over again. Thinking of this, Pasian turned to Oenone and said, "My dear Oenone, when I win the competition, I will have the money to marry you." When Pasian said this to Oenone, Oenone was very touched. But at this moment, she had a bad feeling in her heart. She quickly reached out and said, "Paris." Oenone wanted to stop Pasian from participating in the competition, but the moment the words reached her mouth, for some reason, she became numb and could not speak. She looked at Pasian and comforted him. "Don't worry, Oenone. I will definitely win." Pasian's tone and attitude were resolute. His words at this moment gave Oenone a sense of tragedy, as if he was not participating in a competition, but was going on an expedition. The competition in Troy was actually a sports competition in the future. In the ancient Greek world, this was an activity that commoners, even the untouchables, could participate in. The most outstanding among them would be able to win the support of the gods, and even the recognition of the gods. Because of this, many people would choose to participate in the competition to obtain opportunities. The so-called Olympian Games were actually the most famous of all the competitions. The nature of the games was the same. Pasian said goodbye to Oenone and went down the mountain alone. Standing on the mountain, Oenone watched Paris go down the mountain. Her heart was filled with fear. How she wanted to tell Pasian not to participate in this competition. How she wanted to accompany Paris as he left. However, a force suppressed all her actions. She only heard a soft sigh in her ear. "My daughter, this is the will of the gods. You cannot stop it." It turned out that the river god had acted in time to stop Oenone. The gods would not allow anything to happen during the Battle of Troy. Oenone covered her mouth with her hand, and tears flowed out of her eyes, instantly covering her entire face. City of Troy, the mythological version of the Battle of Troy. The size of Troy was much larger than before. The entire city had a population of about 50,000. Although in the original world, a city of this size was not worth mentioning, in this era, it could be called a giant city. It overlooked the bay. The fertile land outside the city was lush with olives, grapes, and wheat. The city had 8 city gates, and the streets and alleys were scattered everywhere. In the center of the city was a huge square. In the square were the shrines of Zeus, Athena, and Apollo, as well as some small temples. On the bustling streets, the sun shone on the marble buildings. Pasian walked on the street, carrying a heavy bag in his hand. He entered and left the shops on the street. In a short while, he disappeared with his bag. As he walked on a secluded street, Pasian heard of a bardic singing. This bardic's voice was sometimes loud, sometimes passionate, sometimes low, and sometimes soft. A beautiful song came out of his mouth, as if a soul had been injected into it. Pasian smiled and went forward to stop him. "Great bardic, your voice is so beautiful that I was attracted by it. Under the guidance of the gods, I came to your side. If you don't mind, I would like to invite you to the tavern for a drink." The bardic looked at Pasian and said, "Thank you for your sincere invitation." In the tavern, after a few drinks, Pasian was a little tipsy. "Tomorrow, the city will be holding an annual competition. This time, I will be participating. I also know that there are bets for every competition. This is something that the gods allow." Pasian paused for a moment, then said, "Let me tell you a little secret. I sold all my belongings and exchanged them for coins. I have a total of 10 silver coins, and I bet all of them on myself. I have a business deal to discuss with you." "Oh." The bardic was slightly surprised. 10 silver coins was not a small sum. For such a small character, the odds of winning and losing were usually more than 10. If he won, he would get 100 silver coins. Although the bardic had drunk quite a lot of wine, and his eyes were hazy, if one looked closely, one would realize that behind his hazy eyes, there was a clear mind. Pasian said, "If I lose this competition, then there is no need to say anything. But if I win, I swear on the name of the gods that I will give you all my winnings, a total of 100 silver coins, as long as you write a poem for me. How about that? The bardic looked at Paisian deeply and slowly nodded his head, agreeing. What Paisian asked of him was not difficult at all. Usually, when he wrote poems, many of them were based on the people in the city. This time, Paisian had asked for such a high price. If he lost, he would not lose anything. If he won, he would be rewarded handsomely. There was no reason for him not to agree. It was just that this young man was really confident. He asked, "My name is Jessen. What is your name?" "Paris," Paisiun said confidently. "You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.